I just want to welcome everybody here today. We're here to honor Officer John O'Keefe. John, you're in our hearts and in our minds. We're here until we find justice for you, and we want you to rest in peace because we got your back till the end. And together we're going to read the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. And now Sergeant Murphy is going to talk a little bit for us this evening.
So it looks like, as I look around, I know, I'll take my glasses off and I'll be able to see faces. I know just about everybody here. I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a very somber night for me. Brother police officer no longer with us, as we all know, and it's an untimely loss for us all. Let me read something quickly. I'll prep you a little bit. I have three tributes that have been given to me in text form from two Canton residents. One is here now, former Canton residents, and also from a police officer in Duxbury who was the field training officer for John O'Keefe when he first got into law enforcement before he was recruited and hired in Boston. So I'm going to read this little paragraph here first, and then I'm going to try to find it in my phone. I might ask Dennis for some help. All right. So I guess most people know me here, but I'm just going to give you a quick bit of info. I want to say good evening to everyone and thank you all for coming tonight. So we may pay tribute to our fallen BPD officer, John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe, on this third anniversary of his untimely death. Briefly, my story quickly is that I moved into Canton at the age of 12, lived in Canton for 40 years, raised my family in Canton, and served nearly 3 decades on the Canton Police Department, 22 years as a sergeant, which was also called a shift commander. Unfortunately, I was not fortunate enough to ever get to meet Officer John O'Keefe. By all accounts, he was an amazing, caring, and loving family man, a wonderful son, wonderful brother, a wonderful uncle that would eventually unselfishly assume the parenting role of father for his niece and nephew. John, no doubt, passed up promotional and career advancement opportunities with his new role as a parent, but his dedication to his family took precedent. Because of his character and being so well respected by the BPD command staff, I'm told he was afforded a flex schedule to accommodate his new parenting responsibilities. Basically, the Boston Police Department recognized his character and his abilities as a police officer. They wanted him to be able to stay on the job, not stress out. They gave him a flex schedule, which was sort of like an administrative position, which was huge and very, very, speaks very well to his character. With that said, John was totally committed to raising and caring for his niece and nephew, which segues into the 3 fitting tributes I'm going to try to share with you if I can find them in my phone. Oh, well, okay. Let's see how we go, Dennis. Okay. Let's see. The first thing is going to be finding my phone. Please bear with me. All right, here we go. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Yep. All right. So please bear with me. This is the first tribute that I received in a text the other day from a Canton resident who knew the family. It says, I knew John as the adopted father of Kaylee, as I coached her in basketball and softball. John was a good man who cared deeply about his family and, most importantly, his sister's kids. It was an extraordinary act of selflessness and love that led to that decision for him, one that I admired and respected. That would be a burden on anyone, but I don't think he saw it as such. He always showed up with a smile, a laugh, and a handshake at any sporting event. That is how I remember him. It's been hard on everyone. Everyone is mentally exhausted. And this, I'm just going to cut out some of this. We'll leave that at that. Okay, I'm going to go to the next one, I hope. Let's see if we can find this one. Dennis, how am I doing so far? Okay, good. Craig. All right, good. I'm there. Okay, again, reading from the second person who knew John through Camping Connections. I did not know John growing up or as a police officer. I met him after he moved to Canton to care for his young niece and nephew. Before I ever met him, I heard him being referred to as the Saint of Canton. To say he embraced this new role as a guardian dad is an understatement. He was a great dad. He showed up at all the kids' sporting events and activities. I remember his warm smile and generally friendly manner. He was always ready to bring the kids out for pizza after a game. The untimely death of a good man, so young and so violently dying, is a tragedy for all who knew him, his family, his friends, and those who have gotten to know him since. We all mourn his loss and commit to having our voices heard until there is true justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Pretty moving tributes, in my opinion. Let's see if we can find one more. The next one I'm going to read is, as I said, it's from a training officer in Duxbury who should have quite a bit of information here, if I can find it. No, actually, it's probably more recent. Excuse me while I go through this. I should have had Brenda coordinate all of these things into one stream, but my bad, Brenda. Please bear with me. Let me see where it is here. Right. Yeah. Okay, here it is. So again, to reiterate, this is a text that was sent to me from a police officer in Duxbury. And let's see if I can get to this. It says, okay, he asked that I actually repeat his name. His name is retired police officer Thomas Johnson from the Duxbury Police Department. It says, I remember the first time I met John. He had gotten hired by my Duxbury Police Department, and I was his field training officer. Well, you know how we cops can be. And instantly I thought, look at this guy, will you? Tall and handsome, and he had this walk on the tips of his toes. I don't know. I just thought this guy is probably arrogant. But then, in capital, I got to know him and almost instantly realized what a great guy John was. We became good friends, and I was honored to be interviewed by the Boston Police Department when they were doing his background checks so he could transfer to Boston. To which I added, John is a wonderful man, and he was what's commonly referred to as an embarrassment of riches, which included a great personality, moral compass, which we all know is rare in police work these days. John certainly proved this to be true, and I wasn't a bit surprised when he stepped up for his niece and nephew. God blessed us with the opportunity to know John. He was taken too soon. Rest in peace, Johnny O. Amen. Next. Okay.
I was just going to say the Lord's Prayer for everybody to bow their heads, please. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Yeah. Before we get together and start to mingle and talk and so forth, I just want to say one thing. Out of respect for John, if I can. Brother, we got your back. And we ain't got no quit. Rest in peace.
That concludes what we have planned for this evening. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Wow. Hello, everybody. How are we? I had to play that. That was amazing. Shout out to everyone involved in that. That was amazing. That brings tears to my eyes. Just and those final words by Peter Murphy, jeepers, that gets me every time. What a great get together that was. What a great vigil. The way it should be done, in my opinion. Very classy. Shout out to everybody involved in that. I'm not 100% sure. I know Brenda, Sweeney, and Dennis were involved, so shout out to them and anyone else involved. And shout out to Peter Murphy as well. So sorry, I know we delayed the start of the trial, but I don't really care because that was, to me, a lot more important than this trial. rest in peace, John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe.
This was after his mom brought him home.
Back to the start. We can zoom this, so it's not even an issue. Robin, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Ashley, hello to you, my darling. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope everyone else is okay. Here we go. This is the start of this trial, but as I say, I will not apologise for showing that as beautiful by the residents of Canton. Right, here we go. We're about a quarter of an hour behind. However, you know the score. We will skip the break then and catch it live. So you're not going to miss anything. Right, here we go. Okay, I think they just muted for a second. My pleasure, Ashley. I hope you enjoyed it. It was very emotional, very moving.
Mr. Griffith is present with
Hi,
both
Sandy.
his lawyers. Mr.
Hi,
Levine
Sue.
is here for the state.
Hi, hippie chick.
Anything we need to take up?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
Judge, Mr. Levine and I discussed yesterday some of the exhibits that I think might be coming in
Boosted for
today.
Deb.
And
Oh,
I have
boosted.
objections to just two of them. I don't know when would be appropriate to address it.
Is it something that's lengthy argument?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, let's
No.
go ahead and take care of it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what exhibit numbers they are.
It's gonna be a couple of videos, Your Honor, that are relatively short. I can pull those out, Your Honor. They're gonna be witnesses for later today.
Okay. And before I see them, what's the issue I'm looking for?
Hearsay. There's snippets that are taken out of a larger conversation. One of them is just Deputy Jankowski asking Kathy Griffith the domestic violence checklist questions. Has he ever strangled you before? Has he ever used a weapon against you before? It's just that, with no context at all. It is one of several clips that are coming in from that day. And then the second one is a female deputy, and I don't remember her name, talking to Kathy Griffith in the road after they had decided to take Collin to a Baker Act facility, and the officer explaining why they were taking him to the Baker Act facility despite her wanting him to stay with her. The deputy talks a lot about, I'm afraid he's gonna kill you, things like that. Also hearsay.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, we'll start with the first exhibit, which will be for the record 189.
And which one is that?
That's gonna be the first one you were talking about.
Okay.
Couple quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. Has he ever used a weapon against you or threatened you with a weapon?
Yes.
And has he ever threatened to kill you or your children? And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And has he ever placed his hands or an object around your throat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. A couple quick yes or no questions.
Mr. Levine, as to the admissibility of that video.
Yes, sir. And this comes from November 13th of 2023 at approximately 10:20 p.m. It's related to the domestic violence battery case that took place the same time. This is part of that subject matter, and this would be admissible, Your Honor, under the state of mind exception of the hearsay rule, because it goes directly to the victim's state of mind as it pertains to the defendant. And out-of-court statements are admissible under the state of mind exception if, one, the statement shows the declarant's future intent to perform an act that is at issue in the case, or two, the statement shows the declarant's state of mind when the statement was made, or at any other time when the state is when that state is an issue in the case. This is particularly true when the purported statements to a third party were made by a homicide victim. And then the case law goes on to hold, in this I'm reading from Kingery v. State, 523 Southern 2nd, 1199. It says, indeed, a homicide victim's purported statements to a third party have been deemed admissible only in three general categories in which the need for the statements appears to overcome the possible prejudice. These categories are: one, the defendant claims self-defense, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he feared the defendant, which that's right on point with what we have here. Or number two, the defendant claims the victim committed suicide, which can be rebutted by statements of the victim that are inconsistent with suicide, which would be relevant as well here. Number three, which is the third possibility, the defendant claims the victim's death was accidental, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he, or of course she, feared whatever the instrument of death proved to be. So I would say there's an argument for all three of them in this case, but if one is appropriate, then I would submit that it's supported by the case law and by 8033, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So what do we hear? We've heard in opening statements and as part of the evidence in the defense of self-defense / accident / she was suicidal, all three of those things. So because of that, Your Honor, this is admissible evidence.
And Judge, there's plenty of evidence coming in about Kathy's statements to police about being fearful, about what he allegedly did to her on November 13th. I'm not objecting to any of that as hearsay. I think it does provide context, but this is different for two reasons. One, it's an officer asking her specific questions about past events. Remember, this is happening November of 2023, so 10 months before the incident at issue here. And he's asking about past events. That, I think, is very different on a checklist. It's not her state of mind. He's asking, has this ever happened in the past? So I don't think it meets the state of mind exception. The second reason it concerns me is the checklist that the officer is holding in full view of the camera has other questions and answers that I think are irrelevant. And finally, a 403 argument that these specific questions regarding past incidences, when there's plenty of other admissible evidence about their interactions, her fear of Collin, that I'm not objecting to.
Your Honor, I would point out it's not just past incidents. One of the most telling things, and the reason it would be admissible pursuant to the case law and the hearsay exception, is the deputy asked about the future, which is exactly what the case law and the state of mind exception is made for. Not the past, but the future. And of course, in order to predict or think about the future, there has to be some discussion of the past or some reason to have that fear. And there's specific questions about, has he threatened to kill you, and do you think he has the ability to kill you or will kill you? And she says yes. So that goes to the future, which is why it should be admissible.
So Ms. Thornhill, as to those particular statements that talk about, and I agree with you that the statements about has this happened in the past, et cetera, that should be excluded. I also agree that the video portion that shows the checklist should be excluded. So I'm inclined to perhaps allow some of the audio. So what is your response to the questions that relate to her present state of mind? And
I don't have any further argument as to her statements about her fear of the future.
so I will grant your oral motion in limine in part. Mr. Levine, any statements that relate to present or future state of mind will be admissible, but only by audio. Any questions and answers related to past occurred events are excluded. So I don't know if you'll be able to get that editing done before you have the witness call, but if you need a moment to talk to your IT person, I can give that to you. But let's handle the other piece of evidence.
Well, Judge, I will say that because I don't think this was going to be admitted this morning, and the reason I brought it up now is so we could deal with it. I think that there's time for it to be edited. At least that's my understanding of the procedure we're following today.
What's the next piece?
Oh, the second one is the county talking to the deputy.
Your Honor, that's going to be State Exhibit 194.
You don't know.
What? What date is this exhibit from?
Your Honor, yeah, and that it's
I can't read it.
195.
This is one that I have no objection to.
Oh,
That one, the one that I was explaining, right?
Correct. That's the one where they go inside and,
Here's 195. Your Honor, I said 194, but it's 195.
and what date was 195 from?
I can tell you that.
November 14th, 2023.
It's going to be from 8:20 in the morning.
Right, here we go. Are we starting? Sorry, I missed that. I'm trying to do a few bits and bobs at the same time. Hello, Kim, Bev.
Because we want what's right for him, but we also want, but we have an obligation to protect him and protect him. We have to protect both. Because even though he didn't threaten to harm himself, he threatened to harm his mom. And either way, that he beat the shit out of us. Yeah. I know. And with all due respect, you can't have them here last night where you were fearful, and then 4 hours later you're recording, because recording's not helping you when he chokes you out. And what's the recording gonna do? What's the recording? It's not bringing you back. You'll still be dead. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's an easy task, man, because I'm sure it's a tough thing to do. But I struggle with a kid that's being released from jail and saying, if you bring me back there, she's gonna die.
If we don't do something.
Shame on us.
Yeah, then we're not.
Shame on us that
Then
we
we
did our
fail.
job and we failed you. And I'm not failing you. nor am I gonna fail your son.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, same arguments as it pertains to the state of mind exception as well as excited utterance. You can clearly tell that she's emotional. She's under the stress of the situation. It's right on the heels of, granted, it's the next morning after the domestic violence battery, but it was pretty much an all-night affair in terms of the investigation and then the body cam footage and the in-car footage going through to the early hours of the morning. So I would argue under the state of mind exception with her responses to what the deputies are saying, as well as her visible emotions and her excited utterance regarding that the defendant beat the shit out of her or something to that effect, and her agreeing with the deputies regarding her, she should be concerned and is concerned about the future violence that he will perpetrate on her. So I would argue that that's admissible as well, Your Honor.
Judge, this was many, many, many hours after the domestic violence battery incident. Collin had gone to the jail. As I indicated in opening, he had been released from the jail. This was after his mom brought him home, and deputies were called by jail personnel to go check. So excited utterance regarding the domestic violence battery situation, I think, is a little bit of a stretch since it was hours later. But additionally, I mean, an excited utterance about her son being Baker acted because he threatened her. I don't know that that's what's established here. The second thing is that most of this is the deputy offering her opinions about what might happen, and I understand Kathy Griffith saying, I know, I get it, but it's testimony from an officer that is improper.
Anything additional, Mr. Levine?
I would say it's not testimony from an officer, and it's in the context of Kathy's responses, both visibly, emotionally, crying, putting her hands over her face like an acknowledgement, and then her saying, I know. So that's critical to her statements making sense in the context of what precedes them and what the deputies say. She can either agree, and when I say she, Kathy could either agree, disagree, or whatnot, but you could tell what her response is as it pertains to in relationship to what the deputies are saying and her responses.
I'm going to grant your motion. 195 is excluded. Any other evidentiary issues we need to take up right now? Mr. Levine?
No.
All right, we're ready.
Could I have just 1 minute to put this back in order, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the judge is leading towards the defense this morning. There's a few things left out now then. So I could zoom a little bit, can't I? Might as well zoom a little bit. Not many people here today. Hope you're all well, whoever is here. And good luck to Whitey today. He is in court today, 9 o'clock. So good luck to him against Chris Albert. Hopefully we get an update later on by the Sweeneys. We'll either pop in or message me. Or you might see you on Twitter. I still can't believe the vigil for John O'Keefe by the Canton residents. What great people they are. That was such a classy affair. If you missed it, go back to the start of the stream. Absolutely brilliant. And Peter Murphy was great as well. Oh, amazing grace. I say, where's the defender? He's right behind there.
You may be seated.
Can't really see him. Oh,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Again, thank you for your continued service in this case. Mr. Levine?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls forensic investigator Brandy Baines.
Raise your right hand, just sworn in by the Lord.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Baines. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your names for the record?
It's Brandy Bange, BrandiBange,
And where are you employed?
at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position?
I am a forensic investigator.
Tell the jury about what that means.
We respond to different types of calls for service, and we generally just document the scene, collect evidence, and write reports.
How many years have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 years.
And tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have a bachelor's degree from USF. I have a certificate in crime scene from Hillsborough Community College. And then we have 800 hours of on-the-job training, as well as continuing education.
Do you have any estimation about how many scenes you've been to during your career?
I don't know.
Is it in the hundreds?
Probably yes.
Or 100 or more?
Yes, yeah.
Now, during your career, have you responded to countless homicide scenes
Yes.
and scenes of violent crimes?
Yes.
All right, now, Investigator Baines, directing your attention to Sunday, September 8th, 2024, around 7:22 in the evening. Did you respond to the crime scene in this case?
I did.
And tell the jury about when you got there, what was your focus on?
So when we first get to a crime scene, we want to document it the way it is when we get there. So we generally take video and photographs at that time.
Are you one of the more senior forensic investigators that responded to the scene?
Yes.
Earlier, the jury heard from Investigator Ellis. Was she also there performing multiple things along with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, did you have an opportunity to see the outside of the scene as well as the inside of the scene?
Yes.
And what caught your attention about as you proceeded into the house and made it back to the kitchen? What caught your attention at the crime scene that was of note?
So on the outside of the house, there was an AirPod that was on the ground, like in the mulch area in front of the house. And then there was some blood on one of the steps. And then going into the house, there was another AirPod or earbud, I should say, on the floor. And then an AirPod case, and then a knife. So it kind of was in a line from outside to inside.
As if something started outside and continued inside?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk further into the kitchen and see the victim?
Yes.
And were you able to see firsthand the wound that she suffered?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and what that meant to you.
She had an apparent stab wound on her neck. It was a very deep wound.
Have you been to multiple scenes where people have been stabbed?
Yes.
And the injury that you saw and the scene that you saw, was it consistent with somebody being attacked and stabbed?
Yes.
Now, as the scene was documented and photographs are taken, of course, does somebody video record the scene as well?
Yes.
And it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but explain to the jury what you did to accomplish that.
So we just have a regular video camera, just like you would imagine. We go and do the outside of the house, and then we go inside the house and do the interior of the house.
And I take it you did that in this case?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to previously see State's Exhibit 166, the crime scene video?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 166 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Now, do you recall, when did you first see the defendant at the scene that night?
It was after 11 o'clock. I can give you the exact time if you need it.
Well, that's all right. But it was after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Now, as to what the defendant was doing before that, do you know or do you not know?
I don't know.
Where did you first see the defendant?
We have a crime scene trailer there on scene that we usually bring on scene. So it was out in the roadway, parked out in the roadway. And he was brought on the trailer and then I came onto the trailer.
Describe that crime scene trailer.
It's almost kind of like an RV, but it's made to be more specific to what we do.
And what can you accomplish inside of it?
We take photographs. We have we have processing, fuming processing for fingerprints. We have all different kinds of stuff, supplies. We have that kind of thing on the trailer.
So is it fairly common to bring a suspect into that in order to photograph them and accomplish those other tasks you mentioned?
Yes.
Have you been to crime scenes where family members or spouses are present and their loved ones have been injured or killed?
Yes.
And how do they usually act?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
When you came into contact with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
Did that change at all while you interacted with him?
No.
Did that surprise you?
Objection, relevance.
Now, describe to the jury, what was your interaction with the defendant like? What did you do?
So I photographed him and I obtained some blood swabs that we had seen on him from apparent blood that he had on him.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
You could speak up just a little
I'm
bit.
sorry.
Thank you.
So
If you could answer that question again, please.
yes, so I obtained some blood swabs that were on him. He had some blood on him. I obtained fingernail swabbings from him and I obtained buccal swabs from him.
Starting with, where were the visible parts of his body and or clothing that you saw blood?
So he had blood on his ear, on the right ear, on the right arm of his glasses, like right here. He had blood on his fingernails. He had blood on his shoes and some apparent blood on his shorts.
Were you present when somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his arms and hands?
No.
So your photographs would have been after that, is that correct?
I believe so because I didn't see fire EMS, I don't think.
Okay. Do they usually leave the scene after they tend to a victim?
Usually, yes.
And there was a description of that there was blood on from his like elbow to his forearm and on his hands, and that was washed off. Did you see blood on his forearms and his hands to a great extent?
No, I did not.
All right. What did you mention about the fingernails, the swabbings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you do to accomplish the swabbings.
So he had some apparent blood on his fingernails, and we take a cotton swab, and sometimes we moisten it with some distilled water to loosen it up, and then swab all around the areas of the fingernails.
Now his hands weren't bleeding, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, I kind of asked that question confusing. Were his hands bleeding?
No.
So it did appear that any blood on his hands would have been from his mother, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Now,
Sustained.
in terms of the buccal
Strike
swabs,
that answer.
Sustained. You'll disregard the last answer, members of the jury.
In terms of the buccal swabs, if you could explain to the jury what buccal swabs are and how you accomplish those.
So we do that the same way. We use a cotton swab, and we just swab the inside of a person's cheek. We do the left cheek and the right cheek.
What's the purpose of that?
Usually it's for DNA purposes.
Is their agency then able to send those buccal swabs from the defendant or from somebody else or a DNA sample off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab for them to do any DNA comparison or analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
So when the defendant was in the crime scene truck, were you able to take photographs?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see those photographs in the state attorney's office? Those are numbers 100 through 124.
Yes.
And do those appear to accurately depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 100 through 124 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Did you also take some photographs of the defendant's clothing and shoes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document anything that I found on the clothing and just to show how it was that day.
And did you have an opportunity to see state exhibits 156 through 169, indicating the pictures of some of the clothing and shoes?
Yes, I have seen the pictures, yes.
I'm sorry, it's not very well.
I'm sorry. Yes, I have seen them.
Your Honor, the state would move 156 to 169, the pictures of the clothing and shoes and evidence.
Any objection?
No, but I have a question about the numbering. I have 156 to 164 are photos, and 165 is the 911 call.
Oh, you're correct.
Is
So
the-
what are the exhibits?
I'm sorry, I couldn't read my own writing, Your Honor. It's 156 to 164.
Any objection to those?
No, sir.
All right, the others are not received beyond 164, but states 156 through 164 are received.
Thank you. Investigator Baines, in terms of the defendant's shoes, was he wearing shoes?
Yes, he had on a pair of black tennis shoes.
And did you see blood on his shoes?
Yes, he did have apparent blood on his shoes.
What about his shorts? Was he wearing black, like basketball shorts?
Yes.
And did he have any blood visible on his shorts?
Yes, there was some apparent blood on the shorts.
Where was it? Do you recall, front or back?
It was on the front.
And then did he have a shirt on?
No, he was not wearing a shirt.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the state would publish the photographs of the defendant.
Amen.
Thank you. Number 100, that's the defendant.
Yes.
.101.
That's a side profile of him.
And if you look on is it on your monitor too?
Yes.
And if you see where I'm pointed, is that what would appear to be some blood on his glasses?
Yes.
So you know that mouse allows you to point as well if you need
Okay.
Well, that would be good. If you could point out to the jury that the blood.
Right here and here.
Moving on to 102,
This is the back of his head.
103.
This is the front of his entire body.
Now, it's a fair statement. He's pretty tall, maybe 6'2" or so.
I'm not sure how tall he is, but he's taller than I am, yes.
104.
Yes, this is just a closer up of his top half of his body.
105.
A side profile of his whole body.
106.
This is the lower half of his body side profile.
I think that's 107, I'm sorry. 108.
This is the back of his whole body.
109.
This is another side profile of his whole body.
110.
This is a mid-range of his arm, his left arm.
111.
This is a picture of his shoe, his left shoe.
And going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Yes, there were.
And any idea how those marks got there
I don't know.
or when they got there?
I don't know.
111. Does he mention the blood on the shoes?
Yes, this is the shoe with the apparent blood.
And could you, for the jury's benefit, point with that red arrow where you see blood?
Sure. So there's apparent blood in this area here. And then there's more apparent blood here. And then there's some here. And you can see a little bit here. It's light, but you can see it. And then it's on the bottom here.
112.
This is his left leg.
And tell us about that mark on below his knee.
It's an apparent laceration.
113. It's at the back of his leg. What were you highlighting there?
Yes, it was like an apparent abrasion.
114.
That's a close-up of the apparent abrasion.
115.
This is his right forearm.
Were there marks on his right forearm too?
Yes.
Were there multiple marks on both of his arms?
Yes.
Did they look like super fresh, like they had just happened?
They looked fresh.
And when you say fresh, like how fresh?
In the last day.
Were you able to tell how those marks were caused?
No.
$116.
This is his right forearm. And there's some apparent lacerations on the top of his forearm.
117.
That's his left forearm. And you can see the abrasion or the apparent lacerations.
Have you been at scenes where you've seen people that have cut themselves or marked themselves?
Objection.
118.
This is the palm of his hand. This is his other palm.
And is it a fair statement he has no defensive wounds on his hands?
Objection is the characterization of the
Sustained.
Is it a fair statement that he has no wounds on his hands at all?
Right. I did not see any wounds on his hands.
Going back to 118. So that's 118 and 119.
Yes.
Besides just his hands having no marks on them, did you also get pictures? Well, I guess you did. Pictures of the back of his hands, 120?
Yes. The tops of his hands. Yes.
And 121.
Yes. This is a close-up of his fingernails.
Going back to 120, did he have any knife cuts or wounds on the top of his hands?
No.
What about neither in 121? Is that correct?
No, I do not see any.
And then 123.
This is apparent blood that was on his ear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
Yeah.
I can't really see that.
It's
but
very
can you point
small, but it's right here. This is the area that I swabbed.
And then finally, 124.
This is a close-up of the apparent blood on the glasses, the right arm of the glasses. You can see a little bit better now in this picture. There's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and I think right here.
All right, now we're going to go to 156, please. All right, 156 appears to be a close-up of something. Tell us what that is.
This is the short. Sorry, there's a little bit of a glare. I'm going to move in.
Is that
You can adjust that if
Okay.
you need to.
There we go. That's better. This is the shorts that he was wearing. This is a close-up photo of the front of his shorts. You can see some apparent blood in the picture. It's kind of hard to see. I can point to it if you need me to.
please?
Okay. So this area right here, and then there's a little more here.
All right, we move on to 158, the shoes, 159, 160, 161. Could you point to the blood in 161?
Yes, there's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and then all down here on the bottoms of the shoes here and this whole area right here.
162. Is there any blood there?
Yes, right here, 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 and then this area here.
163.
There's apparent blood right here by the laces, this area.
And 164.
There's apparent blood right there.
Investigator Baines, we're going to move on now. Approximately how many minutes do you think that you were with the defendant?
Probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
During those 20 to 30 minutes, did his demeanor change from being emotionless at all?
No, he remained the same.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to publish State Exhibit 166, the crime scene video.
That's been received.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Has it been received?
It has, Your Honor.
Any objection to publication at this time?
No, sir.
You may.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Morning.
Good morning. Investigator Bange, the blood on the step that you pointed out to the jury, that was never tested, correct?
I don't know.
So you're not aware of it being tested?
I'm not aware of it, no.
And you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No, I don't.
In fact, you said you didn't arrive until many hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because the 911 call came in at about 6:10 p.m.
Right. We arrived on scene, but I didn't go into the residence until much later, yes.
When you arrived on scene, do you remember what time it was? You may have already said. I'm sorry if I don't.
I can look at my report. I believe it was around. I got there at 7:22.
So over an hour after the 911 call came in.
Yes.
Collin was already outside of the house when you arrived?
He was not inside the house. I don't know where he was.
And EMS had already, or Polk County Fire Rescue had already been to the house, been inside the house, stomped around, did life-saving actions, and then left, correct?
Yes, I believe they went into the house, from my knowledge, yes.
You also said that Collin, at some point you're aware, had blood on his forearms and hands.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Just now in court.
Oh, okay. So you weren't aware before.
That he had blood on his arms prior? No. I did know about the fingernails. He had blood on his fingernails.
Right. I was talking about the arms and hands. And he could have dripped blood on his way out of the house when he was escorted by law enforcement, correct?
I don't know.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yes.
The blood that you pointed out on Collin's fingernails and his glasses and his right ear. You're aware that Collin did several things at the instruction of the 911 operator, correct?
I don't know. I do know that they sometimes give instructions, but I have not heard this call.
So let me ask you this. If the 911 operator had told Collin to get towels or something to absorb blood and place it on Kathy's neck, and he did that, he could have gotten blood on his fingernails that way, correct?
Yes, that's possible. Yes.
And there was, in fact, a bloody towel by her neck when you entered the scene.
Yes.
And you're aware that he also did, well, maybe not. If the 911 operator had instructed him to kneel and do CPR on Kathy, and he did that, that could explain how he got blood on various parts of his body, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if the 911 operator had instructed Collin to get the knife far away from him, he could have gotten blood on his hands that way as well.
Yes.
And the knife was, in fact, far away from where Kathy Griffith was laying, correct?
It was in the same room, but yes, it was not right near her.
You said that, oh, well, let me go back to the blood. You don't know if Collin, in his obeying the instructions of this 911 operator, came in contact with the blood that was everywhere as he's tending to his mother. Maybe at one point he had blood on his hands and adjusted his glasses.
I don't know.
But it's possible, right?
It's possible.
The blood on the bottom of the flip-flop, you didn't really talk about that. You talked mostly about the blood on the shoes that were collected from Collin. But there was, in fact, blood on the bottom of one of the flip-flops that was laying in the kitchen.
Yes, I believe there was.
And finally, you said that Collin was emotionless when you dealt with him. You're aware that people can go into shock sometimes from a traumatic event?
Sure.
So that's one possibility here too.
Of course, I'm not a doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot I do have one other question.
You may.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
The photo of Collin from inside the trailer, there's a mark on his torso about midway between chest and hip.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That corresponds with a slit in his shirt, doesn't it?
There was a slit in the shirt.
In the torso area.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect now, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you.
Still free to go.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call forensic investigator Michelle Peters.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Peters, may you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Michelle Peters. I work with the Polk County Sheriff's Office in the Forensics Unit.
How long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 20 years.
Now let's talk about specifically in this case, did you have an opportunity to go to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And what takes place at the medical examiner's office as it pertains to the homicide cases?
A post-mortem examination of the body, which is actually called an autopsy in layman's terms. And they examine the body and we take photographs and collect evidence.
Now, when you take photographs, does that give us a frozen in time picture of what the victim looked like? Any injuries or markings, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence do you collect from an autopsy?
Standard autopsies, we take head hair samples, we take ink impressions, which are fingerprint impressions, and we take a red top and a purple top blood tube. And then we take, depending on the case, we will take fingernail swabbings or clippings. We can take clothing, any weapons that may be present.
All right. Now, in this particular case, were you able to take blood samples from Kathy Griffith?
We did.
And is the purpose of that so that it could be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes, sir, for further testing.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs, State Exhibit 125 through 155?
I did.
And are those autopsy photographs taken of Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what date it was that you actually went to the medical examiner's office?
I'd refer to my report.
Yes, ma'am.
It was September 9th of 2024.
So if September 8th, 2024 was a Sunday, you went Monday morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll go by your word.
What was the time that you were there?
I arrived at the medical examiner's office at 7 in the morning.
And is that common for an autopsy to be performed the day after a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Did Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Garavan perform the autopsy?
He did.
And were you present for that?
I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibits 125 to 155 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
With permission from the court, may I publish the photos? Thank you. All right, that talks about the time and the date and where you are. Moving on with the autopsy photographs. Is that Kathy Griffith that she's transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And the typical victims typically transported in a body bag of some type?
Yes, sir.
127, 128. Some identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to personally see the stab wound?
I did.
Is it a fair statement that it was a wide open, gaping wound?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on with 133. Were you able to see where the knife actually exited the other side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
134. Is that a close-up of where the tip of the knife went through her neck and out the other side?
Yes, sir.
And that pointer, or the metal rod that's going in through the entry wound of the knife wound and transects through her neck and goes out the back left side of her neck, who put that there?
Dr. Garavan.
And is that able to show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
And they can do that for like a knife wound or a gunshot wound? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One being the entry wound and one being the exit wound?
Yes, sir.
Now, 137, as part of the autopsy, does the doctor sometimes remove parts of the internal organs that he or she feels is important?
Yes, sir.
And does this the metal pipe that goes through the esophagus and or trachea, was that done by the associate medical examiner, Dr. Garavan?
It was.
And does that also show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
Next, we have 138. Did you notice a wound on Kathy's right hand in the webbing of her fingers between her thumb and pointer finger?
I did.
138. 139. Is it a fair statement that's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was an open wound?
Yes, sir.
140. Next, we move to 141. Did Kathy have a number of scrapes and bruises on her limbs, her arms and legs?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
On what?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
141, does that show some of those on her left arm and elbow?
Yes, sir.
142, is that a close-up of some of the bruising and scrapes and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
143, does that show some prominent bruising on her left wrist?
Yes, sir.
So some marks or bruising on the inside of her forearm as well?
Yes, sir.
Now moving to her right arm, did there appear to be some bruising on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
And going to her hands, was there some bruising on her hands?
Yes, sir.
And her fingers?
Yes, sir.
That's 148. Were there some marks or cuts or bruises on her legs?
Yes, sir.
149. Is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes, sir.
150. Some bruising apparent on her shins or the front of her legs as well?
Yes, sir.
152. 153. 154. And 155. All right, Investigator Peters, I don't have any other questions for you.
Investigator Peters, some of the bruises that the jury saw in those pictures were different colors.
Yes,
right? And you have no way of knowing when those bruises got on Miss Griffith's body, do you?
No, ma'am.
They could have been days old.
Could have been.
Do you know how much blood Kathy Griffith lost?
I do not.
And the weighing that resulted in 126 pounds, that was done after she had passed away and lost blood, correct?
Correct. That was at the examiner's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Michael Schneider.
Sergeant Michael Schneider.
Sorry, just wait. Stand right here, raise your right hand, for the story.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What your stuff doing up there?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Alan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sergeant Michael Schneider, Schneider. I'm currently employed with the Florida Southwestern State College in Fort Myers.
And tell the jury a little bit about what that entails.
I am basically responsible for the security of the college, managing my crew, and a lot of it is community policing as well.
And how many fellow officers do you supervise?
Currently, I have a crew of 14.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I went to the academy. Backing up, I have an associate's degree in AS. I went to the academy in 2010, worked for the Fort Myers Police Department from 2011 to January 22. I left there, basically retired due to age, took a small hiatus, and then I started out with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and I left there in November the prior year. And I've been at the FSW Police Department since December of 23.
Approximately how many years in law enforcement do you have?
It was about 14 now.
And you mentioned your degree, and you said some initials. What does that stand for?
An associated science degree. It's in the automotive field. I used to be an auto mechanic a long time ago.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Snyder. So the time frame I want to ask you about is very specific, going back to the year 2023 in September of 2023. At that time, were you employed by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position at that time?
I was working as deputy in road patrol.
Now, when you're a deputy on road patrol, does that mean you can see anything and everything and respond to countless different types of situations?
Yes, you basically you listen to the radio and see what's going on. If there's another one of your fellow deputies has a call that you might need help, and we also have a screen on the laptop that shows what calls are basically in service currently and which ones are holding.
And is Port Charlotte, is that in Charlotte County as well?
Yes, it's on the north side of the Peace River.
All right. I want to direct your attention to approximately 6:30 p.m. Were you dispatched to a certain location in Punta Gorda, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
It is called CSU. It's the Crisis Stabilization Unit of Charlotte Behavioral Center.
And what happens there?
This is usually where we bring critical Baker Acts.
Now, in this particular case, how was it that you responded to that location?
I was dispatched there. The call notes had said that I need to be there for a release of a potentially violent patient.
And did that end up being the defendant, Collin Griffith?
Oh, yes, it did.
Did you see the defendant back on the evening of September 19th of 2023?
I did.
Describe to the jury, when you pull up to the facility, where do you go? Do you stay in your car? Do you go inside? To tell them the process.
No, you don't go inside. You basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry doors are on the right, double doors. And when I got there was nobody there yet.
What is the purpose of you being there?
Basically providing a security escort. Somebody had a concern. I forgot who the initial complainant was on the call, but they had a concern that the patient that is to be released has violent tendencies or might act out.
And if the release goes like smoothly and according to plan, what should have happened that evening? Like when the defendant comes out, what's he supposed to do, or where's he supposed to go?
basically when he's released, or any patient gets released from the facility, to go with whoever picks them up and leaves.
Now, did that happen in this case?
No, they did not.
Describe to the jury when you first saw the defendant. What happened?
Oh, I was standing there, or standing by my car on the left-hand side, and you can see into the facility, and people were starting to walk out. And when the doors opened, the young man came straight up to me and approached me and said I needed to be Baker acted.
Were you surprised to hear that?
Oh yeah, because that is usually people want to lead.
Now, how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
He was focused. He had a goal for sure. He was somebody on a mission. He looked at me and said, I need to be Baker acted.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And take it you had your marked uniform on?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him why he said that?
Yes, I did, because it's unusual. He said, I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill myself and he said his mother.
What did he say about his mother?
He said he was going to either kill himself or his mother. You know, he didn't name her by name, but he said it's either his mom or his mother.
When the defendant said he was either going to kill himself or his mom, were you surprised?
Yes, definitely.
Well, did you ask him any questions or respond in any way?
Usually when people do that, they have some sort of motive. And so I asked him, so how are you going to do that? And he stated, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. He named numerous methods, but unfortunately I didn't write them down. And so I don't recollect that, but there were several ways he was going to do that, and it was significant what he said.
Now, when he named the different manners in which he could kill his mom, was it like direct things that he could do to kill a person?
Yes, I don't remember quite exactly specifically what it was, but each one of those methods that he mentioned would definitely lead to death for sure.
After he said these things, what did you do?
We stood by the door with him, just kind of keeping an eye on him while other people were conferring what to do with him. I believe Deputy Welch was with me. They're from the Irish team. I believe that she took over the secondary Baker Act, because this is definitely a liability at this point. So,
at that point, when the defendant says the direct things that he's going to do, is he a danger to himself and to his mom and perhaps anyone else he wants to kill?
Yes.
You mentioned Deputy Welch. Is that Deputy Kerry Welch, also with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the term, the Irish team.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
They are called for critical care or anybody who's a mental crisis. They're specially trained. I don't know exactly what the Irish stands for anymore.
And was the defendant insistent that he needed to be Baker acted because he would hurt himself or his mom or kill himself or his mom?
Yeah, he did not want to go. He basically stated that so he wouldn't have to leave.
So after you were concerned about his own safety and his mom's safety, what was the end result with what happened to the defendant?
He was readmitted to the facility as a Baker Act.
Did that conclude your involvement with the defendant that evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Snyder, I don't have any further questions.
Sergeant Snyder, you weren't involved in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being there?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you aware that Collin had been trying not to get released from that facility under his Baker Act before you were alerted and told to go there?
No, not until he told me.
Okay. And are you aware that his mother had done everything she could to get him released from that Baker Act.
No, I did not have any background information at that point. All I knew was potentially violent.
Are you aware now that his mother did everything she could to get him out of the Baker Act facility leading up to your interactions with Collin on September 19th, 2023?
I did not follow any of that, ma'am.
And are you aware that the staff at Charlotte Behavioral Health was insisting on releasing him to his mother on September 19th, 2023?
That I do not recall. I know his grandmother was, I think his grandmother was there to get him.
And you don't know what Collin had said to any of the people who were trying to make him go home before you got there, correct?
No, ma'am.
And basically Collin told you, I would rather go back into this facility than be sent home.
He didn't specifically say that. He said he wanted to be Baker Acted. He
Did not want to go home.
Apparently, yes.
Did he ever tell you he didn't feel safe at home?
I don't recall that.
He might have said that, but you didn't write it down, or you don't remember?
I don't know. What I remember is on the short notes.
Did you make those short notes?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's entirely possible Collin told you that I'm afraid my mom will do something to me and I will kill her.
I probably would have remembered that.
But you're not sure.
No, ma'am.
And you have no idea if he had said that 1, 10, 1,000 times in the hours leading up to your interactions with him.
No, I wasn't there with him. I only had a short interaction during the time.
But you said he was focused on getting readmitted to the Baker Act facility.
That's what the end goal appeared to be.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
He is,
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Next witness.
State will call Deputy Alexander Sharp.
The witness is a bit older today. I think we went with the kids yesterday and the older ones today. Because yesterday they were way too young. That trial in mass, it was only a 2-hour day yesterday, so and the opening statements and stuff are all on court TV. Please go on them.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
Are we back to young ones? Because he sounds quite young.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deputy Sharp. I work in the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Your first name, sir?
Alexander, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, military experience, and law enforcement experience.
Sure. Okay. So, education, I went to technical college for automotive. I graduated high school from the academy in Charlotte County. I have spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. I've also spent 3 years in the Fort Army National Guard as an infantryman as well. And I've worked for the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County for about 2.5 years.
Now, at the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County, what's your position and what are your responsibilities?
So I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to District 1. Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded to a call for domestic violence between a mother and her son.
Do you recall the general neighborhood? Was it single family houses?
Yes, sir. It was a neighborhood of single family houses in a residential zone of Port Charlotte.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
Well, when I first arrived, they made contact with the supervisor deputy, Corporal Moore, who had gotten on scene prior to myself, and the deputy who was my trainer at the time. During the time that this happened, I was still in PTO training as a deputy.
And who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy First Class Jankowski.
And you mentioned Corporal Moore. Is that Corporal Joella Moore?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was she aware of the defendant and his mom?
In what regards, sir?
Like, did she give, without telling us anything she might have said, did she give you any background of the family dynamics or the parties?
No, sir. I was just aware that this was a domestic incident between a mother and her son. There was no other context given.
So you had no prior opinions about any of the parties involved, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I had never met either one of them before, nor did I know anything about them or their any other history.
What did you do next, Deputy?
The next thing that I did is I went to go and make contact, I believe, with the individual and his mother to try and start gathering information, and his grandmother, who was there as well.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like?
I would say calm and collected.
And when you made contact with him, were you inside the house or outside the house?
I believe I was outside the house when I made contact with him, as he had left the residence initially when we had gotten there and then ended up coming back.
Now, did you have an opportunity to talk to him?
The defendant?
Correct.
Yes, I did speak with him.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
And what was her demeanor like?
She seemed nervous, quiet, scared. From what I could tell, just her whole demeanor, she was still kind of just processing what was going on. Definitely seemed teary-eyed, if you will.
When you say scared, did she appear to be scared of you or scared of what her son had just done to her?
She appeared to be scared of her son, as she had some injuries that were documented and photographed.
And what were those injuries that she suffered from her son?
She's had some redness and what appears to be the beginning of bruising and swelling on her stomach and abdomen area, as she had stated that he had kneed her in the stomach. And then she also had a small scrape with some dirt on it on her hand, as she said that he had taken his foot and kicked or stomped her hand.
Did she tell you why he did that to his own mom?
So, speaking with both the mother and the son, what we were able to gather was that she had told him that she was unhappy with his behavior at the time as a juvenile and was going to do some new parenting and wanted to take away his Xbox gaming system and his cell phone. And at the time, he did not like those consequences, so he grabbed his mom and threw her on the ground after kneeing her and then stepping on her hand when she went to get her cell phone.
Now, was there another lady there, the grandmother of the defendant and the mother of the victim?
Yes, sir. So the defendant's grandmother and the victim's mother was also present at the house as they were eating dinner together that night.
So they were having a family evening, the grandma, her daughter, and the victim's son, correct?
Correct. Those three individuals were the three people in the home that night.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to the grandma as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did her statement corroborate what her daughter was saying?
Yes, the grandmother's statement that she provided to myself and Deputy Jankowski was consistent with the statement given by the mother and the victim. Basically, they stated the exact same thing, that they were having dinner, and she told him that she was going to take some things away for disciplinary reasons, and pretty much gave the exact course of events the same.
Now, did you see any marks or bruises or injuries on the defendant?
On the defendant, we did not see any marks, injuries, or bruising on him at all.
Now, did EMS respond, or something like EMS, whether it was the fire department or EMS, respond to treat the mother?
Honestly, sir, I do not recall.
What happened? How was that case resolved that night? Who got arrested?
That night, Collin was placed under arrest for domestic violence against his mother for battery by strike.
And was he transported to the proper location then thereafter?
Yes, sir. He was transported to the Charlotte County Jail afterwards.
Was the mom or the grandmother arrested for anything?
No, the mother and the grandmother were not arrested.
Now, in addition to you and Deputy Jankowski, you mentioned Corporal Moore. Were there any additional law enforcement there you can recall?
I cannot recall.
Is it a fair statement that the three of you were doing multiple, multiple things, and were each doing your own part of the investigation, and not necessarily all three of you together at the same time?
Correct. We were all doing different things together. I was going and getting paperwork at different times to provide the victim, such as Marcy's Law paperwork, as well as victims' rights forms and things like that, while other deputies were doing other tasks on the scene at the same time.
Now, when you went to get that paperwork, you mentioned victims' rights and Marcy's Law. Did you or one of your fellow deputies provide that to the victim, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir. Yes.
What does that mean? What type of paperwork is that when you say Marcy's Law and victim rights pamphlet?
So Marcy's Law is paperwork that advises victims of what their rights are in the state of Florida as a victim, so that way that they know that they have the right to go to different types of trials and hearings, and then different paperwork to let them know if they want to know when the person that was arrested for battering them or whatever crime may be is released from the jail and things of that nature.
Without, okay. And then whether it's you or Deputy Jankowski or someone else, is that explained to the victim, Kathy Griffith, and certain questions asked and answers given?
Yes, sir.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. When the victim, Miss Kathy, was sitting on the couch, how would you describe her demeanor?
I remember that I had asked her if I could get her an ice pack or anything like that, as she said that, the injuries that she had was sore, offered to help if I could. I was trying to be, as compassionate as I could be in that type of a situation. She just was very kind of closed off, if you will, and scared. She had advised me at one point that she no longer wanted Collin living with her or her mother, as she was honestly afraid of him.
Deputy Sharp, I have no further questions.
Cross?
Deputy Sharp, in your direct testimony, you made it sound like Collin fled the scene of what happened at his mother's house. But that's not really true, is it? He was the one who called 911.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
I don't recall exactly who the caller was. I know that I responded to the scene though, ma'am.
Are you aware now that Collin was actually on the phone with Corporal Rentis, one of your supervisors, when you arrived on scene?
Yes, he was on the phone with Corporal Rentis, and then also I recall that once he was placed into a patrol vehicle, he was also on the phone with Corporal Rentis as well, as they had had previous interactions.
Right. So Collin is reaching out to describe to a law enforcement officer what just happened.
I don't know what his conversation with Corporal Rentis was, ma'am.
Did you interview Collin?
When you say interview, do you mean did I get a sworn statement from him?
Did you just ask him about what happened?
I had briefly talked to him, yes, initially.
And he told you that his mom punched him before he threw her off of him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the other deputies who responded, it wasn't like you just went there, said, talk to you, everything matches, so we're arresting him. You were there for hours, right?
I don't recall exactly how long we were there, but it was not an in and out situation.
Right. And do you remember your supervisor on scene, Joella Moore, saying she never knows how to read Catherine Griffith?
I do not recall that statement.
But it's on body camera, right?
Okay.
Speaking of body camera footage, you had one on your person that night, correct?
Correct.
And it was running the whole time you were there?
Correct.
Have you reviewed it since you found out you were going to have to testify?
I reviewed it when I initially spoke with someone from the state's attorney's office.
Okay. So you interviewed Susan Detman, the grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you know that her statement did not exactly match what Kathy Griffith told you, right?
Their statements seem to coincide with each other and align.
That's what your opinion was, right?
That is basically what I wrote in my report, ma'am, yes.
Right. But what about what's on body camera footage?
That she had told me that they were having a conversation at the dinner table, and that Catherine told her son that she wanted to take away his Xbox and his cell phone so that she could only send and receive text messages and make phone calls, and that they had pretty much both decided that he wasn't going to go on their family vacation.
And then Susan also told you that as Kathy was reading him the riot act, that Collin stood up and said, let's do this.
Correct.
Right?
They both told me that.
Okay. But then Susan says she didn't see what happened next because she was going for her phone to call Corporal Rentis herself, right?
So Susan had pretty much told me that once he stood up and said, let's do this, that she stepped away to go and get her phone. And by the time she came back, they were on the floor. And the only thing that I have between that time period is both what Collin had told me he advised happened, and then also what his mother had said.
Right. And Collin told you that his mother punched him in the face.
Correct. Collin had told me his mother had punched him in the face, but when we were on scene, I did not see any bruisings, marking, or swelling, or any indication that he had been struck in the face by any object.
It is possible to get punched and not have redness, swelling, bruising, correct?
I guess anything's possible, ma'am.
Right. You're not a doctor.
I am not, no.
So Susan did not tell you the same thing that Kathy did, because Kathy said, I never touched him. He's just being a brat because I took away his stuff, right?
Correct. The grandmother and mother had both pretty much told me, I'm sorry, ma'am, can you please rephrase the question?
My main point is that you made it sound like Kathy and Susan completely agreed on what happened, which would indicate to the jury that Susan supported what Kathy said about her not punching Collin. But Susan didn't tell you that, right?
Correct. Susan had told me that they initially got into an argument and their statements were the same up until Collin got up and said, let's do this. At that point in time, the grandmother advised she was not present and did not see what happened from the time frame that he got up and said, let's do this, until she came back and they were already both on the floor.
Both on the floor. Now, Collin was quite forthcoming with you, right? When you talked to him, your interaction?
So I had talked to him initially, briefly, and then when I went to go and get a sworn statement from him, he advised that he wanted to speak
I'm going to stop you right there. He was talking on the phone to Corporal Rentis the whole time he was sitting in the car, correct?
Correct. He was sitting in the back of the car.
And anytime an officer walked up to him, they could capture his face and his voice and whatever he was saying on camera, right?
We had our body cameras on.
Right. So that's a yes?
Yes.
So Collin says his mom punched him and he defended himself by kneeing her and throwing her to the ground, right?
That is what he had stated. Yes.
And that's on body cam.
Yes.
Okay. And then Kathy says, I never punched him.
Correct.
Right? And Susan says, I don't know what happened. She may have punched him because I wasn't there when that happened.
Correct.
Okay. You all chose to believe Kathy over Collin, correct?
Based on the evidence that we had seen to coincide with the two different stories and with what the grandmother had told us from the different points in time that she was there, it appeared that the mother and the grandmother had similar stories, or from what time periods they were both there together, that matched. And like I said, based on the physical evidence of injuries that the mother had and the son's lack thereof, that was where the evidence led us to go.
So your body cam would also show the alleged injuries to Kathy, right?
Yes.
And when you're, I know you were still in training, but I am sure you have learned, if not before then, that when there's a domestic incident and allegations from both sides about what may have happened, knowing the family history is important, correct?
The family dynamic between mother and son? Yes.
And maybe prior acts of violence on either side? Is that important to know too?
Towards each other?
Yeah, or towards anybody.
So once we had placed Collin under arrest, we did check to see if he had any previous arrests for domestic violence or battery, and we did not find anything.
Right, but you found some for Kathy, right?
For domestic violence?
Mm-hmm.
As the victim, I did not go into her background and check to see her criminal history, as she was a victim in this case.
So you weren't aware that she has been arrested for domestic violence battery on another family member before?
No, I am not.
Would that have made a difference to you in how you approached this case?
No, ma'am, it would not.
And are you aware that...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to anything further about subject matter like that. It's irrelevant to what he's doing.
So are you aware that Kathy Griffith had been arrested before for stabbing her then husband?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that she was also alleged to have burned him with a terrarium heat lamp in that same incident?
No, I am not.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith was on videotape shown to law enforcement and a DCF investigator driving her car and pinning her then husband to the house, between the car and the house, in front of her children?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you're not aware that the incident where she stabbed her then husband and burned him with a lamp was also in front of her children?
No, I'm not. As I had said earlier, I have no previous interaction with either one of those individuals or knowledge about their previous history.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith had threatened to kill multiple members of her then ex-husband's girlfriend?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that she was actually contacted by law enforcement on her way to their home in Homestead?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware that she was on an audio recording saying she was going to kill all three of them?
I'm not aware of that, no.
With her gun?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that she has pulled a gun and threatened Collin in the past?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
And that happened in Charlotte County just 2 months before this?
I'm not aware of that incident, nor did I have any involvement in that case.
And are you aware that Kathy Griffith had pulled a gun and threatened to kill her mother's husband?
No, I'm not.
Would any of those prior instances, if you had known of them at the time, would they have made a difference in how you treated this case?
So I would personally say no, they would not have made a difference to me, because I would have gone into this case as it is a separate incident from things that happened previously. And in this case, you have to treat in different cases, or any case, you have to treat different. You can't take other instances into account into how you look into cases.
Collin was taken to jail that night, you said, right?
Yes.
And you claimed that, or you said that Kathy claimed she was afraid of him.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that the very next morning she insisted on taking him home with her, despite Collin saying, I'd rather stay in jail than go home with my mom because I'm afraid of what she'll do to me?
I was not on that call, nor was I aware that that call even came out.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
That's brief.
Deputy, are you aware that victims of domestic violence often want their abuser back in their lives?
Yes, that happens often. Usually with domestic violence, obviously it's going to be a family member, whether it's a spouse, child, or something like that. And people do have personal relationships. So after the fact, typically people want to try and reconcile issues and fix things.
Does that sometimes end up very badly for the victim being abused further?
It can, especially when it is situations where it's parents and children's or husbands and wives. You'll see situations where you'll have multiple issues of domestic violence, but because it's a family member and someone that they love, it continues to happen and they stay with that person.
Does it also unfortunately end in family members murdering each other?
It can end in violence in that nature.
Now, the defense attorney was asking you a lot of the questions. Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Do you know if any Do you know if all or any of the information she was asking about is true or accurate, or what source it's from?
I have no idea of anything that she was asking me because I've had no other involvement with Collin or his mother. And as I had said, I treat that case as its own individual case, as it has no reference to other cases or instances that we've dealt with.
Now, the defense attorney was inquiring about you a lot about when she talked about Susan Detman, the grandmother, about the content of her statement. Is it accurate that Susan told you that her daughter was telling Collin that she would be implementing new parenting rules?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And the grandma told you that Collin would be having his Xbox gaming system and cell phone and other items taken away as a disciplinary action due to his behavior.
Yes, that is an accurate statement.
And these are things that Susan said the mother was saying to her son, correct?
Correct. These are things that the grandmother and both the mother had told me in their statements that she was going to take items away due to his behavior for parenting.
And they were so fed up with the defendant that they told him that the Thanksgiving cruise vacation he would no longer be going on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, according to the grandmother and Miss Kathy, the defendant's response was, Collin stood up and said, "Let's just do it."
Correct.
So did you take that to mean he was challenging his mom to a physical fight?
From both the statements that the grandmother and the mother had told me, yes, it sounded like he stood up and basically tried to show body language and intimidate his mother and say, okay, if you're going to try and take away my Xbox and my cell phone, then he wanted to have a physical interaction.
So because the mom was trying to discipline and parent her child, the defendant physically did what to his own mom?
So at that point, from basically what the mother had told me, is that he had kneed her in the stomach and thrown her to the ground. And when she went to go and get her cell phone, he stomped on her hand.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Is the witness released?
He is, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, it's about 10:20. We'll take our mid-morning recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill or
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Hendry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 15 minutes.
We are now live, people. We are now live. They're muted. The court is muted, I believe. Let me just double check. You see that? I'm glad we showed the vigil this morning. If you've missed it, go back to the start. After the first minute, I showed the vigil in Canton last night. What a moving vigil it was as well for John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe. And Peter Murphy made a great speech at the end as well. So yeah, we were 15 minutes behind, but now we're all caught up. We are live. So imagine that we'll just wait for the jury, hopefully, because they are currently muted. Robin G, you saw it too. Robin G's are going around the glen, riding around the glen, chasing all the men. Yeah, it's on Facebook and stuff like that, but I did a minute intro, 30-second thing. I went straight into it. It's 15 minutes. It is, Lady Di, 15 minutes long. But it's well worth watching. It's really, really good. Credit to Brenda and Dennis and everyone else that organised it. I'm not sure who in all organised it, but I think Brenda was involved. So shout out to them. It was a beautiful, beautiful vigil. I mean, it really emotional. You can watch it to the end because Peter's words at the end made me cry. It was really emotional. No, that's what I mean. That's why I played it for everybody this morning. It's well worth going to watch it. It is batshit crazy. It is, Crystal. You're right. And yes, he does sound I think Sandy's behind a little bit. She's just noticing the porn star moustache. It was Robin, was it? Very, very touching. Credit to everybody involved. Also, whoever was filming it, credit to them. It was really good. That wasn't off a phone or anything, so that was very well produced. There you go, Gary. It's all good. It's all good. Well, you all got lunch break and stuff to watch anyway. So, Judge, come on. Oh, yeah, that's
Lawyers
why.
are present. State's counsel is present. Are we ready for the jury?
We just need a couple of minutes, Your Honor. There'll be one quick thing to litigate.
Okay.
I didn't see any of that, Robin. To be quite honest with you, I didn't see the 24-hour one. So I wasn't looking at that one. To be honest with you, I heard about it, but I didn't know about it. And I didn't know about this one till this morning. Well, Dennis mentioned something. I didn't really know about it till this morning. I watched it.
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, Mexi.
And I want to inquire from the court and ask permission for her to be able to say one of the things that she had mentioned before at the prior hearing we had. And that was the defendant telling her, as it pertains to the prior killing, he made a statement to her that when he was talking about killing his mom in the future, he mentioned that he's killed before and he could kill again. It would be my intention to ask Your Honor for her to be allowed to say that, as it would not be contrary to the court's ruling. She would not be saying, and she did not say that the defendant said that in the context of his dad, and she would not be able to say that anything about him killing his dad here at trial. But I would ask for permission to be able to ask that question. And I would say it would not run afoul of Your Honor's ruling and what has already come in regarding that killing.
And I would object to that, Judge. It implies something that it's a true statement if he acted in self-defense, right? But the statement alone, without getting into details such as it was self-defense, make it extremely prejudicial. And I think that the prejudicial effect of it would substantially outweigh any probative value. So it's a 403 argument.
Remind me what the context of this conversation was in which the statement was made. What was going on?
She was talking to him about, it was one of the times when he needed to be at home instead of somewhere else, and I don't remember which place it was, if it was the jail or the psychiatric facility or foster care. But it was him again saying, I don't want to go home with my mom. I'm afraid of what she might do, and I could hurt her. In response, basically, I've killed before, and I know I could do it again. But once again, there's a whole host of interpretations that, if it's allowed in, I would feel obligated to go into. That could mean self-defense too, correct? Which opens a can of worms.
Is it fair characterization of the conversation that Mr. Griffith was talking about defending himself?
I believe so, yes.
The words themselves. I know there's been some
This
talk
was-
about, I'm afraid of what she'll do and then what I'll do. Is it that sort of give and take that's going on there?
I believe so, yes. But I could be wrong. There was one deputy who testified, and it might have been Welch, who said that it was not a conditional statement.
That was Welch.
It was Welch?
Yes.
Okay, so I remembered it correctly.
When was our hearing? I have notes.
14th and 15th, I think, of January, or maybe the 13th and the 14th.
Yeah, I think it was the 14th and 15th.
All right, so my notes reflect this was the incident at Charlotte Behavioral Health when he was being released. And I don't have verbatim notes, but she testified that the CAD notes said that he didn't feel safe to go home. When the witness got to the facility, Mr. Griffith approached, said he didn't feel safe to go home or how he'd handle it. She said initially he didn't seem to meet criteria. She asked him why he didn't feel safe or how he didn't feel safe, and he said he would do something to his mother or grandmother. She asked him what he meant, and he said he would throw them out of the car or shoot or stab them. He said he's done it before and would do it again. Asked what he meant. He said he shot his dad and he didn't want to go with either one of them. And then he was Baker acted again. So
Deputy knows that if Your Honor rules it admissible, she knows and understands that she will not mention that he killed his dad. I would ask Your Honor to allow me to ask that question, for her to answer that question, as it would be consistent with your ruling. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Thornhill, anything additional?
Nothing additional. I have a transcript also.
I see that. I'm sure it's better than my notes.
Well, your notes sound pretty darn good. You're supposed to already be giving. It's not very long.
All right, so Ms. Thornhill, I recognize the statement can be interpreted multiple ways, but isn't that the point? I mean, it is a statement of future potential intent action that I think can be interpreted as self-defense, but it can be interpreted as not self-defense. I because nothing in there says anything directly about being afraid of his mother or his grandmother, because he speaks about his grandmother. It just says and specifically his statement is, I'm afraid of how I'll handle the situation. Not, I'm afraid of my mother. I'm afraid I'll be attacked and what I'll do in response. It's, I'm afraid of how I'll handle the situation if you send me home, which is probative on the issue of premeditation, intent, so forth. So I am going to allow it. And it is out there that he's killed in the past.
Right,
So.
right. I understand. And let me ask you this then. Would I be running afoul or opening the door if I ask Deputy Welch about one possible interpretation of that is I've acted in self-defense before and I know I could do it again?
Opening the door to what?
To any of the Oklahoma stuff.
Mr. Levine, what's your position on that?
I think it would be opening the door, Your Honor.
I don't know why you would. I mean,
I don't think
that's a
it is.
question I think you would ask the jury during your closing argument. What does that mean? The witness's opinion of what that could mean is neither here nor there, is it?
I mean, we've had lots of opinions from officers about how they handle investigations and what's usual and things like that.
And the ones I've heard objected to have,
Yes.
if you notice, have been sustained.
Yes.
So.
That's fine. I won't go any further.
Right. I'm not saying it opens the door or what it might open the door to, but I just don't think it's relevant what they think that could mean.
Okay.
So.
And noted for future objections as well.
Now, sometimes those opinions might be admissible.
I understand.
If it's within their area of expertise and it's relevant to an issue in the case, but much of what I've heard, well, all of what you've objected to, I've sustained.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may have just a
So,
brief moment to.
Let me ask a question though.
Yes.
Well, you're going to tell her not to say anything about that it was the father or a relative. I mean,
Yes.
that was part of my order.
Yes, I've told her I'm going to tell her again based upon the court's ruling. Will be updated.
All right.
All right, thank you. That'll just take a minute because she's outside.
Yeah, I didn't. To be quite honest with you, Robin, I didn't realise there was anything dropped yesterday. To be quite honest with you, I didn't know. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'll give them credit though. The defense for Karen Reid, they build it up to something.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. State's ready.
Because what they originally had wasn't enough, but if they keep building stuff, put pieces together, you just never know, do you? I feel what I saw something. I have not read it. I saw something. Fine. Notice discovery. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I saw something. Gentleman posted something about Kim Fair. It was they basically put in some emails in, which I think might be from the juror from the last trial saying how the vote went or something. They predicted it to be, but that's fine.
The witness, Your Honor, she understands.
All right.
Keep your eyes open, though, Robin G. Whilst you're going around that Glen of yours, keep an eye out on documents and the men. You can do both. I know you can. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, looking at ducks and men. Robin G chases all the ducks, all the men, all the oh, I won't say cocks. Anyway, so we go. Guinness World Record, right? I just gave it to my phone for a random reason. I don't know why. It's a TikTok. The world's smallest woman and the world's largest man just met each other. So that's where Erin Hack's gone. Now I know where Erin Hack's gone for the day. She's going to meet the tallest man in the world. To read us so you can eat it. Yeah. Well, potentially not. Potentially not. Here she is. How was it? How was meeting all those that tall man? Erin Hack. Love it. Hey, hippie chick. I won't show you, but right behind me, hippie chick. Your gift is here. Your gifts, shall I say. It came earlier on. The Welsh staff. I'm already married to someone very tall. I know. 6'4". Tomorrow. Oh, do you know what? What I might do is play Peter Tragos. He's got a he's talking about some stuff about Karen Reid, so I'll play that at lunchtime now. Tomorrow. Yay! I will show you it. Obviously, well, I would show it, but I don't want to spoil a surprise for you. Tomorrow, we'll all come tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. I do wonder what Bev's going to do with that court hearing tomorrow, trial. Is she going to give her a day off? We have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, no worries, I will show you. Yeah, the surprise is I'm going to come out in the Speedos, Welsh Speedos, and go, hey, hippie chick, hooray! Your husband's going to have a heart attack. You're like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, this is a surprise. Speedos, the Welsh flag. I'll take them off there. Go, there you go. Give them to you. Yeah, your husband was like, fucking hell.
Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Carrie Welch.
Good morning.
Good morning, Deputy Welch. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name?
Yep, I'm Deputy Carrie Welch, Keriwelch.
And where do you work?
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
So I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 6 years. In that time, I do annual training with the Sheriff's Office, but I was also part of the mental health unit. So I did some crisis intervention training and extra training for de-escalation and things of that nature.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the defendant in this case. Did you have an opportunity to come in contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith, around September 19th of 2023?
Yes.
Describe to the jury how that came about.
So I was called to our Charlotte Behavioral Center, which is our Center for Crisis and Addiction Services. I was called there for the defendant being released from the facility, and they didn't feel that he was ready to be released. He was saying that he didn't want to go home.
What happened next when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I spoke with the defendant, and he made several statements about wanting to harm his mother and grandmother if he were to go back into their custody.
And in those several statements that he made about harming his mom and grandmother, what specifically did he say?
He specifically said that he had, or something along the lines of that he had done it before and that he would do it again, and said that he would either push them out of a car, stab them, or shoot them.
Were you concerned when he said this?
Absolutely.
As a result of that, what did you do?
I placed him under a Baker Act for protective custody and sent him back to the facility.
Tell the jury a little bit about what does that mean that you placed him under a Baker Act?
So Baker Act is for anyone that has mental illness or mental instability, someone that can cause harm to themselves or others.
Now, when the defendant mentioned those 3 different ways in which he could kill his grandma and or mom, and he said he's done it before, what was he referring to that he had done what before?
If you,
Yeah.
do you need clarification?
Yes.
All right. Would you both approach, please?
Oh. Her husband will say, "What is that sourdough smell?" You people. You people. Hey, this one looks prim and proper. This one looks serious, like you don't mess with her. She looks like a Lady Di type, like, Lady Di 2. Do not mess with me. Tomorrow, tomorrow. I love you tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to still keep an eye out about Karen Stroud because I do wonder what Bev is playing at, because if she's doing Karen Reid hearing tomorrow, fine, great. But it's going to probably take like a large chunk of the day. So what's she doing with the trial tomorrow? So once that trial has ended today, we'll find out more, because we'll know what happens. For those that don't know, Judge Bev is doing a bench trial in New England today, a manslaughter one. So, and I suspect it's on tomorrow, but maybe it's not. Maybe she's cancelled it. I don't know.
Rephrase your question.
Thank you. Deputy Welch, when you said that the defendant said he had done it again, he had done it before and could do it again, was he specifically referring to he had killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Good morning.
Back on September 19th, when you came into contact with Collin Griffith, that was at Charlotte Behavioral Health Center?
Yes.
And were you aware he had been in that facility under a Baker Act hold for several days leading up to your encounter with him?
I don't know how long, but he was in the facility prior, yes.
And are you aware of what caused him to be placed in that facility initially?
No.
Collin told you multiple times that he didn't feel safe going home, correct?
Correct.
And when he said, "I don't feel safe at home," you all kept saying, "Well, if you don't give me something specific, you're going to go home." I mean, he wanted to stay in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes, he didn't feel safe. Correct.
And Sergeant Schneider was there with you?
No.
At some point? No? This is separate from Sergeant Schneider? What time, if you know, was Collin supposed to be released from the Baker Act facility to go home with his mom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you responded to the facility hours after his release was supposed to happen?
I don't recall.
Do you remember going there at one point, finding that he didn't meet criteria to be re-Baker Acted, and then having to go back at another point?
No.
No? Okay. It just, there's some times on your reports that indicates you responded at both 6 and at midnight. Did I misread that?
Yeah, I don't recall going twice, just once.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do not.
Is it possible you went more than once?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So Collin is saying, "I want to stay here. I don't want to go home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home. I don't feel safe at home." Because he said it multiple times, right?
Correct.
And y'all kept saying, "You got to go home. You got to go home," because you didn't think he met the criteria to be re-Baker Acted, right?
Correct.
And then finally he said the magic words that got him re-Baker Acted, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, once he said, I'm afraid I'll hurt or kill my mom or my grandma, you guys immediately put him back in the facility, right?
Absolutely. It's a homicidal statement.
Right. And that appeared to be his goal the whole time, was to get put back in the facility rather than going home with mom or grandma.
I don't know what his intention was.
1 second. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Deputy Welch, is it a fair statement that the defendant, in reference to killing his mom or his grandma, said, "I will kill my mom"?
Yes,
So it wasn't dependent on anything. It was, "I will kill my mom."
that's correct.
And when you asked him how that would happen, his response was throw them out of the car, shoot, or stab.
Yes.
And is that when he said that he killed before and could kill again?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
The state would call Detective Lacey Zenoniani with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Right here, raise your right hand, this morning by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Watch your step. Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective, if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Lacey Ziniani, juvenile detective with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Could you spell your name for the record?
Zenioniani.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been employed in law enforcement for 5 years.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
My training and experience started on road patrol for my first 3 years, and I have currently been in this position for 2.
And the position you're in as a juvenile detective, what does that mean?
So my position focuses on juvenile intervention and working with the youth within our county. My unit focuses on working with juveniles who are at risk. I also monitor our juveniles who are on probation and try to lead them into a successful pathway, as well as working with our runaways and just any juvenile who is experiencing issues or trouble at home.
How did you come into contact with the defendant, Collin Griffith?
I came into contact with the defendant after the initial incident that occurred. It was forwarded to me for intervention purposes.
What were your goals then when you got involved in the defendant's life?
Our goals were to implement intervention and work with the family to assist them with resources and guide them to a successful pathway.
Would you have interaction with not only the defendant, but also his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant's grandmother, Susan Detman?
Yes.
And was that both in person and on the phone?
Yes.
Describe to the jury the accessibility part of your relationship to the mom and the defendant.
So I spoke with the mom and the defendant very often. My role was to be available to them, again, for resources. So we would sometimes speak daily, sometimes speak multiple times a day. Whenever they needed to call, I was there to answer and assist with whatever they needed.
On the day that Kathy Griffith died, did she contact you or try to contact you?
I had yes, prior to she contacted me via phone.
And was that a text message or a phone call, do you recall?
It would have been both.
And you responded to her at some point on that same day?
Yes.
Was she alive to answer that phone call?
Yes.
Or, did she answer that phone call?
Yes.
Towards the end of the day, did you ever call or text her and she didn't respond to you?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you give us kind of like a time frame, the general month and year to the general month and year of when you would have been in the defendant and his mom's life?
Roughly, we began intervention back in September of 23. And that would have ended September of 24, I believe.
Did the defendant ever make statements to you or in your presence that concern you about the violence he wanted to inflict upon his mom?
Yes.
And what do you remember him saying?
I don't recall specifics, but there were comments that if he returned home or back into the residence with his mom, that he wouldn't be able to control what had happened or that he would harm her.
When you say he wouldn't be able to control what would happen, do you mean how he would act?
Yes.
Did he say anything more than harm her? In terms of, did he say he would hurt her or kill her or anything specific?
There were comments that he would kill her.
And did he say to you or in your presence on more than one occasion that he would kill her?
Yes.
And did he make those statements that he would kill his mom on different dates?
Yes.
What type of time period do you think he made those statements in terms of how many days, weeks, or months of a time period did he repeatedly say he would kill his mom?
I don't know any specifics, but it was often that the comments were made.
It was the defendant made those statements often?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when he would make those statements, what would be your response?
We would just try to work through with him and mentor him about the opportunities that he had for his future and how to work through the situations at hand and the consequences that would result from those comments.
Did it appear that he would get angry when mom would try to take away his video games and cell phone and things of that nature?
Yes.
Was that a reoccurring source of discontent on the defendant's part?
Yes.
Now, besides providing help to Collin and attention to Collin Griffith, did you also provide that to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, we did.
Was she receptive to doing what you told her to do?
In the beginning, she would act like she was receptive, but would go against what was being discussed.
And would she basically give in to cater to the defendant's desires?
Yes.
Do you think she was would give in too much and be too soft on him at times?
At times, yes.
Now, from those many months that you interacted with the family, was it clear to you that she loved Collin and wanted him to be around her?
Yes.
Did she understand the danger to her life having the defendant around her?
Yes.
Did she know that he had explicitly said he would kill her?
Yes, she made a comment to me that she was willing to accept her faith if that gave her more time with her son.
Meaning she was willing to die die at the hands of the defendant as long as she had more time to spend with him?
Yes.
Now, getting to know the family a little bit, did you become aware that there were also good times between the defendant and his mom?
Yes, the family frequently went on vacations such as Disney cruises. They went on multiple cruises together and other family trips.
Would they both tell you about going to the movies or having movie passes to be able to go to the movies together?
They thoroughly enjoyed going to the movies together.
Whatever flaws Kathy might have had, was she trying to be a good mom?
I believe at the time she was doing her best, yes.
From your observations over that many month period, did the defendant have respect for his mom and her rules?
No.
All right, Detective, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective Zanoniani, you talked a little bit about your role in the juvenile division. It's sort of a special role in the sheriff's office, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you're doing your best to intervene to help families make it through a difficult adolescent period often.
Yes.
And the resources that you provide, which is your job, right, is for both parents and the kids.
Yes.
So it's not limited to just the kids or just the parents.
Well, it mainly focuses on the juvenile itself, but taking it an extra step further to make sure the parents have what they need to follow through thoroughly, yes.
And sometimes problems that children appear to have are related to their parents or how they were parented.
Yes.
Is that fair? Obviously, you got to know Kathy and Collin Griffith pretty well here over the year that you were involved, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you need to answer out loud so the court reporter
Yes.
can take it down. Did you also get to know Susan Detman?
Yes.
And as part of your job in getting to know the family and the dynamics, because that's important too, right?
Yes.
You came to learn quite a bit about everyone's background, right?
Yes.
Okay, especially Kathy.
Yes.
And did you actually seek out information about Kathy's past in your efforts to provide resources to both her and to Collin?
In the beginning, yes.
So you became aware of some prior involvement that Kathy had with DCF, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in most, if not all of those prior DCF involvements, it involved Kathy being violent or aggressive towards other family members.
Yes.
And many of her actions that caused DCF to become involved were committed in front of her children.
Most of them that I recall, yes.
And in fact, her kids were taken away from her, or sheltered from her at times, correct?
I don't recall those specifics, but...
Would it surprise you?
No.
And you're also aware that Kathy had been arrested before?
Yes.
Specifically for an incident that involved her stabbing her then husband in front of 10-year-old Collin.
Yes.
And also, there were other incidences where Kathy committed violence upon her then husband in front of the children.
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the car pinning incident, which I call
Yes.
it, where she drives her car and pins her then husband to the house with her car still running. He can't escape, right?
Yes.
And her older son, Christopher, had to go and yell and beat on the car and tried to get a baseball bat to break through the windows to finally get his mom to release her then husband from.
I don't recall those very specifics, but I do recall minor details of the report, yes.
And you're also aware that Kathy Griffith had, well, let me say it this way. The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office responded a lot to Kathy's home. Is that fair?
Yes.
And one of those times involved, didn't actually happen at her home, but she had threatened to kill her then ex-husband's girlfriend's family. Are you aware of that?
I don't recall specifics on those details.
Okay, so you don't recall a Charlotte County Sheriff's deputy contacting her and getting her, trying to convince her to turn around from going to Homestead to kill the 3 members of the family?
I don't recall that, no.
What about an incident when Kathy claimed that someone had committed a crime upon her and called law enforcement? Are you aware of any of those instances?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, you're aware that Kathy claimed that her then husband's paramour had strangled Kathy and that she had video proof of this woman strangling her.
I believe I recall something similar, but again, I don't recall specific details on those.
But the takeaway from all that is that Kathy called police claiming that she had been strangled by someone else, but the video proof she had was clear that it was Kathy strangling herself. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Would you say that Kathy, in your interactions with her, definitely wanted her things to go her way, or she was not going to have it?
Yes.
Okay. So sort of her way or the highway?
Yes.
It's also fair to say that she really, really, really wanted Collin to stay with her.
Yes.
She knew that Collin did not want to live with her, correct?
Yes.
She knew that he had said he didn't feel safe with her, right?
Yes.
And she still wanted him there at all costs.
Yes.
Even despite the things that you all told her he said.
Yes.
In your opinion, as somebody who provides intervention for families either in turmoil or distress, or if there's been an arrest, do you think it was a good idea for Collin and Kathy to live together?
We did everything we could as far as intervention purposes, working alongside of our mental health unit and with DCF, and that was the decision that was made.
Who made it?
DCF returned him back to his home. We had resources we could implement in the time being to help guide them. I can't speak on who made it specifically.
But your personal opinion?
I'm confident that we did everything we could. I don't know that I feel comfortable giving my
If
personal
it had been
opinion.
your decision, you would not have allowed them to live together, correct? Correct. For both of their safety?
Yes.
Including Collin's safety from what Kathy might do to him?
Both.
Yes. And sort of along that same vein, Kathy, in just the year that you knew her, was suicidal several times.
There were several suicide incidences, yes.
So when you say instances, it's not just her saying she's suicidal. She actually attempted suicide several times that you are personally aware of.
Yes.
So overdosing on oxycodone, for example.
Yes.
Mixing it with alcohol.
Yes.
Are you aware of a time when she had a gun in her hand but had become so incoherent from the pills that she luckily didn't?
Yes.
She even posted things sometimes about wanting to kill herself. Are you aware of that?
I never had access and or viewed her social media accounts to answer that.
but safe to say that at times she really wanted to die.
Yes.
And went beyond just saying it, but actually tried to.
Yes.
On September 11th or 12th of 2023, so right when you first became involved with Collin and Kathy, did you speak with Collin about why you'd gotten involved, about why the sheriff's office was, talking to them?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you that time that his mom had pulled a gun on him, right?
Yes.
And that she had pointed at him and threatened to shoot him?
Yes.
Or herself, or both?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he gave you a lot of details about what all she said to him.
He gave a lot of details to the initial responding deputies who took the report, who would have had everything. I followed up the next day for intervention purposes, not mainly focusing on that, but figuring out how we can help them moving forward.
And I mean, what he said happened is not unfathomable given Kathy's past, right?
No.
And you're aware that Kathy actually had a gun in her home at that time?
Based on the information of the initial call, it was assumed there was a gun in the home, but she denied it being in there. There was no way for us to prove if it was in the home or not.
But you found out later that there had been a gun in the home, right?
Several months later, yes.
Yeah. And so she lied to you about that.
Yes.
And she convinced everybody that she had never done such a thing, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that she actually admitted to her own mother that she had pulled a gun on Collin?
No.
When you first became involved with Collin and Kathy, Collin was in the Baker Act facility, right?
Yes.
And Kathy was not being cooperative with the efforts that everybody was making to make sure that she was safe, that Collin was safe, that things were being done to make sure nothing bad happened to either one of them, right?
Yes.
So, for instance, she wouldn't sign medical release forms for people to be able to communicate about Collin's treatment if any was needed.
That's correct.
And when Charlotte Behavioral Health Center wanted her permission to try some different medications with Collin, she refused, right?
Yes.
And at that point, he was only 16, right?
Yes.
So she had to make those decisions for him.
Yes.
And in fact, she was so desperate to have Collin back with her, despite everything that happened, that she hired a lawyer to get him released from Charlotte Behavioral Health, right?
Yes.
And that actually happened.
Yes.
But Collin kept saying, I don't feel safe going home. I'm afraid of what she might do to me and then what I'll do in response.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. And then another time, I think it was part of that same episode, Collin actually got placed into a place called Sandy Pines.
Yes.
And what do you know about Sandy Pines?
Sandy Pines is a residential facility on the other coast. Usually your local mental health facility will complete a packet. Our mental health team would be able to answer this a little bit better than I can. But they go through a formal process and send them away to this residential facility to obtain help.
Okay. And your understanding of it is that it's a 60 to 90 day program?
Yes.
And that's designed to get the maximum benefit from
Yes.
it, correct? As opposed to, say, Charlotte Behavioral Health and Baker Act, which is usually just a few days to get someone past
Yes.
whatever acute problem they're having.
Correct.
Kathy checked Collin out of Sandy Pines after 3 days, right?
It was very quickly, yes.
And against medical advice, right?
Yes.
And against your advice.
Against all of our advice, yes.
Everyone's advice.
Yes.
All right. So you're checking in regularly with the family on November 12th of 2023. So the night that Collin was arrested for battering his mom. Well, actually, this is the day before. I apologize. There might have been some contact between either you or Corporal Rentis, who is somebody you work with in the juvenile division,
Yes.
right? Okay. Corporal Rentis was also very involved with Collin and Kathy,
Yes.
right? In fact, I think you may have told me on another occasion that you had a really close relationship with Kathy in terms of you communicated more often with her, but Collin and Corporal Rentis would communicate most often.
Yes.
So Collin would reach out to Corporal Rentis more often than he reached out to you.
Yes.
But he did reach out to you sometimes.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought I heard something. So on November 12th, so the day before he got arrested, did you have any communication with either Kathy or Collin when he called Rentis and said, I don't feel safe at my home anymore. My mom kicked me out, but now she's calling me a runaway. I don't feel safe with her because she had a gun and she's threatened me before.
I don't recall specifics of our phone call because, again, we spoke almost daily, if not every other day, but they would reach out when things would escalate so that we could try to guide them through the process.
Okay, but that particular, you do remember an incident shortly before Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery where his mom kicked him out.
Yes.
And he said, then when she started calling him a runaway, he didn't feel safe going back home because of the gun incident. And law enforcement got involved that day as well.
Yes.
And nobody checked for a gun that day either, right?
I can't speak for who was there.
Okay. But you are aware that Collin actually went with Susan that night.
Yes.
To her house in, I think
Yes.
to her Auburndale house.
Yes.
Okay. And was the recommendation at that point for Collin to stay with Susan for some length of time, or was it kind of up in the air?
He had a good relationship with his grandma, so she was a good divider between the two to keep them separated. So we were just trying to keep them separate for a couple days until things de-escalated.
Are you aware that Kathy demanded that Susan bring Collin home immediately the next day?
Yes.
On the 13th. Yeah. And were you involved in any of the discussions about that?
I recall speaking with Catherine and advising her to let them stay separate for a couple of days.
But she insisted that Collin
Yes.
be brought back to her home.
Yes.
Are you also aware that she punished Collin for not coming home quickly enough?
I don't recall specific punishment other than taking his gaming equipment away, if that's what you're referring to.
What about corporal punishment? Are you aware of any corporal punishment she inflicted on him?
No.
Really? So not a belt whipping incident?
I don't recall a belt whipping incident.
And speaking of that, if Kathy claimed to Susan, who witnessed the belt whipping, that when Susan said, hey, don't do that, and Kathy said, no, it's okay, Rentis told me I could do it, would that be something you would expect
That's
Corporal
not
Rentis
something
to-
Corporal Rentes would say.
It's not something he would say?
No.
Okay, so if Kathy said that to Susan, she would have been making it up.
Yes.
Then on the 13th, we know Collin is arrested for the domestic violence battery. And he said that his mom had punched him, and in response to that he kneed her and threw her off of him.
Yes.
Yep. And given Kathy's history, that's not, once again, unfathomable, is it?
No.
On the 14th of November, so the day that Collin got released from the jail, you're aware that he told jail personnel, I don't want to go home with my mom. Please don't make me go home with my mom. I don't feel safe with my mom. I'm afraid of what she'll do to me and then what I'll do in response.
I wasn't there for that specific situation, so I can't really speak on their behalf.
Are you at least aware that it occurred?
Yeah.
And jail personnel made him go home with his mom.
At the time, again, I wasn't there, so I can't speak on that behalf of what happened there.
Well, Collin's at home with mom when Charlotte County Sheriff's deputies have to respond to the home because the jail, I think, realized maybe that wasn't such a good idea to make him go home with mom and asked them to go check. Were you a part of that?
No.
Going to check? Were you aware of it in any way?
Not at the time, not at the exact time, no.
But you found out about it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that as soon as the sheriff's deputies get there, that Collin is doing standing marches right in front of Kathy, holding weights above his head.
I remember a comment being made about it, but again, I wasn't there during that specific time.
Did you ever speak with any of the deputies who responded to the house that day?
No.
No? Okay. At any rate, you're aware that Collin ended up being Baker acted again on the 14th because he said, I'm afraid of what my mom will do to me if she comes at me, if she abuses me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. I may hurt her. Okay. That same day, I know you're aware of this because you actually, I think, made the call. Kathy overdosed on medicine, right?
Yes.
Okay, so she ended up in a Baker Act facility on November 14th, 2023.
Yes.
Over the next few months, you're aware of the ups and downs between Kathy and Collin, right?
Yes.
And they went back and forth with who would be taking care of him, to the point where eventually Collin's lawyer, you know who Jeff Rapkin is, right?
Yes.
That was Collin's lawyer for the domestic violence battery.
Yes.
Actually, let me back up then. So on the domestic violence battery charge, it seems that Kathy was a little inconsistent in what she wanted to see happen with that charge. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So sometimes she wanted the book thrown at him, take him away, lock him up, whatever. But then other times she wanted the charges dropped completely.
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't always predictable what she would want.
Correct.
More suicide attempts throughout the next few months on Kathy's behalf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, she got Baker acted several times, overdosed more than once.
More than once, yes.
Okay. So during this time, Mr. Rapkin is representing Collin in the domestic violence battery case, and eventually Collin gets put on probation. But that's not until several months later, right?
Yes.
Okay. But in the meantime, as Kathy's not sure what she wants to happen, you're aware that both Kathy and Susan signed an agreement to have concurrent custody of Collin, right?
Yes.
And that's called the 751 plan.
Yes.
So both people who are taking on the responsibility or the duty of caring for a child have to sign in front of a notary for that to happen, right?
Yes.
And they have to file the paperwork with the court system.
Yes.
And then eventually a judge either agrees with it and signs an order or says, no, I don't agree with the concurrent custody.
Yes.
In this particular case, you're aware that a judge did sign off on the concurrent custody agreement.
Yes.
So that meant that both Susan and Kathy at any time could be caring for Collin and it would be legal.
Yes.
They could each make medical decisions for him at any time.
Yes.
And enroll him in school, things like
Yes.
that. And neither one needed the permission of the other to do any of those things.
Correct.
So DCF got involved again in February of 2024. You know what incident I'm talking about?
Can you specify?
Well, it's the time when they actually found a gun in the home, the gun that Kathy claimed wasn't there, and DCF got called out, and Kathy actually claimed that Collin had attacked her and battered her again. Does that incident sound familiar?
I don't recall very specifics. She may have told DCF that, or admitted to DCF at the time that she had a gun in the home, but I wasn't there, so I don't remember specifics.
Actually, I thought maybe you were there. Didn't you find a gun at her home one time?
After the fact, yes.
After what fact?
After working with him for a while, she admitted and willingly gave us the gun to hold into our evidence for everybody's safety.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Specifics.
But after she told you that she didn't have a gun in the home, you went and actually retrieved one.
Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea if she bought another gun or had another gun or?
No, I mean, I can't speak on what she did.
Okay.
Behind closed doors.
So I'm talking about the incident where Kathy claimed that Collin had battered her. She called law enforcement and tried to get him arrested.
Okay.
And the deputies looked at ring video from the home and determined that that did not happen. Are you aware of that?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And that DCF thought that Collin should stay with Susan or someone else for a while.
Yes.
But Kathy wouldn't allow it.
Correct.
Once again.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other times when Kathy made false allegations?
I mean, she made false allegations on multiple occasions, but unless you ask specifically, I don't recall.
Okay.
Like, what are you referring
No,
to?
it's okay. I think you've given the jury a good idea of how trustworthy she was, which is not very, correct?
At times, no.
Would you say that she was erratic in your experience with her?
I would say she was very undecisive.
So erratic is not a word you'd use. Well, what about the kicking Collin out and then turning around and calling him a runaway because she kicked him out? That's pretty erratic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and she did that more than once, right?
Yes.
Including when she knew she had kicked him out and he was with Susan.
Yes.
She'd call him a runaway and.
Yes.
Would you say she was unpredictable?
Yes.
How about manipulative?
Yes.
She manipulated you or tried to manipulate you and other law enforcement officers, right?
I believe they both were, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. What about sort of self-sabotaging in terms of what she wanted and how to
Yes.
accomplish that? Yes?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about Collin's probation terms. So far as you know, he was complying with his probation terms, right?
He was compliant with probation, yes.
And those probation terms also allowed him to go out of county to stay with Susan, right?
Yes.
Okay, there wasn't any requirement beyond that other than letting his probation officer know that he was going there, right?
Correct.
And his probation officer was Monique?
Yes.
In all the time that you dealt with Collin and Kathy, Collin basically told you he would rather be in jail than with his mom, right?
He made a comment.
What about that he'd rather stay in a psychiatric facility than go home with his mom?
There was a comment made previously, yes.
And he also has said he'd rather be in foster care than with his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And that's because he felt unsafe with her?
That is because he felt unsafe and they just did not get along.
Right.
They didn't agree or respect each other.
Okay. But let's talk specifically about these statements Mr. Levine asked you about, him, threatening to cause harm to his mom. Every single time you heard one of those, it was always prefaced with, if she attacks me, or if she harms me, or if she comes at me,
Yes.
I will harm her.
Yes.
Okay. So indicating that he would utilize self-defense if she attacked him.
Yes.
On September 8th of 2024, so the day that Kathy died, you were communicating, let's say on September 7th into the early morning of the 8th, you were communicating with both Collin and with Kathy, right?
I was spending time with my family during the day, so I did not have my phone until several hours after this had initially started.
But weren't you talking with Collin via text?
He had texted me the day before, but I didn't answer, nor did I have my phone.
Okay.
So everything was after the fact when I had called and checked in that
Okay.
next
I
day.
thought you said that you'd talked to Kathy on the phone sometime on the 8th.
I talked to her the day that it happened prior to, but I
Right.
wasn't available the date it started leading up to it.
I'm sorry. So on the 8th, you actually did communicate with Kathy.
Yes.
And you told her that she should let Collin stay with Susan.
Yes.
Which was perfectly acceptable, both legally under the 751 plan and under his probation conditions.
Yes.
And she just wasn't having it, was she?
No.
She was going to make him come home.
She was going to do whatever she wanted to do at the time.
You told her there was no need to go up there herself.
I told her to just give it a couple of days and let everything de-escalate.
Okay, but she didn't listen, right?
Right.
Kathy made some claims via text and maybe even to you, I don't know, on September 8th, like that Collin was a runaway. Did she ever claim that to you?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, was it?
No.
She also claimed that Collin had stolen his car.
Yes.
And that she was going to get him arrested for stealing the car.
Yes.
But that wasn't true either, was it?
No.
She made claims that she had sold the car. You aware of those claims?
Not specifics,
Okay.
but
I'll move on. What about that? She specifically made a claim that law enforcement, meaning your sheriff's office, had told her that if Collin was not back at her house by 10 a.m. on the 8th, that she could be arrested and that you all were going to get involved because Collin was a runaway, and it would have been 24 hours then.
I don't recall those specific details that she would get arrested.
Okay. So safe to say you never told her that if Collin wasn't at her house by 10 a.m. on Sunday, September 8th, she would be arrested?
No.
Okay.
No.
And that law enforcement gave her until 10 a.m. to get him back?
No, that's incorrect.
Had Kathy expressed suicidal thoughts to you in the days leading up to September 8th?
I don't recall suicidal thoughts leading up to the day. No.
Okay.
No.
One second. Detective Zanoniani, actually, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
All right, detective, would you agree that supposed suicide attempts are often cries for help?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to commit suicide. Would you agree? If someone's actually wants to do it?
Yes.
If you have a gun, you can put it to your head, pull the trigger, and suicide accomplished.
Yes.
All right. So Kathy had a gun. She could have killed herself anytime she wanted to, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't want to die, correct?
Correct.
She wanted to spend time with her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some mention about some prior allegations between Kathy and the defendant's father, her ex-husband.
Yes.
And you were asked if you were aware of a bunch of different things. Were you aware that the defendant's father / Kathy's ex-husband was very abusive to Kathy?
Yes.
Were you aware that he impregnated her when she was a mere child?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was physically and mentally and emotionally abusive to her?
Yes.
And were you aware that there was some incident or some allegation where she did something with a corkscrew to him?
Yes.
Now, violence, of course, is not acceptable, but would you agree that Kathy was the relationship with her ex-husband and what she put up with at his hands was atrocious?
Yes.
So that probably certainly didn't help her being a child, being impregnated, and then, living however long she lived until she died, correct?
Correct.
So the defense described her as unpredictable. Is that correct?
Yes.
But what was predictable was her love for her son and her wanting her son to be with her, correct?
Yes.
And she was cognizant of the fact that probably as soon as he turned 18, he was going to say, see you later, and basically
Yes.
ignore her.
Yes.
It was mentioned that she was manipulative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant manipulative?
Yes.
Who did the defendant show respect to?
His grandma.
Okay. And what set of people?
Of higher authority, people who had a lot of money.
Would he respect people that would do things for him or who could do things for him?
Yes.
Like buy him things and do things like that?
Yes.
And you said he loved his grandma.
Yes.
Do you know why he threatened to kill his grandma and threatened to do her harm in addition to loving her?
No.
Did you see many instances of when things were going according to the way he wanted them to go, he'd be happy and fine with it?
Yes.
Did you see many instances of when somebody tried to discipline him or take something away or tell him no, he would get furious?
Yes.
And be immature and lash out?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that he sure loved going on cruises with his mom?
Yes.
He sure loved going to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia and the Caribbean and all these different places with his mom?
Yes.
He enjoyed vacations. He enjoyed the food, going out to eat. Is that correct?
Yes, they took a lot of vacations together.
He enjoyed basically unlimited Starbucks drinks, coffees, cold drinks, sandwiches that his mom would buy him.
Yes.
He loved the fact that his mom bought him computers, correct?
Yes.
He loved that she got him an Xbox.
Yes.
He loved that she got him a cell phone.
Yes.
He loved the video games and all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
But he didn't like chores, right?
Correct.
And he didn't like weed eating the backyard or taking out the trash or keeping his room clean, correct?
Correct.
So God forbid he had to do any of those things. That would anger him, correct?
Yes.
So he would prefer to not have anyone telling him what to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sometimes our grandparents a little less disciplinarians than the actual parent of a child.
Yes.
And despite knowing that she might be signing her own death certificate, she still wanted to spend every moment with her son until he killed her.
Yes.
All right, nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
As long as you on standby, just in case.
You're not released from your subpoena, but you're free to go for now. You'll get a call if you're needed back.
Okay, thanks.
Members of the jury, it's almost noon. We'll take our lunch recess now of 1 hour.
All rise, please.
Please report back at 1 o'clock.
You don't need to go to the jury. You don't need to go back to the jury. May be seated.
Mr. Levine, how many afternoon witnesses do you anticipate?
I have 3 witnesses for the afternoon, Your Honor. There are 2 more Charlotte County Sheriff's Office witnesses, as well as a little bit of Detective Danny Peters. A lot of his testimony will be tomorrow. So those will be the final 3 for today.
I heard you all whispering that it would be an early day today. Is that
It probably will be, Your Honor, yes.
any reason we're not filling the day up a little more?
Well, Your Honor, some of the testimony and witnesses have been moving quicker than anticipated. However, we're way ahead of schedule in terms of it's not going to be going the full 2 weeks at all.
Do you have some, if you continue at this pace, do you have some prediction as to when you might rest
Monday, Your Honor?
at the end of the day?
Yeah, I would think so.
And then if you have a case, do you know
I still think it would be about a day.
about a day?
At least that's what I think right now.
Okay. Anything we need to take out before the vote?
No, Your Honor, but in terms of based upon the court's ruling and the defense's objection regarding the CD for Deputy Jankowski this afternoon, those redactions or changes will be made. So that's about the only thing.
Maybe you could return just a few minutes early so
Sure.
you can view it or
Yes.
listen to it.
You got it, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Did you need to do something on the record? All right, hang on just a minute.
So my plan now is right. I'm gonna leave you ladies, some of you anyway, with the lawyer you know. He did a stream yesterday, about the Commonwealth wants to block another expert. Will the Google searches be out? But can't read, ready for tomorrow. So I thought it might be interesting for you to hear what he has to say. Now it's an hour and 20-minute stream.
We'll be in a recess, but would you remain for just a few minutes?
So since in here for another one, I was keeping an eye on it.
If you cut the feed, please.
And it's mainly all day. So I thought if it was at the end, I would play it. But they're still ongoing as far as I've seen. Let me just double check it then, because see Gary. Let me just double check it because it was just them speaking earlier on. Hang on then. Let me just have a look for it, because it may have progressed without me knowing. Bear with me. And now I can't find it, so hang on. Maybe they've finished. Bear with me. Oh, they deleted it. It's gone. Let me try one of the other law crimes then. Hang on. I think they're on lunch break. For whatever reason, they've taken it down. They took it down. Downtown. They took it downtown. Let's see Court TV then, if they got it. No, let me try that first then. Downtown. What's it called? Court TV got it. Hang on. They're on lunch break there. So what I'll do is I'll play it for you until this comes back then. Right. Oh, look at all the chat. Look at all the chat here. Right. Hang on. Right, this is Lady Di's fault. She made me go and find this. Now I've lost. Where the fuck is it? I've lost it. Oh, here we go. I got it. So this is the start of today. I'll play the first hour today of the Natalie Cochran trial for you. Are you kidding me? What? No, it's too late now. I fucking got Natalie Cochran. This is all Lady Di's fault. Robin, you're off the hook. This is Lady Di's fault. I fucking went to look for it. I had to find it.
Some ground rule that the state appears.
Right, this is start. So this will be your first hour, and then I'll come back at 1 o'clock. I will go back because it's gone all day. That's 40 minutes. Yeah. Mercy Phase, that's the one. So I can only show the first hour and I'll come back for the other one. So I'll be back at 1. It's the same for me. Well, this is all your fault, so I don't care. Right, here you go, people.
The court calls the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Page Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. The record should reflect that the state appears by Tom Truman, prosecuting attorney for Raleigh County, Ashley Acord, assistant prosecuting attorney for Raleigh County. The record should further reflect the presence of the defendant, Natalie Page Cochran, in person and by counsel Matthew Victor and Stanley I. Selden. We are here now for the penalty phase of this case. We need to discuss some ground rules and make sure that we are on the same page in this regard. The court will permit brief opening statements from each side. As I explained to you yesterday, the defense goes forward first, but yet there is no burden of proof. In my review of the law, also, the defense has the last word before the matter is submitted to the jury for determination, and we can work that out. The court will permit instructions to be submitted if you wish, and I believe the state has submitted a penalty phase instruction. We have been working on a proposed verdict form, and we have one, and the state has submitted one, and at the appropriate time, we will discuss that factor. We will concentrate on character of the defendant. The court will employ evidentiary rules 401 and 403, 401 pertaining to relevancy, 403 the balancing test to ensure that there is no undue prejudice to this defendant. Let me hear if you have any questions or suggestions.
That's for the statement, thank you.
Mr. Victor.
I think at some point, Your Honor, we may consider the instruction that has been offered by the state But I don't think it's necessary to do it at this time.
Certainly. And
Unless the court believes otherwise.
it's sort of a bland instruction, and I don't mean that in any derogatory way, but it just sets forth the circumstances and explains to the jury why we are here, and if the jury recommends parole eligibility, the defendant would be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. So it doesn't seem to be very controversial, I should say. Is the defense prepared to go forward at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state ready?
State's ready.
All right, bring out the jury bailiff. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
You are back, and I'm glad to see you. We are here now for the so-called penalty phase of this case. In this part, the jury has the sole discretion whether this defendant, Natalie Page Cochran, convicted of first-degree murder, should receive mercy. As in the guilt phase, which has already been determined, your verdict must be unanimous. If you recommend parole eligibility, the defendant may be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. If you do not recommend parole eligibility, in other words, if you do not recommend mercy, the defendant will receive a life sentence and never be eligible for parole. All right, we switch things up a little bit from what you're used to in this phase of the case. The court will permit the defense to go forward first. All right, I'll ask Mr. Victor or Mr. Selden to please call their first witness.
Your Honor, I believe you mentioned brief opening statements.
All right, if you wish to present an opening statement, that would be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court, and all of the spectators. Now, as the judge has told you, we are now entering the penalty phase where you, the jury, and only you, will decide the penalty for Natalie Cochran. As the judge has told you, she's now been convicted of first-degree murder of her husband, Michael. And you, the jury, have to decide if she spends the rest of her life in prison, which would be no mercy, or if she becomes eligible for parole after 15 years, which means you grant her mercy. We'll be calling a number of witnesses that will testify to Natalie Cochran's character, things she has done prior to her conviction, things she has done that indicate her character and her ability to be rehabilitated while in prison. The sum total of why Natalie Cochran, we hope and implore you to grant her mercy. I hope you listen carefully to what they have to say without prejudging them. And again, we beg you to give mercy to Natalie Cochran. Thank you.
Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Good morning.
this will be a lot less information than you had to absorb over the last 2 weeks, and you're thinking, thank goodness. Well, we couldn't have made up a stranger procedure than this, but this is the procedure. The defense is right. You won't get any guidance. You won't get any instructions other than what Judge Kirkpatrick just went over with you. There's really no criteria. You are totally in charge, completely in charge. It's whatever you feel is appropriate. And for that, the state will be putting on some evidence also of what we think accurately portrays the defendant's character. And at the end of it, you'll go back in your jury room and you'll decide, is this defendant worthy of parole at some point or not? And that's it. That's your sole job remaining in this case. So we'll see how the evidence unfolds, and we'll see what you think when you come back out of your jury room with a decision. Thank you.
All right, now, Mr. Selden, please call your first witness.
Your Honor, we would like to call Penny Carrico Lowry to the stand.
Very well. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
You okay?
Yes, I'll be
fine. I know these proceedings they're hard on everyone. Please tell us your name and the correct spelling of it.
Penny Lowry, Penny Lowry.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Do you have any relationship, family relationship to her?
Yes, she's my baby sister.
So you've known Natalie virtually all of her life?
Yes.
I would like you to tell this jury any aspects of Natalie's character, her good works, her actions towards others in the community. I'm leaving it pretty open for you to convince this jury as to why they should grant your little sister mercy. And feel free to go into any details that you think they might like to hear. Okay?
Yeah. I was thinking about this last night. I know that you don't see her like I see her. And I was 12 years old when she was born, so she was like my little baby doll. And I just remember her, just things about her, like she would come to my room and sleep with me.
Okay.
She was afraid of the dark. And
go slowly.
okay, I'm sorry.
I know you want to get it all out,
Yes.
but I want to make sure the jury hears everything. So slowly, please.
So when I see her, I see that little girl that came to my room every night and was afraid of the dark to sleep with me. And I see the little girl that I drove to and from school every day. And then on Saturdays, I would want to watch what I wanted to watch. She always wanted to watch My Little Pony. We would do that together. I watched her grow up, and she was a beautiful, smart woman. And I was there. We helped to plan her wedding. I was with her, and with her when she had her kids.
Okay, again.
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm having a little trouble
Okay.
hearing and following you. I know you're extremely emotional. We understand that.
Yes.
Just a little slower, please. Thank you.
Are you all understanding me?
Okay.
So I watched her become this woman and have her kids, and I love her and I love Michael. And I remember one time, I was thinking last night that I asked them to babysit for me when my daughter was a little baby, and they were so excited. They weren't married yet, and they came over and kept her. And I was gone for a few hours, and she was awful. And I came home, and Michael said, "We are never having kids." But then they had these beautiful 2 kids, and I just love them so much. And Natalie, I know all 40 plus years of her. You've seen her just this short amount of time. She is good. She's done so many great, so helpful, and she would help people. She wrote a devotion book. We grew up in church, and she knows what right from wrong. And we've been taught to be forgiving. And I look at my family, and I'm just begging you for mercy for those kids and for my mom and dad. Giving her mercy does not mean she'll get out of prison. It means there's hope for a parole. She's been in prison already. She's missed every milestone that, their graduation and Nikki's prom. She'll miss weddings and probably when they have their babies. I don't think my mom and dad will be alive when she gets out. I just pray that you give us some hope. Hope is a powerful thing. There's a statement that says, life without hope is ceasing to live. And I think those kids need some hope to see their mom as she gets older. They've hurt the most. We've all hurt, but they've been hurting the most. They need her. This is the only family they've known. They've been raised by their grandparents. They're 77. I just begging you to please consider giving her some mercy. It doesn't mean she'll be paroled, but give her that chance to be reformed and to do better. We love her. We just plead with you to do that for her.
You've talked briefly about Natalie's character prior to this conviction. What kind of person was she? And can you talk about any contributions to the community, anything like that?
Of course, they always gave back. She worked in the Church of Juarez, and she did all the Little League sports, anything that her kids needed. She was there. We would always go shopping every year to Pigeon Forge at Thanksgiving when the men would go hunting, and she always made sure her kids had what they needed before she'd buy herself. She never bought herself anything. She served on committees in our community. She served with all the sports. And
what kind of committees?
Which is like team mom, and then served as officers on these sports teams like football and baseball. And she did a lot of things like that. She would do Bible school for the kids, and that was her priority, her family, and they did everything together.
She's been in federal prison for a couple of years now. Do you know anything about her activities while she's been in prison?
I do. I know that she teaches classes, and I know that she's helped. I don't know all the details that she's helped with, like helping people get their GEDs. She does devotion. She wrote a devotion book in prison, and she's a friend to a lot of those people.
I don't have any more specific questions. Is there anything else you would like the jury to hear?
Just asking them to please consider this for those kids, especially for our family and what you see there. Our family, and we need this, please. We need some hope.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Lowry, the defendant grew up to be a little bit different than she was when she was your little sister, 12 years younger than you. Turned out a little bit different than what it looked like at the time, didn't it?
I mean, I don't know what that means, different. I know you found her guilty of this, but she was still my sister. I mean, I always trusted and loved her.
Absolutely. And blood is very thick. You're loyal to your sister. Fair enough?
Yes.
You're also an educator by training, correct?
Yes.
Do you think there should be consequences for misbehavior?
Yes.
And it should be proportional to what the misbehavior was, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also believe that fair is not equal and equal is not fair. I just think a lot of things have to be considered. I know that there's been mercy given to people that did a lot worse.
Okay, we'll just accept that. The last time you testified in this case, you didn't recall how much you lost in your investments with the defendant. Did you go back and check?
I did. I said it was around $50,000.
And is that what it was?
I told you I didn't keep accurate records. She would use my credit card, then I'd pay some, then I'd give her more and pay, and I just never really kept it. I was $50,000 in the hole, and everything was said and done.
Where did that money come out of your retirement or something?
No.
Just cash you had?
Actually, it was more on my credit cards.
Oh, okay. So when you had to pay your credit card bills, you were paying the principal, or did you pay them off each month, or did you have anything?
Depended. It just depended. I tried to do as much as I could. I was a single mom at the time.
Oh, okay. In her federal case, she pled guilty to the wire fraud and money laundering, right?
I don't know what the exact charges were, but she
Okay.
did plead guilty.
Right.
I don't remember. I don't know the exact charges.
Okay. And you'd mentioned her contributing to the community.
Yes.
Were you aware of some scholarships, the legacy, Michael Cochran legacy scholarships?
Yes.
Those scholarships were awarded by the defendant,
Yes, I think so.
but they were never funded, were they?
No.
But she did raise some money for the Michael Cochran scholarships, legacy scholarship, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. You just know that in her community activities, she awarded them, but those kids never got a dime.
Correct.
Your Honor, I think that's all the state has of this witness. Thank you.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Is it okay if I call you Penny?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about money for scholarship fund, et
Yes.
cetera.
Yes.
Were you aware that the government seized all of the assets of Natalie? And among those seized assets were any monies, et cetera, that might have been paid to these scholarship funds?
I don't know what the money was for, but I do know that the government seized a lot of her money, all of her funds.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Those scholarships were awarded in May of 2019, correct?
I don't recall the, I mean, I guess that was the date. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. But the search warrant wasn't until the following month, and she wasn't convicted till like September.
I don't recall the dates, but I know that it was in the summer.
Is Rachel your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the state has, Your Honor. Thanks.
Anything, Mr. Selden?
Yes, sir. Now, I just want a complete understanding of these scholarships. They were awarded in the summer to the students. Is that right?
They were awarded, I think, at the end of the school year.
Okay. And the monies to be paid for these scholarships was for the following school year. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And all of this investigation into the Ponzi scheme and the seizing of her money, all that occurred before the school year started. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
No other questions?
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, we would like to call Lacey Treadway as our next witness. Is she not here? Your Honor, it does not appear as if Ms. Treadway is here, so we will call Sharon England.
All right. If you could, Mr. Selden, speak up. The jury's having some difficulty hearing you.
No problem, Your Honor. I usually have the opposite problem.
Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Would you please state your full name and how you spell it?
Sharon England, SharonEngland.
Are you any relation to Natalie Cochran, or how do you know her?
She is my niece.
And as you've heard, we're here and you're here to tell this jury why you think Natalie should get mercy and give this jury a better understanding of what type of person Natalie is. Okay?
Okay.
To that end, would you speak on behalf of Natalie and tell this jury what type of person you think she is?
Okay. Well, first of all,
And if you would, please speak into the microphone.
okay. First of all, because I've known Natalie all of her life, we've been in close contact ever since she was born. Natalie's always been the most compassionate, kind, caring person throughout her life, always putting others before herself. She is a loving mother and is selfless when it comes to the needs of her children. After Natalie's heart became worse and more difficult, toward times she couldn't drive, and her parents were trying to help, and they would have appointments. And my husband and I would drive the children to school in Greenbrier County. And on those trips, just being alone, usually when we were together, it was at big family gatherings, but just having the kids in the car, we became very close with the kids. And since the death of their dad, they became extra close to their mother, and she was just always there for them.
Now, ma'am, I want to interrupt you for just a moment. You're referring to some notes. Did anyone other than you prepare them?
Oh, no, I prepared it.
Okay, and can it be assumed you jot some notes down to refresh your recollection?
Yes, definitely.
And you mentioned Natalie's heart problems.
Yes.
Were you aware that Natalie had not one, but 2 surgeries on her heart?
Yes.
And that she currently has an implant in her chest to help with her heartbeat?
Yes.
Okay. No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go on.
That's okay. I just, since the kids have become so attached to their mom, I'm just asking that you would have mercy on her, that they might have some hope that at some point in time, when she does get out of prison, they would be able to spend some time with her. That would mean a lot to them. And I want to also emphasize that Natalie has always been faithful to volunteer her services and to help others. And I have a list here of things that I'm aware of personally that she has done. As a youth, she donated her money to buy Christmas presents for the needy. She would come to my elderly aunt's home and other elderly people to give them flu shots and to help with other necessary needs. She volunteered to conduct poison prevention demonstrations at local schools, conducted free health eating course for seniors. She conducted flu shots and clinics at the churches and at Sewing for Souls. She conducted health seminars at the Lions Club, she was a coordinator of juvenile diabetes awareness walks and education classes, organizes medicine planners for their elderly neighbors. She volunteered at Sewing for Souls and at her church with the Bible printing ministry. She taught cubbies and awanas at her church for 5 years and played the piano for 4 years at her local church. She even volunteered at Daniels Elementary when they lost their music teacher because of lack of funding, and she filled in free of charge. She volunteered at Habitat for Humanity as well as Homes for Seniors. And while in prison, she organized and helped with Bible studies, beginners, intermediate, and advanced Bible studies. She wrote 2 devotion books. I know one has been published. I think they both have. And they're using those in the prisons now. And even at Southern Regional Jail, they have some, but also in Kentucky and Tennessee, the prison ministries there are using the devotion and study books that she wrote for the women prisoners. I hope that you will consider Natalie's history of being generous, caring, and giving person, and consider giving her mercy on her sentence. And I hope that you'll pray about it and ask God for wisdom and understanding to do the right thing. I know in Matthew chapter 5, verse 7, it says, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." And that was said by Jesus. I interpret that to mean that if we're merciful to other people, he will show us mercy. And so I'm asking that you will show grace and mercy to Natalie, just as our Savior Jesus Christ has shown grace and mercy to each of us. We don't deserve it. She might not either, but he gives it to us. It's free. And I'm asking that you would do that for Natalie, not so much for her sake, but for the sake of her children, her parents, and the family. And as you make your decision whether or not to show mercy or no mercy, I know you know your actions will be judged by Natalie's family and loved ones, by Michael's family and loved ones, by the prosecution, by the defense, but none of that matters. That doesn't matter diddly squat. What really matters is that you will be judged by a powerful Almighty God. And in his word, he said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." So I'm asking for you to please give her mercy on this conviction. so that someday her children will be able to be in her presence.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
You can, but it's old notes and I revamped them.
Oh, I
So
understand.
I've got little notes on there.
Okay.
Some things I didn't say.
That's just something that we have to do.
Mhm.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, you describe Natalie as being a compassionate, kind, and caring person. Is that right?
It is. I've never seen her any other way.
So where do you think it all went wrong?
Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but she loved Michael with all of her heart. When he asked her to quit being a pharmacist because he was jealous of her coworker, he asked her to also be the woman because they were giving the contracts to women to start that business. And I believe she would have done whatever he said. And I believe she made some unwise, bad decisions.
I believe that too. You were talking about the Bible and the teachings of Jesus. Are you familiar with the 10 Commandments?
Yes, I am.
So you know one of those is thou shalt not kill.
I do.
Do you believe that we're judged by that as well?
Yes, I do. I also believe God will forgive those. And he's asking us to forgive if we want to be forgiven.
I know you talked about her volunteering her time and money and services, especially with things like youth sports too, right?
I wasn't as aware of the youth sports thing. I was more aware of the community things.
That's fair. I don't think I have any more questions for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further, Mr. Selden? Thank you, Ms. England. You may step down. You are
Thank you.
excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, I would like to call Rachel Carrico to the stand.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Carrico.
Good morning.
You appear very emotional. Are you okay? Can you testify?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would, please talk into the microphone
Okay.
so the jury can hear you.
Okay. Mhm.
Please tell us your full name and spell it, please.
Yeah, my name is Rachel Carrico, Rachel Carrico.
Thank you. How do you know Natalie Cochran?
Natalie is my aunt, but I would describe her as more than that. Like my mom was up here saying, she's been a very close and influential person in my life. I would consider her more of a mom than an aunt to me.
Okay, I just want to
Okay.
clarify. You said when your mom was up here testifying, your mother is Penny Carrico Lowry. Is that
Yes.
okay, please go
Yes.
on.
Her kids they're my cousins, but we've always been like brother and sister. I'm an only child, so having them with me growing up has been a blessing to me, especially within the past 5 years. I think we've grown very close together because we've needed each other. But I would always be with them growing up. Natalie would always include me in anything that they were doing, big or small, whether it was going on a day trip or just going out to eat. They always invited me, and I've just been a member of their family.
Why do you think this jury should grant Natalie mercy? And you know what that means from the discussions, correct?
Yes.
So why should they give her mercy?
I don't think anyone truly knows Natalie like we do. My family does. Like I said, she's been a mom to me, and she didn't have to do that. Just even last Wednesday, I had to put my dog down after court. And on Thursday, that's when my two cousins had testified. And Natalie called me after from Southern Regional, and it wasn't to talk about court. It was to check on me because I had lost my pet. And she's always been that way with me. she has included me like one of her kids. And when my mom was in the hospital, on my 17th birthday, Natalie bought me a cake, my favorite cake, and took me out to eat so I wouldn't have such a crappy birthday. She took me to Disney World. She taught me how to ski. She bought me my first Starbucks drink. She's had such an influence on my life, and looking back and even looking at now, I'm very thankful for the influence she has had on me, and it has been nothing but good. She has shown me how to love and be strong, and I love her kids tremendously. I will always be there, and it's because of her and her demonstrating that love. I know that there's been things said, but no one truly knows her like we do. And I just beg for mercy because we need it. We need her back. I can't fathom her not being around to not even see me get married or have kids, but much less her own kids. Just, we need hope.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you. Oh, I do have one question. You talked about your 17th birthday. How old are you now?
I'm 26.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Carrico, what do you do for a living?
I'm an occupational therapist.
So where did you go to school?
West Virginia University.
When did you graduate?
College?
Yeah.
May of 2022.
And you were one of the recipients of the Michael Cochran Literacy Scholarship, were you not?
Yes.
Did you ever get any of that money?
No.
You mentioned that the defendant was so influential on you. Can you be a little more specific other than this generalized, she's a loving person? How else did she influence you?
To be smart and to strive for, what I wanted, and encouraged me when I was in college, and just make sure that I knew like how proud she was and how good I was doing. And I mean, like, she's influenced what clothes I wear. I like to wear the same type of clothing that she did. And like I said, with coffee, I mean, it's little small things that have had a big impact, but also, just the characteristics of her.
Not to revisit this day, but anybody that experienced putting a pet down knows how awful that is. And you got pretty emotional kind of recapturing that terrible day.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's like to be a mom and lose your son?
Be hard.
As understatements go, being hard would probably work, but it would be a lot more than just being hard. wouldn't it?
Sorry, I can barely hear the prosecutor. I would like to
speak up if you.
Yes, sir. It would be more than hard to lose a son, correct?
I would say so.
You also mentioned that the defendant influenced you in terms of accomplishments, and you are clearly accomplished, so you can give her some credit for that. She too was accomplished. It's hard to get into pharmacy school, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she was well equipped to deal with life in terms of finances just by not only getting in, but graduating and getting a job as a pharmacist. Isn't that true?
I know I'm not good with finances personally. I think you're good at what you specialize in. And so financially, I don't know.
Okay. In her influencing you, she didn't give you tips on how to run a Ponzi scheme or anything, did she?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment. Is it okay for me to call you Rachel?
Yes.
Now, Rachel, the prosecutor asked you questions about not getting money for your scholarship fund.
Yes.
And that money was promised to you in the following school year.
Yes, it was going to be for my first fall semester of OT school.
Okay. And before that happened, you're aware that Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran's assets were all seized there wouldn't be any money for your scholarship fund, correct?
Yes.
There were questions about your scholarship fund, but did Natalie Cochran give you any other financial help, either in school or otherwise, over the years?
I don't know so much about school. My mom took care of most of that for me.
Right.
But they would always, she would buy me clothes, or she would pay for my meal if we were out eating, or to get my nails done if I was with them.
She helped you all along
Yeah.
with finances when you needed it. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked some questions about Natalie being equipped for life, etc. Did Natalie help you to become equipped for life and all of its bumps and challenges?
Yes.
And how did she do that?
Through natural life lessons, whether it was a breakup with a boyfriend in high school, she was there to console me and to tell me that things would be better, and it was okay to cry, but I would be stronger. Whether it was helping to motivate me when it came time, like my senior year of high school or starting college, and she gave me the talk of what alcohol and drugs would be, and she would always be there to call if I ever needed help, and I didn't feel comfortable telling my own mom that she was there and she would do what she could to help me or protect me. I never doubted her love for me. I still don't. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I mean, that's sufficient. Now, did there come a time when Natalie Cochran had to have heart surgeries?
Yes.
Did you care for her in any way or at any time as a result of those surgeries?
Yes. Like I said, I was in college in Morgantown, and she had to have a heart surgery. It was like an outpatient surgery. It wasn't something huge, but I took her up to Morgantown, and we stayed at my apartment, and I took her to that surgery. And I waited for what felt like forever. And the nurse had actually called me and said, "Hey, this is the number that was on file, but Natalie's asking for a Michael. Do you know a Michael?" I was like, "I do, but he's not here. Like, I would be there to get her." And I went and consoled her.
Let me clear something up here.
Mhm.
You're talking about Michael Cochran, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Michael was still alive at that time, correct?
No.
No, he'd already passed.
Yeah. But she was under like an anesthetic. And
Okay.
so-
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Ms. Carrico. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. You may step down. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
The defense would like to call Larry Jessup.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may have a seat.
Would you please tell this court and the jury your name and how you spell it?
Larry Jessup, LarryJessup.
Mr. Jessup, are you any relation to Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I'm Natalie's daddy.
I am again going to ask you sort of open-ended questions. You're here on Natalie's behalf today, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And since you're Natalie's father, you know her pretty well. You've been with her all of her life, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you please tell this jury what kind of person you know Natalie to be and why you think they should grant her mercy.
Well, Natalie was my daughter. Naturally, she grew up in our household. She was always a great youngster. She was always very giving person. She helped us, my wife and I, Daphne, all in her growing up years. She went to high school here in Beckley, and she, in high school, she did a lot of different things extra for her school.
Like what, if you recall?
Well, she's on committees, and she did social service work and that kind of thing.
Okay, please go on.
As far as the timeline in her life, I can kind of go along those kind of lines. My sister Sharon has already mentioned a lot of things that she did, and as she grew up, but she met Michael in high school, and he would come to our house, and so I got to be friends with him, and then they both went to WVU to school, and then they decided to get married in 2019, and then they were married May the 20th of 2020. They didn't have a place to stay, so my wife and I bought him a mobile home, and he didn't have a car to drive, so I gave him a pickup truck that I had, and so they went all the way through college at WVU, and then they went to Tennessee after they got out of school. They moved to Tennessee, and I think he went to work at a company called Nova, and she went to work as a pharmacist.
Okay,
And,
please talk into the microphone. You're kind of fading out a little bit.
Okay.
Thank
Try
you.
to do better.
You're doing fine, sir.
So my wife and I, we would go visit them periodically, and Michael and I would go fishing in the mountains at Pigeon Forge. They live right outside of Pigeon Forge.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. And we would visit them there, and our first grandchild was not first grandchild, but the first one from Natalie and Michael was born in Tennessee, and then they moved back to here in 2006, and they bought a home on 4H Lake Road. It was repossessed by the bank, and it was in dire need of repair. So Michael and I worked on the house for about a year, repairing the house, and Michael and I became very, very close. And of course, Natalie, she would come over and help us, and my wife would keep the children. And then they moved, of course, into that house. They stayed with us while we were repairing the house. And then they had a good life there. They did a lot of things together. We did a lot of things with them.
What are some, now, I'm sure the jury wants to hear a lot of this history, but you said they did a lot of things together. Please tell what kinds of things and what Natalie was doing, if you would.
Well, in your everyday life, you see, you just kind of go along. Some things you remember as events in their life. Other things are just every day going along together.
Can you speak to Natalie's personality, her character, things like that?
Well, just like she had always been, she was a very caring person. She took care of her family. She took care of us a lot of times. If we needed something, she would help us. But as far as her family, she always put her family first in everything.
How old are you, sir?
77.
Has Natalie taken care of you for any physical ailments or anything like that?
She would always take care of me getting shots and that kind of thing. I had a massive heart attack in 2014, and she was always coming over, checking on me, blood pressure, my heart rate, and those kind of things. And then in January of 2015, I had a defibrillator and a pacemaker put in, and she was always trying to monitor those for me. Yes, sir.
I need just a moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
Mr. Jessup, as we get older, we kind of get some dates mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it true that Natalie and Michael got married in the year 2000, not 2019 or 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2000. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with my memory as I get older. Would you classify Natalie as a good daughter?
Certainly. Excellent daughter.
How would you classify her as a wife and mother?
Again, excellent. She took care of Michael and the kids. Did every, just as almost as a servant to him. Yes, sir.
You've talked about how close you were to Michael, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
and Natalie.
Yes, both. Mike and I developed a really just a minute. I'll be all right.
Okay. You're obviously very emotional. Yeah. Just take a moment, okay?
A real close relationship over the years. We hunted and fished together, went on vacations together. He took me deep sea fishing. He became just like a son to me. It was a very good relationship. We did a lot of things together and also with my grandson Ashton, his son, and that went on for years. And then 2000, we had a lease in Greenbrier County, and we built a shelter up there. And he could do a lot of the work that I couldn't do. Of course, I was a little bit more able to do things then. It was about 10.
Okay. Let me just interrupt you for just a moment. It's obvious you had a very good relationship with Michael.
Yes.
You had a very good relationship with your daughter.
Yes, sir.
This jury has already found Natalie Cochran guilty of killing her husband, Michael.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Do you think she should be punished for that act by spending the rest of her life in prison?
Well, I would hope that the jury would see fit to grant her mercy. I know they made their decision. Certainly, I don't agree with it. I felt like that there was a lot of variables there and a lot of unanswered questions. So I would plead with the jury, have compassion, and to give her mercy. So, I mean, I'll never be able to touch her again. All the time I'll be able to see her be behind the glass wall. But, her kids, if she spends 15 years, they would be 35 and 33, I guess. So they would be able to have.
Yeah, take a moment, sir.
Okay. Some more time with her kids. But as far as I'm concerned, of course, she's my daughter. I thought she was the best kid we could ever have. We had 4 kids, and all of them were great. Okay. And so.
And I just, you're 77 now, right?
Yes.
So when Natalie is possibly up for parole, if the jury gives her mercy.
Yes.
If my math is correct, you're going to be 92 years old. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I don't fear I'll ever make it to 92 with my heart, but I would be 92. Mm-hmm.
So you may or may not be alive after that 15 years. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Would you like the possibility of spending time with Natalie, not behind the glass or in prison, but in person? And hopefully you'll live that long and the jury would grant you mercy. Is that a hope of yours?
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Jessen, I just want to ask you one thing, and then I'll let you go, okay?
Okay.
Now, we've heard a lot of talk already this morning from other witnesses and from you about wanting to reunite Natalie with her kids so that they have their mom.
Yes.
How does it make you feel to know that they will never be reunited with their father?
Makes me extremely sad.
Thank you, sir. That's it. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah.
No, sir. Just hold on.
No other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jessup. You may step down. You are excused.
The prosecutor, come on.
Or your next witness.
That's a
Mr.
fucking
Sullivan.
stupid question.
Your Honor, at this time we would like to call Daphne Jessup to the stand.
These are all very emotional, you know. Steak pie is just like steaks, like, you know, pieces of steak in a big pie
Raise
with
your right hand,
gravy
please,
and
ma'am.
stuff like that.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat.
So it's just like a normal pie.
Are you okay?
I'll be fine.
All right. Would you please tell this court and the jury your full name and spell it?
Daphne Jessup, D-A.
And talk into the microphone.
D-A-P-H-N-E Jessup.
Are you any relation to Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir. I'm her mother.
And you're appearing here on her behalf, is that right?
Absolutely.
Would you please tell this jury what kind of a person Natalie is and was to you, and why they should consider granting her mercy?
My husband and I didn't talk about what we were saying, but I did a little timeline. I thought that would help me stay focused today. But she was born to us late in life, and all the siblings were growing up and going, and she was still home with us. So there was the three of us. All through childhood.
Ma'am, if you would.
No.
Slowly. So I want the jury to hear everything you have to say. Thank you.
All through childhood, she did terrific in school. There was never a problem. And I don't want to be funny, but the only problem I had with her in second grade, over half of her classroom got lice, and she was one of them. And so with her curly, tight hair, I had a hard time with her. That's the only thing. She was a wonderful child. She was active in cheerleading, music. Oh, she's talented. She can sing. She can play the piano. It embarrasses her too, and she gets nervous, so she seldom does it. But I think she'd try going to Nashville. She'd sing at church and things. But always a joy. And like others said, her aunt would give all the kids a good bit of money at Christmas. She always took half of hers and gave it to others. And that's in childhood. And then in high school, it was the same way. She didn't date very much. She worked. She didn't have to work, but she wanted to work, and she worked at a sporting goods store. And that's where she met Michael. And they were 18 when he came to our house. And he became like a son to us. I made notes. I don't want to forget anything. But
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to clarify those notes.
Yes, sir.
Those are your notes.
Yes.
To refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
Nobody else made them. Nobody else told you to write them down. Is that right?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So they dated, and then the summer after the 12th grade, I think it was, they graduated. Larry and I drove Michael other places to play summer baseball. He loved baseball. We stayed together in motels, Larry and Ashton, Michael, and then Natalie and myself.
Okay, just a little slower. I know you want to get it all out, and I want to hear it. I know the jury wants to hear it. So just, slow it down a little bit. Thank you.
So then college came, and after the first year of college, they were married. When they had the wedding, her professor had a band, a bluegrass band, and he brought his band down, and they played Civil War music for the wedding. We had it outdoors. And Michael wasn't real close to his dad at that time, his biological dad. But his dad came with his stepmother, and her name was Dream, I believe. They helped me. We painted. We did yard work. We put down mulch. And they were in his life at that time. After they were married, Dream and Mike gave him a cruise for a wedding present. So we took care of the wedding. His daddy and stepmother took care of their honeymoon. When they came back, we bought a nice trailer, a dentist had it, and we added patio and a porch to it. We made sure they had a car. We helped them to school all we could.
Okay. Did Natalie and Michael have much money at that time?
No, sir. She worked 3 jobs. At times she was working 3 of them. Michael tried, but Michael had a different temperament, and that's him, and that's fine. And he just couldn't work with public. Sometimes he would work at the school gym and get paid, helping people to exercise. He loved bodybuilding, so that was perfect for him. But she worked at different places to make money, and we tried to help. When they graduated, and before we took them on vacations with us, we did everything we could for the kids. We loved them, and we were close. They moved to Tennessee for a little bit, and that's where Nikki was born. And I was there with Michael when a few hours after she was born. I stayed with them to help them. They came to live at our house and wanted to remodel the old house. So the men worked, and
we think sometimes Michael was like married to my husband. He loved him so much. They hunted, they fished, they built on the house. Larry taught him electrical work and carpentry because my husband had to do all that on 2 houses we built. So they worked every time they were able, weekends, holidays, after hours of work. Natalie would work extra shifts. She worked as a pharmacist in Oak Hill at that time, driving to CVS. I would keep the baby when I got home from teaching. And then they moved in their house, and here came Ashton. So now we're a family of 6, the 4 of them and the 2 of us. Again, vacations, holidays, moving in the house. And I retired when Ashton was born so that I could be their babysitter. I just don't want to leave anything out that I wanted to tell you.
Hold just a moment. Okay. If you would, as to Natalie and Michael's son, would you just refer to him as their son and not name him?
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes, sir.
he's a minor.
Yes,
Okay?
sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Please go ahead.
So we start going to on trips. We eat out. We do a lot of things as a family. And my husband's still working. So at this time, Michael and him take a few holidays. And Michael always, I think we were very close. And the kids said he loved me. I thought he did. I wouldn't know for sure. He never said he loved me. But he'd always say, Daphne, you're going with us. And he was the domineering figure in the family. But Natalie didn't mind. I didn't mind. So I'd go with them while my husband stayed here and worked. I'd go on holidays with them. And I'd offer to stay in the room and take care of the kids at night so they could go to a dinner or something. He'd say, no, you're going with us. I want you to go to the steakhouse. He always took care of me. He'd do anything he could for me, and I'd do anything I could for Michael.
Okay, slow down a little bit.
It broke our heart when he left this world. Our last trip was in the summer before Michael passed away, and we went to Ocracoke Island. The men fished, and we sat aside. We played in the water. They did the boards on the waves. It was a wonderful week, and Michael had a golf cart, and he got me a golf cart, and we'd ride the others around because that was fun for this person. But Michael was sleeping more and more. Even in the car on the ferry, he'd fall asleep. He wasn't staying awake much, and he'd hold his head a lot. He was sick. When we came home, there was foods he liked to eat, and he'd ask me to cook, and he'd come after work. He liked breakfast foods in the evening, and all breakfast foods at one time, and I'd fix it, and then he'd have to lay on the couch. He thought it was green mold that was making him sick. He was working in the house.
Ma'am, I don't want
Okay.
you to go into the case in chief.
Okay.
I want you to talk about Natalie's character, et cetera. We're not here to relitigate the case, okay?
I didn't want to bring the case up, no, sir.
Okay,
But I
thank
was
you.
just telling you, I just wanted everybody to know that Michael and I had a good relationship. The kids did everything they could for me. Natalie helped me with my ministry, so did Michael. I was always all about kids. I love children of all colors, all sizes, and I've helped children and families in 45 countries. Michael helped me furnish, and Natalie, they helped me furnish seed in Zambia for Matambo village.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify that a little bit? What are you talking about?
Well, in Matambo village is one of my favorite villages in Africa, and I've been there twice. They plant things like corn, tomatoes, cabbages. The government buys it, and then the government didn't give them money one time, and they couldn't buy seed.
Who is they? Who are you referring to?
The Zambians, under Pastor Mukatasha lives there. It's a village in Africa.
All right, go ahead.
So we bought sacks of seeds. It was a total of $5,000 for all the seed for the village. And I had every kid there a mattress and a blanket. They were $81 for a mattress and a blanket.
Okay, when you say we bought this, who are you talking about?
Well, I have a ministry, and it's under the church. Other churches and people support me. It's all these people, we work together.
Okay, I want you to concentrate on Natalie.
Well, that's what I said. Natalie Michael gave me $5,000 one Christmas. And we finished getting every child in that village a blanket and a mattress because it gets down to 40 degrees at night there, and some of them get close to fires and they burn.
Okay, let's skip ahead over that. So you're talking about Natalie and possibly Michael giving you money to help this village in Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
They also bought playground equipment for the school in that little village.
Okay. And when you say they, you're talking about
Michael
Natalie.
and Natalie.
Okay. Anything else?
Let me look through my notes if you don't mind real
Sure.
quick.
Go ahead, take your time.
I wasn't able to be here during some of the trial because they thought I might be a rebuttal witness or something. So I don't know what was said and done. But it bothered me when I came back And there was a picture of Michael on the floor. No one ever explained why he was there, but I knew why. People said, take a picture the next time he
Okay,
passes out.
ma'am, again, we're not
Can't say that.
relitigating the case. We're talking about Natalie's character and why this jury should consider granting her mercy. So we don't want to relitigate the case, okay?
I'll just mention that then I beg for mercy. I don't know how to beg from you. My children, they're my grandchildren, they need their mother. Larry and I probably won't be here much longer at our age. If she's gone that long, we'll probably never get a hold of her again. But maybe her children can if you give us some mercy. And it's funny that Larry used hope, Penny used hope, and that's what I had in my notes. We need hope. We just need maybe the morrow's coming where she can look forward to something. And about her character, can I mention what she's done in the prisons?
Yes, yes, you can.
She's written one devotional book, and it's being used a lot.
And you're, for the record, you're showing that devotional book?
Yes, sir. This is her devotional book, and her daughter, Nikki, on the back did all the reflection pages. If you have journal writing in the prisons, federal prisons, you can have a book like this if it's for journaling and for religious reasons. So there's two reasons these girls get to keep these. And it helps inmates. It's Natalie's inner feelings about being there, things that she faced outside, inside. These girls relate to it. There's no one else that can relate like this girl does. And I hope God doesn't keep her there forever.
And you're pointing to Natalie, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't want God to keep her in prison forever, but she's a prison ministry person. And it's called the Dandelion Ministry because even a dandelion will grow through concrete. I have my own ministry called Sowing for Souls, but I've also adopted this ministry. And I'm going to do all I can. I'm already doing things for inmates and show us we get books, we get Bibles, we get clothes for them. Some of these girls have 0 people. They were raised on the street. Nobody knows the heartache these girls in inmates in prisons go through.
Okay, I just want to interrupt you a little bit. You're talking about things Natalie has been doing in prison, both in the federal prison and possibly the Southern Regional Jail.
Now I think there was about 30 some of these books at Southern Regional, and a girl came out there the other day and told Natalie she had been in a drug rehab in Charleston. She said, they're using your book down there. The second book said the publishers are on its way. I finished typing and doing things. It's been sent out. But she makes such a difference.
You're talking about, and again, you're talking about Natalie.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Natalie's worked for administration. She works as the barista at the prison that's serving the guards and people Starbucks coffee. She trains people to do that out on the streets once they're released.
And this is while she's been in prison.
Incarcerated. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't think she would live there. She's never struck a kid. She's never struck her pets or anything. She's soft voiced, and we all thought somebody will kill her. She's been in some situations, but there's always been someone to look after. She does not know the difference in the color of people, and I don't either. She does not notice the difference in sizes of people, and they know that. A woman wrote me and said as soon as she walked in the prison, they knew there was a difference there, a light, and she is a light, and that's what she's been to me. She's a light. And whenever I need something, she'll say, Mommy, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm fine. And so when I know she says fine, I know she's not really fine. She's just trying to keep me from being upset.
And again, you're talking about your conversations with, you're talking about conversations with Natalie in prison,
yes,
right?
Yes, sir. And we've run across so many good people. There are so many ugly people out there, how they treat others. But in her path, there have been so many good people, administrators and all that have helped. And I don't know if I can say it in court. No one would give her heart medicine at Southern Regional. She was so sick. Senator Roberts helped me to get medicine for her. At the federal prison, people here didn't even send that she had had heart surgery or heart problems. They didn't know, and they wouldn't give her anything. They wouldn't listen to Senator Roberts because he stayed.
Okay, I need to interrupt you here. When you say they, are you
The
talking?
administrators.
Hold on, let me ask my question. Are you saying the prison's personnel are not giving Natalie adequate medical treatment? Is that what you're saying?
They are now. They are now, thanks to Representative Carol Miller.
Let's not go into
Okay.
side names and issues.
Okay.
So you're concerned for Natalie's health while she's in prison. Would that be a fair statement?
Oh, yes, because every time she's drugged down here, she misses her heart appointments because they keep putting them out, and you never know when you have an appointment. They just come and get you sometime at 6:30 in the morning and say, it's your appointment, let's go to Morgantown. But she hasn't had her heart looked at or some other problems. You look at her teeth. One tooth has fallen out. Her gums turn black. She can't get dental help. I beg for things like that, and I'll work for it. I'm not an advocate. I'm not a good speaker. You can see that.
Okay. Let's, again, we don't want to get confusing side issues and names, but you're telling this jury about Natalie's neglect and improper care in prison. Is that what you're summarizing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you, ma'am?
77.
So, like your husband, even if this jury gives Natalie mercy, you may not be alive when she gets out, possibly in 15 years.
I don't look for that. My mother lived to be over 100, but I don't feel like I can.
Okay. So you're hopeful that Natalie might get out and you might be able to spend more time with her. Is that correct?
I'd love to be able to spend, I want to hug her. And the bailiff here's let me give her a couple of hugs, but I want to just hold her for a long time.
Okay. Now, this jury's already decided that Natalie has killed her husband, Michael. And you've talked about your close relationship with Michael, your husband's close relationship. Given that they've already made that decision, do you think Natalie should have the opportunity to be paroled in 15 years or more and have the opportunity to get out of prison, even though they found she killed Michael?
I do. I beg. I don't know what else I can say except please give mercy to her. It won't be for me probably, but be for her and her children and grandchildren someday.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Jessup, how many years did you teach?
30 years.
In Raleigh County?
Yes, sir.
What did you teach?
Elementary school mostly.
Wow, 30 years. Was Mr. Jessup a teacher too?
My husband.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Again, I'm having some trouble hearing the prosecutor.
Was Mr. Jessup a teacher too?
No, he worked at the Board of Education in accounting.
Oh, he did.
He was assistant down there to the main accountant.
Does he have a degree in accounting?
That was his major in school. And he was also a state tax examiner at one time. I think he wrote maybe the manual for that. At one time, I don't know if they still use the manual or not.
The defendant has a degree in pharmacy, correct?
She's a doctor of pharmacy.
So it's beyond just graduating from pharmacy school. She did something else?
Well, I think they put more title to it, more courses or something. Used to be you could be a pharmacist without having that doctorate degree, but it's more years or something at her time when she graduated.
And then she went on to get an MBA, right?
Access Health paid for that. And I went with her to take tests and things in Morgantown and stayed with her while she did group work with other people working on that degree.
As a teacher, you must have been ecstatic that your daughter did so well academically.
All of my children have done well. We strive to do well in school.
Now, did you and Mr. Jessup provide the financial aid for the defendant to go to pharmacy school?
We did all we could, but she worked and I think they had some grants because I had to put 4 through college. And
I'm sorry, you had to do what?
We had to put 4 children through college, and then we were helping Michael and Natalie together as much as we could financially.
You were also a victim of the Ponzi scheme, were you not?
I was not a victim of the Ponzi scheme.
So you and your husband didn't invest with the defendant in the
I
contract?
invested, I gave money to Michael's company at the time, $226. I knew what I was doing. I was investing.
$226 is all you had?
$226,000
$226,000
or more.
$1,000. Okay.
Thousands.
And you didn't get that money back?
No, all the money was seized and taken and sealed. We do not know how much money was in their accounts. We do not know how much money was in the company. No one investigated to see if this was maybe a scam on the kids. The kids would never hurt me. Michael and Natalie would never do anything to hurt us. Something's wrong, but no one investigated.
Didn't you file a claim as part of the federal restitution?
My husband took care of that but I think they didn't think we were victims. We're not victims. We'll never get any money back. Natalie asked the government to consider us victims. They said no. We tried to buy, if I'm doing something wrong, you tell me. We tried to buy Natalie's house for the children, put it in their name and our name. We offered, we could pay $320,000. We sold our house to do it. Michael's family fought us on that. At one time, we were getting it, and then one judge backed out. They sold the house for $280 or $285, so the children don't have their home, they don't have their dad, they don't have their mom, they have two old people. And I'm so thankful for the other young folks that take care of the kids, teachers in Greenbrier County, principals. These kids can stay at their homes if there's ever snowstorms and things like that. That's why I said, you don't know the good people that have come out of this, the blessings we've seen from people.
And I gather by your discussion of times that you've been to Africa and helped people out and stuff that the defendant was raised in a very religious oriented environment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, but I think she's more spiritual than I am. I cannot write and speak like she can, and how to reach other people. I help children, but yet it multiplied. We put in wells, we feed people, schools. I built schools. Nobody knows, just all the people that come forward throughout the United States. There's a man in Zambia watching every minute of this, Pastor Luke Katasha. I've got people in Burma and different countries that are praying for us around. One of them prayed around the clock a whole month, a big church.
But back to my question, you raised the defendant in a very Christian, religious oriented home. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And since you've been involved with the defendant since she was put on this earth, right up into the present, where did things go off the track with her?
Well, if I overstep, you tell me to stop talking, because Michael was out of work. She was a pharmacist. He watched a movie called War Dogs, and I do not appreciate all the cursing, but he wanted me to watch it, so I watched it. He was going to do government contracts. In the movie, the two men go to prison for 20 years apiece or more. I think they're out now. And I begged him. I said, don't you do anything wrong. He said, I won't. And then he started to open it up to family. And I said, keep it in the family. I knew some of the family members involved. I did not know some of the doctors involved at the time and people like that. If you kept it in the family, I think things would be fine, but it got outside. And I don't think Michael was doing anything illegal. I think Michael thought he was doing right. They were going to look in to see if it was a scam. But then they had Natalie. Can I tell the jury what she pled to? It wasn't a Ponzi scheme. The first thing, and I wrote the numbers down on the indictment, was number 6. She bought Michael a black car frame that doesn't even have a motor. It was a Cobra, and that's called money laundering because it went across state lines or something. The motor came from somewhere else. They didn't do a thing about that. The other thing, her name was on the bank account. If my husband gets arrested, my name's on the account. I'll probably go too. And the same with the kids. If Michael were here, he and Natalie would both be in trouble, but maybe some help would come for him. Michael and Natalie loves us. They would never hurt us in any way.
You and Mr. Jessup had 4 children, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they're all still alive?
Yes, sir.
Can you think how awful it would be to lose one of them?
We lost one. We lost Michael. He was like a son to us.
And from his mother's perspective, that would be as bad or worse than your loss. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. I don't think it's fair to say. I'd like to say something, but I've not been negative about his family. And I don't know if I can do that in court, so I probably shouldn't say anything.
Okay. Thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Jessup, you said, if I recall correctly, that you tried to more or less salvage the Cochran's home from being auctioned off. You made an offer of over $300,000. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to buy it back so the children would have a place to stay.
Yes, sir. And the federal prosecutor asked me
please just listen to my question, okay? Now, because you couldn't do that for whatever reason, okay, you said that now the children don't have a home anymore and have to depend on others. Is that what you said?
They have a home with me.
Okay.
If I could have bought their home, their names would have been on the deed with all 4 of our names would on it. The home I bought now just has my husband and my names on it.
Okay, so you wanted the children to have their original home back and not be dependent on you and others. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. I want them to have their home.
Okay. And if I'm correct, and you correct me if I'm not, you said Michael didn't do anything wrong. Is that what you said?
He was trying not to do anything wrong. Something may have
Okay.
happened.
You said you don't believe Michael did anything wrong, but what about Natalie?
No, sir, neither one.
Okay.
They would never do anything wrong or not do anything to hurt us.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
State has no additional questions of Ms. Jessup. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Jessup. You may step down. Let's go ahead and take a brief recess, 10 minutes at least.
Anything before we bring in the jury? You've had an opportunity to review the exhibits that have been modified.
It's just one exhibit, and yes, because the other one you said isn't coming in. Remember?
That's right.
Because I did the same thing. So I think we're good to go.
All right. Anything, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You may be seated. Welcome back. Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, the state will call Corporal Joella Moore with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Step right here, raise your right hand, we'll vote for you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Swap the step and have a signature, right?
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
I'm Corporal Joella Moore, Joella, last name Moore.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement 24 years. I've been with Charlotte County Sheriff's Office a little shy of 23 years.
And what are some of the different units that you've worked in law enforcement?
I worked in corrections as a correction deputy. I worked road patrol. I was a school resource officer. I worked our street crimes unit. Then I was promoted, and I went back to road patrol. Currently, I'm a corporal over our juvenile unit, and I also worked intel as a juvenile intervention detective.
So tell the jury a little bit about your kind of specialty or specialized knowledge about interacting with juveniles as it pertains to criminal justice system and in life in general.
So the majority of my adult life has been working with at-risk kids. Prior to law enforcement, I worked in Oregon under the Special Education Department. working with at-risk kids, severely emotionally disturbed, ages 13 to 18. I moved here to Florida to take care of my grandparents and came into law enforcement. Quickly ended up as a school resource officer. Like I had said, did that for the majority of my career at Charlotte County. And then went to the juvenile intervention detective, which works with the most at-risk kids. And currently now I'm back overseeing the juvenile unit where I started.
Now, how was it that you first became acquainted with Collin Griffith and his mom, Kathy Griffith?
We were in a transition as I got promoted to the juvenile, from the juvenile intervention detective position to corporal for road patrol. I worked with our new juvenile intervention detective, Detective Zinioni, and Corporal Rentis. So we were still in the transition of, they would ask me questions about kids and some resources that we have that they may not have had knowledge to. And Collin came up in that.
Did the defendant appear to be comfortable talking to you and to Lacey and Rentis?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to respond to the Griffith household in Port Charlotte, November 13th of 2023?
Yes,
in
sir.
relationship to the domestic violence battery investigation?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you and your fellow deputies have body cam footage? Or excuse me, body cam on so that it produced footage?
Yes, sir.
And is one of the deputies that also responded with you at different times, Deputy Jankowski?
Yes, sir. I was his supervisor.
And I understand he has a SUV, is that correct? Or he did back when this happened, law enforcement vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And in the back, is there something called an in-car camera?
Yes, sir.
And does that basically record video and audio of whoever's in the back seat of a car?
Yes, sir.
And on the specific date, November 13th, including 10:26 p.m. of November 13th, 2023, as well as after midnight, November 14th, 2023 at 2 a.m. And thereafter, would Deputy Jankowski's in-car camera just be continuously running?
They're activated when we turn them on, or they can be activated. All of our body cameras will be activated if our firearms are pulled, if our tasers are utilized, or in that general facility, if another officer's equipment has been pulled. That way we can capture everything. So we have these automatic safeguards that'll signal the activation of our cameras on the lights on our patrol car. Right, if we turn our lights on, they automatically kick in, or we can manually turn them on.
At some point during the night, was the defendant arrested for TV battery on his mom?
Yes, sir.
And at some point during the night, was he put in the back of Jankowski's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And did Jankowski's in-car video capture the defendant talking in the backseat of the car?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's been a name mentioned, Corporal Rentis, who's now Sergeant Rentis. What was his relationship to the defendant?
He had a close relationship with the defendant and the family, and would frequently speak to him or have communications if they were having trouble to try to resolve or give resources to the family.
And on the in-car camera, is the defendant have access to a cell phone on his lap?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury how that came about.
I had received a phone call from Corporal Rentis, who was actively on the phone with the defendant. Rentis had told me that there was some type of disturbance over at the house. So I responded over there, notified Central that I had just received a phone call from Corporal Rentis. At the time, he's since been promoted. I'll refer to him as Corporal Rentis so it doesn't get confusing. And so we responded over there, and Corporal Rentis maintained phone contact with Colton.
At certain times, would you appear at the side of Jankowski's SUV and interact with the defendant?
Yes, sir. So whenever we have a person in the back of our patrol car, we monitor them, keep them within ear and eye, so we can hear what's going on and see them in case there's some type of an emergency or if they need assistance. So we don't have to stand necessarily right there all the time, but we have to be able to hear them if they need assistance.
And in terms of the state exhibits, 190, 191, 192, and 193, all being in-car videos from Jankowski on November 14th. Actually, it looks like they're all from the early morning hours of November 14th. Have you had an opportunity at some time to watch the in-car camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State Exhibit 191, 192, and 193 into evidence.
Any objection?
We'll start with 191. And before, as we get that queued up, was there some subject matter in which the defendant was talking about kind of two different personas, Collin 1 and Collin 2?
Yes, sir.
I'll say it to you like this, if you want to know. Collin 1 is, I guess, he's who just wants to survive, help people, and do good things in the world. And Collin 2 is the one that protects Collin 1 in situations where he can't escape from. And Collin 2 is the one that killed someone. But you're talking to Collin 1. You're talking to Collin 1. The one who just wants to help people and just wants to.
So is that the cell phone that's visible on the defendant's lap?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to Corporal Rentis?
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll segue to 192. Oh, and for the record, that was, you could turn that back on, John. Thank you. So we can see the time and the date.
Rentis.
So that clip appears to be from November 14th, 2023 at 1:59 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lady Di. Thank you, my darling.
The state will next publish 192.
I need to figure out exactly what you're scared of without having you descriptive and you giving me some sense of stuff.
Scared of going back in there, Rentis. Jesus, how many times do I gotta say it? That's all I'm scared of. That's it.
I'm fucking scared of that call.
Yes, I am, Rentis, because what's it gonna come down to next time?
I don't think you're a pussy. I think that you are capable of killing your mother, but I don't think that you will.
No, why would I?
I will let you get to that. Do you think Colin will let you get to that? I call your strong and visual allergy, submit in a roundabout way to college. When we talk about,
It's the strongest version of me.
Did you hear Corporal Moore, the defendant, saying, yeah, he would, as it pertains to Collin 1, allowing him to kill his mom?
I did, sir.
And that is on November 14th, 2023 at about 2:21 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And for the final clip will be State Exhibit 193.
I don't know how I'm gonna react if she does, when she does that again. If I can control myself, or how that's gonna happen.
What do you think you might do to her
If she tries to hit me again, I might hit her back really, really hardly and badly.
You're gonna hurt?
Yeah.
For the record, that was not November 14th, 2023 at 3:22 a.m.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of that investigation, is it a fair statement the defendant was arrested?
Yes, sir.
Corporal Moore, I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Corporal Moore, every time that Collin said, either in your presence or on the camera footage that you've reviewed, that he might hurt his mom or he was afraid he would hurt his mom, he prefaced that statement by saying, if she hits me, or if she comes at me, or if she attacks me, I'm afraid I'll hurt her. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So he never said, I just want to kill my mom for no reason whatsoever.
No, ma'am.
Don't think I have any other questions. Oh, Collin told you that night that his mom had punched him before he threw her on the ground, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sweeney, hello, Dennis. How are you? Good news about Whitey. I hear he's happy. And again, thank you, Lady Di, for the 10 memberships. Thank you so much. As I say, it's nice to see some names I recognise as well. But yeah. Two more witnesses today. This one and there's another one. I think the other one, they're going to finish a little bit earlier today, I believe. Look how all you ladies looking at his bum already. I know. Hey, KD. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lady Di.
Good afternoon.
Great.
Good afternoon.
There's 5 of them I recognise. Yeah, you can perv now, ladies.
Thank you. Deputy Jankowski, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Jankowski with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
So I went to the police academy. I've done multiple specialty classes like speed and measurement, as well as narcotics and dangerous drugs. I'm a pit instructor for the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. I currently work on the road patrol. So you call 911 in my area. I'm the one showing up.
I want to direct your attention specifically to this case as it pertains to the defendant. Did you have an opportunity to respond to address in Port Charlotte as part of a domestic violence battery investigation?
I did.
And at the time, were you a field training officer of another one of the deputies who was present?
I was.
And who were you supervising?
I was training Deputy Sharp.
And were you basically overseeing him and allowing him to do his part of the investigation?
Correct.
What was your role in the investigation?
So I was overseeing, so he was in his final phases of training. So I let him do his investigation. I'm there to guide him if he has questions or to help him along if he gets stuck in a certain situation.
Now, while you were doing that, did you have your body cam going?
I did.
When the investigation was kind of coming to an end, were you inside with Kathy Griffith and her mom, Susan Detman, in the living room area?
I was.
And were you asking certain questions that pertains to domestic violence within the household?
I did.
Your Honor, the state at this time would move State Exhibit 189 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
I just need one moment, Your Honor. Thanks, John. And before we play it, would this is it a fair statement that the defendant at this time is outside, either in the back of your patrol vehicle or somewhere else?
That is correct.
So the only two people present, civilian-wise, would be the victim, Kathy Griffith, and her mother?
That's correct.
A couple quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And all right, any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
So when you ask, do you think he's capable of killing you, was her response yes?
Yes, it was.
And then in the back of your patrol vehicle, and for the record, that was from around November 13th, 2023 at 10:26 p.m. Excuse me, at 10:20 p.m. This next video, 190 from the back of your vehicle, will be at November 13th, the same day at 10:26 p.m.
That's not in evidence yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, Your Honor. Let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Now, as you return to your vehicle, did your body cam capture a little bit of a conversation between Susan Detman, who was standing outside of your patrol vehicle as she spoke with her grandson, the defendant?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 190 into evidence.
No objection.
It will be received.
And with the court's permission, we'll play it for the jury. Thank you.
Why did you stand up? And why did you say?
So I showed her this conversation.
No, you didn't. You stood up and said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, you did. I was there.
I was saying, well, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer. I'm just trying to peacefully coexist and just figure something out. She kept telling me to shut up and shut up, but when I wouldn't shut up, she hit me.
No, that's not what happened, Collin. That's not what happened. You never said you wanted to peacefully coexist.
I've been saying that.
You said that in the car, but not there with her.
Deputy, towards the beginning of that clip, did you hear the defendant say, "I'm not a psychopath"? Mom, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer.
I did.
Deputy Jankowski, I have no further questions for you.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Deputy Jankowski.
Good afternoon.
Collin was in the back of, was that your car or was that somebody else's car?
That was my car.
For over 5 hours that night, wasn't he?
I don't know the exact time frame. That doesn't sound right.
Well, one of the camera clips we've seen was from like 10 p.m. on the 13th. And then the last one from your car was 2:30 or so on the 14th, 2:30 a.m. So sorry, 4.5 hours. Does that sound about right?
I couldn't say for sure. It sounds like a long period of time for someone that was arrested for battery to sit in the back of a car for 4 hours to me.
Is it fair to say that this investigation took a long time?
It did take a reasonable amount of time.
I'm not saying that anybody
Yeah.
delayed anything. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that it wasn't a quick, we can determine exactly what happened right away kind of thing, was it?
No, because people had conflicting stories.
Right. That last little bit, that clip that showed part of a conversation between Susan Detman and Collin, Collin said that his mom had called him a psychopath and a murderer, right?
I know Collin stated in that clip, I'm not a psychopath. I'm not this murderer, if I'm quoting it correctly.
But he said that I told my mom that I'm not that, correct? Implying that she had called him those things.
I know he said the word mom before he made that statement.
Did you ever ask Kathy whether she called him those names?
No.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
The witness release.
Yes.
Norton. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more witness today. But this witness,
State calls Detective Danny Peters. with
he's
the
on
Fulton
tomorrow.
Sheriff's Office.
Tomorrow as well. So just remember, we're not streaming this tomorrow. We are streaming the current retrial tomorrow. So what I think I'm going to do, because they think they're going to arrest on Tuesday. So I might stream tomorrow's on Monday and zoom it. We'll see. Look at the fucking files. Whoa. Dennis, if you're still here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Dennis, if you're still here, I played the vigil last night at the start, and everyone loved it. Dennis, shout out to all of you who organised it. I don't know who organised it. I know Brenda's probably involved, and Peter's speeches. His speech at the end was fantastic, Dennis. So shout out to you all. That was very emotional, very, very nice.
All right, thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Danny Peters, DANNY, PETERS, detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And what division do you work in?
I'm with the Homicide Division.
In this case, are you the case agent, the lead detective?
I am.
Tell the jury about your education, training, and experience.
In 2010, I went to the Basic Law Enforcement Academy. Upon graduation, I was hired by the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where I've spent 14 years, most of them in investigations, and led me to this point.
Now, when you investigated this case, had you been in the homicide division for a certain period of time?
Just several years.
And have you investigated countless homicides?
Yes.
How did you first get called out to this case?
We were notified by supervision to respond to a death investigation.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
7:25 approximately.
And was that actually to the crime scene, the residence?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Polk County?
Yes.
Describe to the jury kind of your mentality as a homicide detective when you get to a scene. What's it like?
Well, initially when you get to a scene, it's a little chaotic. You make contact with deputies on scene and you learn what they responded to and what they heard upon their arrival.
Now, about how many detectives might be working a case, like this case particular? How many detectives were working at the same time you were? Or was it multiple detectives?
Multiple detectives. We had more than 5.
And do each one of you kind of have multiple things that you're investigating?
Yes, we have different tasks when we're on scene.
And then how do you get updates from each other to see where the investigation is at or where it's headed?
So through the course of the investigation, we tend to come together and brief each other in reference to what we've learned, any evidence we've obtained. We call each other on our cell phones and explain where we're at and what we're doing.
What's the crime scene / forensic investigators' role at a scene?
They're to arrive and preserve evidence for us, document evidence.
And I take it they were present the night of?
Yes, sir.
And do they kind of work on their own, or are you as the lead detective telling them what to do or what to look for? How does that work?
No. So as a detective, I give them direction in reference to stuff that I'm looking for or things that I need, as well as the other detectives on scene also give them instructions.
So when you show up on scene, do you know where the defendant was?
From what I was told, the defendant was in the back of a patrol car.
So is it a fair statement you were not interacting with him at that time, but rather were then surveying the scene?
Correct.
Describe to the jury what you did.
So upon arriving, I made contact with the initial deputy who briefed me of what he encountered upon arriving. And then once I learned that information, we made contact with the medical examiner to explain exactly what it was that we had on scene. And the grandmother arrived on scene, and then we began to do our interviews.
Did you have an opportunity to actually speak and interview the grandmother, Susan Detman, that evening?
I did.
And was that a one-time thing, or did you interview her any additional times after the night of September 8th?
Yeah, I interviewed her again after the initial night we were on scene, yes.
Now, and she was / is the owner of that house, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to go inside the house to see what was going on inside?
I did.
And was Kathy's body still there when you were there?
It was.
Now, you mentioned that you spoke to the medical examiner. In this case, did you speak to Dr. Garavan?
Yes, it was Dr. Garavan that was the on-call medical examiner, yes.
And explain to the jury about why you called him and what you were hoping to learn from.
So I explained to him the manner in which we found the decedent and the severity of her injuries. And he was giving me an explanation of the probability of what may or may not have happened.
would the medical examiner then the next day do an autopsy?
Yes, he did.
What did you notice that caught your attention about the crime scene, both outside and inside?
Well, I noticed it was well organized. It was clean. Outside, the victim and the defendant's vehicles were parked at the residence. And then inside was very organized.
Did it appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight of any type?
No.
Now, as part of any homicide investigation, do you obtain evidence from cell phones?
We do, yes.
Now, when there's a cell phone of interest or that may be relevant for a certain investigation, do you have professionals who are able to do forensic downloads?
We do. We have detectives that work for the Polk County Sheriff's Office that handle the downloads for us, yes.
Tell us a little bit about what they do to accomplish that.
So they use programs such as Cellbrite to hook the phones or devices up that we take into our possession. And then once they hook these devices up, it starts to download the data off of those devices. And then they are able to attach it to like a USB or a CD and provide it to us. And then we are able to see what's on that device.
Sometimes are there limitations to what can be obtained from a cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you guys able to get basically a full copy for copy, meaning whatever was on the cell phone, you can get all the information off the cell phone?
Yes.
Sometimes are you able to only get partial information from a cell phone?
Yes.
And does that basically just have to do with technology or some type of impediment to getting further information from a cell phone?
Yes. It depends on whether or not the program has downloaded or has reached a certain spec for that phone or computer.
Now, can a similar logistics be taken care of on a computer as well, downloading information off of a computer?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, did you obtain cell phones from the defendant?
Yes.
You or somebody from your agency, of course?
Yes. I had another detective on scene with me that was able to get that cell phone.
And the defendant's cell phone came from his car, is that correct?
His car, yes.
And were you able to obtain the victim's cell phone, Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, we were.
And was that from the island in the kitchen?
It was in the kitchen, yes.
And then were you able to obtain the grandmother, Susan Detman's cell phone?
Yes.
And did she basically consent or allow that to happen?
Yes, she provided full consent to search her cell phone, written permission as well.
Now, were you able to get information / the downloads from Susan's phone?
Yes.
What about from the defendant's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what about from Kathy's phone?
Catherine's phone, not so much. It was a newer type phone that the program was not able to do a full download. So we sent that cell phone off to Homeland Security, where they have more advanced equipment, and they are in the process as we speak of attempting to download that cell phone for us.
At some time during your investigation, did somebody bring you Kathy's computer?
Yes.
Personal computer?
Yes.
And who brought you that?
That was her oldest son, Christopher.
And is that also the defendant's older brother?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many years older Christopher is than his brother, the defendant?
A couple, maybe 4, I believe.
Now, as it pertains to this case, it was Christopher Griffith, not totally irrelevant, but was he kind of had nothing to do with this case?
Yeah, he didn't have anything to do up to that point.
Now, when you obtained the computer through him bringing his mom's computer in, did you have your people attempt to get a download from the computer?
Yes.
And what happened?
We were not able to access the computer.
Do you know why?
Based upon the passwords or the protection it had on the computer, wouldn't allow us to do a full download.
Sometimes are computers and/or cell phones difficult or impossible to get into?
Yes.
Sometimes does it have to do with whether you have a password or what make of the technology it is?
Yes.
So even though you weren't able to get into Kathy's phone, is it a fair statement that you were able to see a lot of her activity through the defendant's phone and Susan's phone?
Yeah, I was able to see all activity that she had through the defendant's phone and her mother's phone. Yes.
So, for instance, if Kathy texted her son or texted her mom, you'd be able to read those text messages as if you had Kathy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And any photographs sent back and forth or call logs or things of that nature, you'd be able to see on other people's phones that communicated with her?
Yes.
So was that helpful?
Yes, it was.
Now, during your investigation of the different cell phones, did you come across photographs of the defendant and his mom and Susan?
I did.
In terms of the positives of the family dynamics, what did you learn about from the photographs? What did you learn about that relationship between the defendant and his mom and Susan?
Well, just by the photographs, they appeared to be a happy family. Looked like they traveled a lot, visited a lot of locations, Disney World, cruises, the White House. It looked like they were happy.
Detective Peters, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs in the form of...
Right, is it just me? Can you guys see this? Because I can't unsee this now. Can you see this? Oops. Can you see it? There. It's like an alien. Let me take it off for a second. Do you know what I mean? Can you see it? Because I'm like fucking freaked out right now. It just looks like a fucking alien. He's like, wah, 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 wah. Yeah, the ridges on his head, yes. Mimi Mamo, he's gonna put kicking. Whoop, beep. He's gonna go to space in a second. It just looks odd. It just looks odd to me, that's all. It freaks me out. It looks like a Martian type thing, you know? Oops.
We'll start with 171.
Oh, yeah, how do you do that? I don't know how you do it.
171A and 171B.
Yes.
And what about photographs 172 through 178 and 178A through 178I?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move those mentioned exhibits into evidence. And with the court's permission, we'll publish those photographs. We could go first to 171. What did you learn from that picture?
Looks like they took a selfie, the victim and the defendant, maybe on a cruise. Looks happy.
171A.
Looks like a mother and son happy taking a photograph.
171B.
Selfie, mother and son happy, smiling.
And in that photograph, does it appear that Kathy has AirPods in her ears?
Yes, it does.
And they're white in color?
Yeah.
We'll continue on to 172.
It's a nice photo. Looks like a mother and son happy there.
And through the Cellbrite report, were you able to determine some of the dates of the originations of the photographs, that being in 2023 and 2024 throughout the different months?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on, 173. Who's pictured in the middle between Kathy and her son?
That is Susan Detman. That's the grandmother and the mother of the victim.
Would she periodically travel with them as well, do you know?
Yes.
174. 175. 176. 177. 178. 178A. And 178B. So far, these pictures, is it a fair statement that it's showing different locales and different places that mother and son had been together?
Yes.
178C. And it looks like they're in some type of courtroom or courtroom setup. Is that correct?
It looks that way, yes.
And this circular seal there, maybe you can see it on your computer. What is this?
This is all.
No? All right, no worries. It's not working. Looks like it says, well, it does say Stetson University College of Law. And once again, when there's a third person in these photos, is that Susan?
Yes.
178D. Does that look like it's at Disney or outside of Disney?
Yes, it does.
And for the purposes of the record, in a lot of these pictures, both the defendant and his mom appear smiling and happy. Is that correct?
Yes.
178E. 178F. 178G. Where does that look like it's taken?
Looks like it's taken at the Capitol in Washington.
178 next. H. And then 178I. All right, thank you, John. So some of those photos were from, according to the Cellbrite report, correct me if I'm wrong, were from as early as April of 2023, looking like it went until June of 2024.
Yes.
Now, Detective Peters, did you find out that Kathy had Ring video capabilities inside her residence?
I did.
Was it both inside and outside?
Yes.
And describe to the jury some of the camera locations and what vantage point that would provide.
So there were 4 total Ring cameras that I gained access to. One was the doorbell that was outside. One was in the living room that encompasses the whole entirety of the living room. One was in the kitchen. One was in the victim's room, her bedroom, and one was in the defendant's bedroom.
Did you find that a little bit odd that there were so many cameras in so many locations within someone's private residence?
Initially, I did, yes.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine why there were cameras inside?
Yes.
And what was the reason?
His mother was a...
Are you, without answering the question, but are you speculating or do you know from your investigation?
Judge, I'm gonna object. I think I know where this is going.
Sidebar. We go into sidebar. Let me just. How much were we behind? Oh. Skippity doo. Skippity doo da. Skippity day. My oh my, what a beautiful day. Right, they can hear this, so they're all. Motherfucker! That was my foot. they're all we go, yeah. Hey, Erin Hack, right? I want a selfie with Erin Hack when I meet her. Be Erin be like one of the dwarves, grumpy. And then I'll be standing next to her. What's it? Sleeping Beauty. Is it Sleeping Beauty? I'll be Sleeping Beauty. Erin be grumpy.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. During your investigation, were you able to obtain Ring camera footage from the interior of the house?
I was.
And is that like a consistent 24/7 recording, or is it something else?
It looked like it was based on movement, and a lot of the times and the stamps were based upon movement.
So is there plenty of times when people are doing nothing of significance, such as moving around the house or just having regular conversations, things of that nature?
Oh, yeah. A lot of the times it was like that.
If the jury, if during this trial I put on every single minute of Ring camera footage in existence, would we be here for hundreds of hours?
Yeah, days.
All right. Now, was one of the rooms that you were able to get camera footage from the camera set up somewhere in the kitchen?
Yes.
And would that point out to capture both the kitchen and then the living room that's behind the kitchen?
Yes.
And then was there a similar camera in the living room that pointed out to the living room and then behind the living room, the kitchen?
Yes.
And is there a lot of, like, audio wise, is it a fair statement that there's a lot of things that you can hear clearly?
Yes.
And then are there some things that you just can't hear too clearly?
Some things are muffled, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to, of course, provide all that Ring kitchen video footage?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Let me repeat that. The Ring video footage that you provided, have there been 2 exhibits prepared by me?
Yes.
All right. And do those represent September 7th of 2024 and September 8th of 2024?
Yes. It does.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's State Exhibit 197 from the September 7th, 2024 date, and Exhibit number 198 from September 8th of 2024. What's the significance of September 8th, 2024?
There is a lot of dialogue back and forth between the victim and her mother and her attempts to make contact with the defendant.
And was that the date that she was ultimately killed?
Yes, it was.
That would be a Sunday?
Yes.
And on the September 8th video clips, is it a fair statement that the defendant is not in them because he's not present at the house?
Correct.
Were you able to determine the last day that he was at the house?
Yes.
Go ahead. What day was that?
It was September 7th.
Does September 7th capture some of his interaction with his mom?
It does.
Now, during your investigation, did you come into contact with the name Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did, yes.
And who was that?
He is the attorney for Collin.
As it pertains to the DV battery case and maybe some family law logistics?
Correct. I learned that he was appointed his attorney. They hired him for the domestic violence case from November of the previous year.
And was there many conversations in text format between the defendant and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
Was there also conversations between Susan Detman and Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes, there were.
Now, at some point, did you come across what was basically kind of like a photo icon of a business card of Jeffrey Rapkin?
I did.
And do you recall how the surrounding circumstances of how that came to your attention?
Yeah, looking through the grandmother's phone download, I observed it in her photographs.
All right, so when you click on it, it basically blows up in size to look like a business card.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 187 into evidence.
No objection.
I'm not sure if it's on there. Now, based upon that, were you able to determine that the attorney was based out of Port Charlotte?
Yes.
And also Port Charlotte is the city where Kathy resided with her son?
Yes.
Also, were you able to figure out that the phone number 941-916-4096 was the cell phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
And was that number the number that the defendant would communicate with via text message?
Yes, it was.
Was there a certain time, Detective Peters, when that phone number of Jeffrey Rapkin was in the defendant's phone, and at the top of the phone where somebody's either phone number or contact would be, it was the actual 10-digit phone number?
Yeah, just the phone number. Yes.
And then at a certain point, was that phone number saved into the defendant's phone so it said Jeff Rapkin or Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yeah, it appears as if it was saved. The number was saved to a name.
But either way, it was always the same phone number, that being Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And were you able to determine that through the many, many conversations that there would be points when Jeffrey Rapkin would address the defendant as like, Collin, blah, 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 or he would make comments and then say Collin to make it explicitly clear who the two people communicating were?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between Kathy Griffith and her son, Collin Griffith. With a yes or no response, if possible, was there an extended period of time, like approximately 3 years or so, where the defendant was living with his dad out of state?
Yes.
And at that point, did Kathy have limited or basically not much at all contact with her son?
Limited contact with her son, yes.
And did it appear from your investigation that she wanted to have a lot more?
Yes.
But that the defendant's father was difficult, to say the least?
I don't have proof that the defendant's father was difficult. I have conversations between Collin and his mother while he lived in Oklahoma, and it did not appear as if it was a difficult situation to communicate with him, though.
All right. Now, at a certain point, did the defendant come to live with his mom?
Yes.
Now, at that point, had she basically missed out, and the defendant had missed out on about 3 years of relationship, mother-son relationship?
Yes.
Did they live in the Port Charlotte house basically up until this incident happened?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine that did the defendant have his own bedroom at his house?
He did.
And did it appear that he knew the defendant, that there were Ring cameras in the household?
It did appear that way, yes.
And tell the jury about the things that indicated that.
When he would walk in a room where there was a camera, he would look directly into the camera.
And the cameras themselves, are they like hidden in something?
No, they're in plain view.
What cell phone service did Kathy and Collin have?
They had AT&T.
And in order to have AT&T cell phone service, how old do you have to be?
18 years or older to purchase your own line or plan through AT&T.
Judge, I'm going to object to the foundation. I'm not sure how he has this information.
Same if you lay the appropriate predicate.
Now, how were you able to determine that Kathy had AT&T?
We have analysts that work with us through the course of our investigation that are able to determine through their programs that they utilize, phone numbers that we give them that provide them with that information.
And during the phone forensic investigation, are there various screenshots that Kathy sent to, at least to Susan, maybe to the defendant as well, that basically said AT&T.com phone records with call history?
Yes. Yes.
Now, in the Ring video footage, is it apparent sometimes that the defendant is walking around with his cell phone that his mom provided?
Yes.
And then that
Back
self.
to the statement about that his mom provided, there's been no evidence.
Did his mom provide him a cell phone?
Object as to knowledge, foundation.
Well, he either knows or doesn't know.
You're gonna lay the predicate.
Okay. Are you aware from your investigation that the defendant's mom provided him a cell phone?
Yes.
Now,
Objection to the foundation.
It's the same.
how,
We had this discussion.
could you explain how you determine that?
Through the video, she has access to a cell phone and advised in numerous videos that she was cutting off his service.
But Judge, that still doesn't approach.
Judge is pissed. No, I don't think so, Robin. This witness is going to be on for a while. I think they're just laying foundation and stuff now. I hope they do. Do you think, Lady Di, that they got the whole killing on camera then? Do you think they have it on camera? Maxi taxi. I'm a little bit paranoid now, but my audio's okay, isn't it? It's not too distant or anything, because my mic's all the way over here. I don't even use my mic anymore. Judge is pissed because they're trying to go into something, and the attorney's not laying the foundation. They've had a sidebar already about it, and the attorney just isn't pulling the foundation in. For whatever it is. I don't know what it is, though. Yeah, I know. Because it was a funny question, wasn't it? They said they got days and days of camera footage. So, I mean, that must mean they do have the murder on camera then. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe that's why we don't get to see anything lead up to it. Maxi taxi. Yeah, I'm always paranoid by my audio now. I find it weird just talking without the mic. Oh, 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 it's magic. You know, this is a shit show. Magic. You know, this is a shit show. So, my question, are you going to be watching the new Sidney Powell? When is it? When is it, Mexi? I don't know what the Sidney Powell trial is. What is it? When is it? When is it? When will I be famous? I can answer that, Mexi. I can answer that, Texie. What are the trial dates, my darling? I don't know when it is. when considering that Karen's going to be on in April. Hey, Rehab. Rehab. Hello, my darling. How are you? Okay. Okay, cool. Well, it depends. We got Karen Reid, April. We got Kohlberger probably in August. So if it's in between and stuff like that, and yeah, I know nothing about it. How we doing, Denise? Rehab? How we doing? I know when it is. My app crashed. If you answered, I will go. I just said no. Don't bother going back. Well, the judge is pissed because they've had multiple sidebars now about an issue, and literally the prosecutor's got to lay foundation for something, but he's not. He keeps getting sustained. Objection sustained. So he just called up cyber again. He told him, "You need to lay foundation," and he didn't. So he called for a sidebar. Just a reminder, we are streaming the hearing tomorrow. Yes, so yeah, they're trying to fix something. So the screen in front of the witness is not working. So they're just fixing it. So it's fixed now. It's fixed now. So that's what that was. They were trying to fix it. It wasn't working. They'd shown pictures and it wasn't showing on his screen. So now it's working. So they're on the sidebar. So the guy stood there. Hey mate, fuck off. Get out the way. Get out the way, chap. Chappy. There he go. He sat down now. So he's in the way. So yeah, we're not covering day 3 of this tomorrow, people. Reminder, we'll be covering the Karen Reid hearing for the daughter of Richard Green. See how long that lasts for. If it doesn't last that long, we'll see. Because I'm supposed to go for dinner tomorrow.
I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room for a few minutes while we get some electronic equipment fixed and I address the matter with the lawyers.
Move, bitch. Right. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Boom, boom. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. That's a good song there. I don't remember the song, but yeah. Let's zoom this. I've got plenty of zoom here.
Conductor proffer.
Or proffer.
You said to go ahead, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
And sorry, we're going to try to get them to fix that while we're doing this.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Detective Peters, were you able to establish that you were mentioning earlier about your analysts can pull up the phone number and then see the corresponding who the phone provider is. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had access to the defendant's phone number and to Kathy's phone number, correct?
Yes.
As it pertained to that?
Yes.
And were you able to determine who the provider was?
AT&T.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but before the break, what was it that you were answering, subject matter-wise?
How I knew that Kathy had purchased the phone for him.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific questions about that subject matter.
Okay.
Now, the judge has heard at a prior hearing earlier this month, but so the record's clear during this trial. Do you recall that there were 3 photographs that were sent from Kathy to her mother Susan that were related to this Jeffrey Rapkin text message between the defendant and Jeffrey Rapkin subject matter?
There were.
And was the date February 19th of 2023 that it showed up on Susan's phone?
Yes, that's the stamped date in her photographs.
And those photographs, were those photographs of what appeared to be the defendant's actual phone?
Yes.
And in order for that to happen, that would mean that Kathy would have had the defendant's actual phone and the phone was open, correct?
Correct.
So the defendant's cell phone screen was visible with the defendant's content open, correct?
Yes.
And in those 3 photographs, is it a fair statement that Kathy has taken a picture of the defendant's open cell phone?
Yes.
One of those photographs has to do with the subject matter that the judge heard middle of January as it pertains to the defendant talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine.
Correct.
Another one of those photographs has to do with Jeffrey Rapkin talking about how well versed in the law the defendant is, correct?
Correct.
And Jeffrey Rapkin addresses the defendant by saying his actual name, Collin, correct?
Yes.
On one or more occasions in those 2 text messages, correct?
Correct.
The third photograph that was also sent on that, or that was also showed up on Susan's phone on that same February 19th of 2023 date, was that another photograph of the defendant in text messaging Jeffrey Rapkin.
Yes.
And those 3 photographs had Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number at the top, correct? So it was clear. I mean, the phone number that the defendant was communicating with was Jeffrey Rapkin's phone number, correct?
Right. The first one had his phone number, and then the other 2 had just Jeffrey Rapkin's name.
And when somebody initially calls someone, if they're not saved under a name, it'll be the phone number that they call them at, correct?
Correct.
Or text them at.
Correct.
And if someone takes the time to, over the course of a relationship, take the time to type in the person's name, it's still the same phone number, but now it'll be associated with just a printed name.
Right. You're an established contact at that point.
But other than the established contact, the phone number remained the same. It was Jeffrey Rapkin's.
Yes.
And he and the defendant would communicate, and and Jeffrey Rapkin would say Collin a lot, like either Collin and then make a statement, or make a statement and say Collin, correct?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that from the content, it was clear that it was the defendant and it was Jeffrey Rapkin?
Yes.
Communicating. Now, on one or more of those 3 photos I'm talking about here, what did you notice about where Kathy was when she took a picture of the defendant's open cell phone with the defendant's open visible screens with the text message at issue here?
Well, the last text messages I observed, it appeared her to be holding the phone, and then I could see past the cell phone in the background. It looked like her rug on the floor of her bedroom.
And you were able to actually visually see that rug, and correct?
Yes.
And you knew that from being at the house?
No, I knew that from observing the Ring video that was in her bedroom.
Now, was there multiple text messages, and we'll get into some specific references, but were there multiple text messages where the mom would be talking about turning off Collin's cell phone part of the plan?
Yes.
And that would be specifically related to his number on her plan, correct?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to the defendant sometimes?
Yes.
Would she make that statement to Susan sometimes?
Yes.
And did she make that statement then? And those were like in text message forms, correct?
Yes.
And she also made that statement to her, and Susan made that statement to a Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputy on the night of the domestic violence battery, when they were explaining that the mom was telling Collin that she was going to be instilling some new parenting and was going to take away his cell phone privilege and his Xbox, correct?
Right. So I've read, yes.
Were there also multiple occasions where she told the defendant through text message and perhaps other forms too, that she was going to be changing his phone service so he could only receive phone calls and text messages?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom and the defendant were talking, or the mom and her mom were talking about the defendant's phone service actually being off so that he would have to use Wi-Fi to try to use anything?
Yes.
Were there multiple text messages where the mom asked for asked/told the defendant to give her back the phone that she bought for him.
Yes.
And that's the phone that he was using, correct?
Yes.
And that's the phone that was found in the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
In addition to that, did the mom buy the defendant a MacBook for college courses?
Yes.
And could that MacBook, or was that MacBook mirrored with his cell phone?
You can do that, yes.
And when that happens, what happens?
Your text messages will display in your MacBook like they are in your cell phone.
The defendant at the whole time during this case was a juvenile, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that it's the mom's responsibility to supervise what he's doing?
Yes.
And it would be common and even encouraged for a mom to monitor and know what their child is looking at or doing on a cell phone?
Very common.
And in fact, the defendant was aware of that, correct?
Yes.
How would he know?
In terms of the mom supervising the defendant in many or all aspects of his life, was the defendant aware of that? I'm talking about the phone specifically, but other, like the Ring camera footage, her parenting him, her providing the phone for him. Was the defendant aware of those things?
Yes.
On September 7th and 8th, in the Ring videos in the house, the defendant, he has a cell phone in a black case, correct?
Yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the black case that was found in the defendant's car on September 8th, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Which appears to be the same cell phone in the same black case in the photographs that Kathy took of the defendant's cell phone when it was open and in her possession, correct?
It appears to be, yeah.
And that has to do with the old knife to the neck from behind text message, correct?
Yes.
And there's approximately 35 pages of a Cellbrite report where the defendant is texting with Jeffrey Rapkin about different subject matter, correct?
Yes.
On pages 3 to 4 of that, the defendant texts to Jeffrey Rapkin, "This is Collin, I am 17, correct?"
Yes. Yes.
And did it appear that the mom actually had the ability and did turn off the defendant's phone and control the service?
Yes.
And when mom had the defendant's phone and it was open, it's quite clear that the phone was open, so she didn't need to do anything, correct?
Correct.
And if it's her phone, she can do whatever she wants with it in terms of getting into it or using it, correct?
Yeah, sure.
From the defendant's phone, did you find a conversation with his mom on September 7th, 2:15 p.m. when she said, "Please return my cell phone and MacBook that were purchased for your education"?
Yes.
On page 1 of the text messages between the defendant and his mom, did the Miss Griffith text him, "I'm turning the phone off"?
Yes.
And I understand you might not remember the pages and whatnot, but
I remember the text message.
Okay, I'm mentioning these page numbers based upon what I saw. On page 4 of 8, did the mom text her son, "Your phone service is disconnected"?
Yes.
On page 8, did the mom text her son, "You have 5 minutes before I deactivate your cell phone"?
Yes.
On page 1 of 29, did mom text the defendant, "I'm turning the phone off after this. Please return my cell phone and MacBook"?
Yes.
And regardless if she was going to follow through with her threats, the defendant obviously knew who controlled the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to that statement because there's a difference between the service and the actual phone.
On page 1 of 29, Kathy texted him, "I can see everything you're doing from your phone. Try calling Detective Lacey again or my mom." Is that correct?
Yes.
On page 14 of 29, the mom again says, "Your phone service is being turned off." Correct?
Yes.
On page 5 of 29, the mom texts her son, "Close in your BOA account." I don't remember if it said BOA or Bank of America.
BOA.
Okay. Indicating that she had joint custody or joint control of his account since he was a minor, correct?
Or access to it.
Or what?
Or access to it, yes.
Access to it, okay. So that's another indication of something she had access to besides his phone?
Yes.
Page I don't remember if I just said this, but page 14 of 29, your phone service is being turned off. Another statement
She
made
said
there.
that multiple times.
Okay. Page 16 of 29, I'm still tracking you and your location, Collin. If I don't see your dot moving on a map towards home, and then whatever else she said,
Yes.
indicating that she's able to track him through the phone that she so graciously provided.
Yes.
17 of 29, you are reading each message I send. I keep seeing read next to each text I send. I'm shutting your service off.
Yes.
Page 18 of 29, I'm looking at your phone records, correct?
Yes.
Page 22 of 29, your call records with AT&T, you didn't even attempt to call Monique.
Yes.
And then is it a fair statement that Kathy attaches att.com screenshot of the records/phone calls for September 6th through September 8th of 2024 that the defendant was either making or not making?
I do remember seeing that. Yes.
Page 24 of 29, continuing with the text message conversation between the mom and the defendant. And you are at her house on Wi-Fi because your service is disconnected. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 23 of the Cellbrite report from the conversation between now Kathy and Susan Detman, her mother. Do you recall Kathy saying, Collin's phone will not be turned back on given that he lost his phone privilege when he hung up on me?
Yes.
Coming in the home stretch. Page 29 to 30, the same Cellbrite report. Do you recall mom sending Susan Detman screenshots of the defendant playing video games, kidnapping and killing people?
Yes.
The mom was monitoring what the defendant was doing in various aspects of his life.
Right.
And is it a fair statement? Didn't she also text the defendant, I can see what you're doing playing the video games?
Yes, she said it on the Ring camera as well.
Okay, so that's captured there as well?
Yes.
During your investigation and your interview of Robert Willantis on page 7 of 16 on one of the two interviews, Robert Willantis told you Kathy did get Collin a phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Page 3 of Amanda Friends' 6-page report, she annotated that the mom took the defendant's phone away, and the defendant also told his dad that his mom took his phone away.
Yes.
Page 3 of 6 of Amanda Friends, former DCF CPI investigators, noted or commented that mom took Collin's phone away.
Yeah.
Is it true that the mom would take away the defendant's cell phone and AirPods as punishment for being disrespectful to her?
It appeared that way, yeah.
And from your review of Deputy Alexander Sharp from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, who he actually testified today, page 4 of 6 in his report, he indicated that the mom told Deputy Sharp she was telling the defendant she will be making changes to his phone so that he will only be able to make phone calls and send/receive texts.
Yes.
Is there any other information or evidence that you have to show about the inquiry of that the mom provided the defendant his cell phone and the defendant was aware of the monitoring that pertains to, obviously the whole relevance of this is the defendant sending Jeffrey Rapkin the text about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind routine if she comes up with a gun or something like that.
Right. Just everything we've gone over.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further for the proffer.
Detective Peters,
Hi, Danielle.
Start with the photo of the phone that appears to be the defendant's phone because it's an iPhone in a black case, right?
Yes.
But you didn't look at a serial number. That's not in the picture, right?
Yeah,
That
through the
Kathy-
photograph? No, ma'am.
Right. And there's no other distinguishing marks that indicate that it is the same phone that you collected later that belonged to Collin.
Other than it's very similar in size and the case.
You know how many of those kinds of phones have been sold?
Countless.
Yeah. Okay. So you also mentioned that the phone was obviously open when somebody took a picture of it.
Yes.
But you don't know how it got open, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if Collin was asleep and mom crept in and took the phone from his room to take that picture,
No,
right?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if it was password protected, but she somehow figured out his password against his wishes.
I don't know that. No.
When Kathy texted all these things on September 7th and September 8th about cutting Collin's cell phone service off, she was referring to the AT&T service, correct? At least so far as you know.
Yes, yeah, I would assume, yes.
And Mr. Levine has pointed out throughout the trial that minors cannot open an AT&T account on their own. Are you aware that that's true or not?
From my understanding and experience, yes.
Okay. But does Kathy opening an account for Collin prove that she had allowed access to every personal thing on the phone?
I don't know the circumstances in that household. I can tell you I have the same service with my children, and I do have access to all of their stuff.
Right. And you can agree that some families are more privacy oriented and some are not, right?
I don't know. Based on age, I would say no.
Do you know of any families whose parents don't go through their kids' text messages?
No.
Really?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I'm going to testify right now that I never went through my son's text messages. At any rate, you said that the photo of the, actually, never mind about that. The text message from Kathy saying, give me the phone and MacBook that I bought for your education back. You have no idea where the funds for those things came from, do you?
No.
You're aware that Collin had a trust as a result of the probate from Oklahoma, right?
I am aware, yes.
And that was the source of almost everything that Kathy provided for him of substance.
I don't know that.
Okay. You saw texts between Kathy and Susan regarding getting Shelley, the lawyer in Oklahoma, to
Correct.
send money to an
Correct.
account to pay for things, right?
Yes.
Right. Including for the computer that she was supposedly going to buy. They were talking about how much it costed and that they needed to get the money from Shelley.
Yes, ma'am.
So for all you know, that phone was bought with money from Collin's personal trust.
I can't testify to that because I don't know how
And
it was purchased.
And you're aware that Kathy made things up all the time.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
including from the text messages around the same date and time that you were just discussing.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Mr.
Yes, just so I can read the text messages which Your Honor has seen at the prior hearing into the record. It's very short. And for the record, it will be, if Your Honor rules that.
Why do I need to hear those again?
What's that?
You're talking about the actual text from Collin and Mr. Rapkin?
Allegedly.
Yes, Your Honor. I just
I
want
don't
to
need to
read.
hear those for purposes of the proffer.
Okay.
The proffer was to determine this preliminary issue.
Okay.
But Ms. Thornhill, it occurs to me in this hearing, we're focusing a lot on who pays for the phone or what are the source of the funds for the phone. The real question, the basic question, is whether your client knew or should have known under these circumstances that what was in his phone will stay in his phone and would not be accessible to anyone. And what I'm looking at here is what appears to be, the Griffith household looked like a surveillance state to me, and she was definitely surveilling everything he did, not just actually, but constantly on his back about what he's doing, what he's not doing. A parent has a right, even if the object is purchased by the child and owned by the child, stolen by the child, whatever it is by the child, to examine those items. A child doesn't have that kind of right to privacy. The child has a right to confidential communications with his lawyer.
Right.
But under these circumstances, could I actually say, even if she hacked into his phone, I mean, knowing what he knows about his mother, that he had no reason to think she might go snooping in his phone, especially given animosity is not the right word, but the tumultuous relationship that he had with her and the heavy hand that she had on his shoulder.
Judge, I don't think there's been any proof one way or the other. And the burden is on the state to overcome the attorney-client privilege, which is presumed. And while I agree, ring cameras in every room, there's still nothing other than these text messages from months later that are not between lawyers and clients saying, I'm watching what you're doing. And then after she said that, I don't remember if it was this time or another time, he blocked her to prevent her from looking. So that to me says
I
that,
haven't heard that evidence.
I thought I presented it at the hearing.
Can you really block your parent? I mean, they can just take your phone. I mean,
Except if he's with.
what legal significance is a child blocking their parent? When it comes to the parent's right to inspect the contents of their child's possessions.
But and I don't even concede that there is a right to inspect private communications.
A parent?
Does that?
You don't think I know you've chosen that route. I might be somewhere in the middle, because I do think it's important to let your child have some privacy, but it's also important to know what your child is doing. But the bottom line is, what matters is what the law says. Are you telling me that the law affords a child some right against unreasonable search and seizure by their parent? You just leave attorney-client privilege aside. But I come home with some object that they didn't provide to me. They don't have a right to come in my room, look at it, see what it is, open it up, read it if there's something inside.
Well, Judge, I think that cell phones are innately different. And I don't have the case sites for all of the Supreme Court decisions talking about how uniquely private cell phones are.
Children's cell phones, you have
Children have a right to privacy.
from their parents.
Yes,
Show me
I
the
believe they
case.
do. I don't have one right now. Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Hendry is dead on, and because he's practiced family law and I haven't, but even in family law cases and custody cases, sometimes parents are actually explicitly banned from looking at communications between their own child and the other parent.
That, Mr. Hendry, I think has to do more. I mean, at that point, a court has intervened because there's an issue that needs to be resolved regarding the best interests of a child. And those orders are typically not put in place unless you have parents who are interfering with the other parent's time sharing and rights to the child. So that's not so much to protect the child per se, it's to protect the relationship between that child and that parent, to prevent the other parent from interfering. That, I don't think that's the same.
But Judge, isn't the relationship between a client and their attorney sacrosanct?
That's the second question. The first question, I mean, it's analogous to talking at the restaurant to your lawyer at a volume where someone else can hear. You knew or should have known someone else would hear that. It's today's version of that. If you're texting under circumstances where you knew or should have known someone else is going to read that.
And that's where I think we differ. I don't think that Collin knew or should have known his mom would be reading messages between him and his lawyer. No.
I think that is absolutely been shown in this case that that is exactly the type of person that she is. But you're telling me there's a case that says a child just blanket has this right to privacy as against their parent.
Not a blanket right, Judge. We're talking about very specific circumstances where she is the alleged victim in the case. And this lawyer was hired by his grandmother to represent him in a case against his mother. So even if she is someone who looks in his phone now and then, Collin had every right to expect that the communications that were privileged between him and the lawyer that is representing him against his mother, that those would be protected. And I don't know how much more simply I can say it. I think we're making a mockery of the attorney-client privilege if you allow this in, but I understand if that's your ruling. I don't think the state has established the ownership and control to the extent that she could invade, and he should expect that she could invade his.
Well, I'm sort of receding from that because it's occurring to me during this hearing that I think parents have those rights as against their child, even if it's not their property.
And even if she's the victim, so that's like saying.
But that's a double-edged sword. I mean, you have to take this in the context in which it's arisen, which is he lived in a surveillance state with his mother.
Therefore, he doesn't get to have.
No, therefore he gets to walk down the block, take a jog, call his lawyer, where she can't hear it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we obviously disagree. I don't think this is the same as speaking in a loud voice in a public restaurant. I think that there was an expectation of privacy and privilege that the state has not overcome. But I don't think there's much more argument to be made about it. Sorry.
Under the circumstances where we're operating, where he has no right to make a phone call within his home, but his mother also controls all of his assets and all of his belongings, how is he, I mean, we can set the hypothetical where he goes on a jog and makes a call, but if we're also conceding that mother has the access to turn off his account, how does he ever get a confidential communication if he's a child? If he's stuck inside of his home with his mother controlling every aspect of that life, and then we're to say, well, anything he does inside of that home cannot be confidential because he's in the home and he knows that it can't be confidential, then we just become, it's a circle where we're never allowing Mr. Griffith any privacy.
And he would have to rely on his mother to take him to the office of Mr.
He couldn't make a call in his room under these circumstances. She had a Ring camera in his room, which would be an invasion of privacy.
I agree.
And I didn't realize that there was a Ring camera in his room because I haven't gotten any footage from that. I thought we just had the kitchen and the living room. And the doorbell, sorry. It was clear from one of the body camera footage things that it says something you can tell she has a Ring doorbell.
So, Mr. Levine, what I'm hearing is I'm looking at this in with too narrow of a view that what is a child to do in the circumstance where confidential communications with their lawyer either happen at the whim of the parent or not.
They don't, Judge. Your decision, and obviously you make the decision, but where you were headed and what you were saying makes complete sense. I haven't said a word over here. The more the defense just keeps talking doesn't mean they're making more of a point. You shouldn't change where it appears you were going to, because you're supported by the law, you're supported by the facts, the proffer, the law, and what you've been saying it justifies you allowing this to come in. But you're on the side of yourself. The first thing, he wasn't held as a prisoner. This guy went out all the time. He could go wherever he wanted to. He had his phone all the time. His mom, despite all these threats, very seldom did she ever cut his phone off or turn off his service. So he could do whatever he wanted to, whenever he wanted to. It's ironic because on the day when he ended up leaving the house, he was too lazy and disrespectful to do some simple chores because he wanted to go take his walk, which is exactly what he did. So he could have done that at any time. Another thing that I didn't mention, but I did mention at the hearing, is that so I think you're spot on. I think the evidence is spot on. My arguments and the evidence as presented would justify you allowing this in. To do anything to the contrary would seem to go completely against what your gut instinct and the evidence has shown. Furthermore, one of the things I mentioned at the hearing was, it sounds like, the attorney's making the argument for the defendant, and of course she has the right and she should do that. But what I cited some of the case law and some of the propositions are, it's what was the defendant's intention and belief about if this is one of many things. This is just another thing that would support you allowing this in. But one of the things is, what is the individual's belief or thought process when they're having a conversation with an attorney? And you have to look at that through the individual, not some educated attorney who's been practicing law for decades and legal arguments and things that they're making and how their mind works as a seasoned attorney. But you have to look at it from the defendant, a 16-year-old who's talking about giving his mom the old knife to the neck from behind, which is how he killed her. When he's having a conversation with Jeffrey Rapkin, he's not sitting there thinking, "Oh my God, this is definitely going to be protected as the attorney-client privilege. No one's ever going to see that." He could care less about that. What he was thinking was getting information from his attorney and what he might do in the future, which was he would be happy when he had the chance to kill his mom and set it up, just like he did the same thing with his dad. But when he sent that text, I guarantee you, when I would say the evidence supports this, and it's one of the considerations you should make, that Collin Griffith, the 16-year-old or 17-year-old, wasn't even considering the attorney-client privilege and wasn't thinking this will be protected, nobody will see this. So that just goes to support what your honor should do, which is allow that to come in. There's nothing more humanly possible I can do.
Well, you're
under these
you're asking me to let it in under crime fraud exception.
No,
and we've talked about that.
No, I don't. You've already addressed that.
That is much less clear in this case.
That's not what I'm asking to let it in under, because you've already made that ruling. That should have said a long time ago.
I mean, it is. I cannot say to a level of that you've shown to the required level preliminarily that the crime fraud exception applies based on the context in which this lawyer was representing him and what appears to be, although eerie, and we've all recognized that, appears to be a discussion about what can I do to protect myself.
No, and the way I'm thinking about it, you've already made that ruling last time, so I'm not arguing that today, but what I'm saying is you can and should consider it in terms of when he's making this text to his attorney, he's not thinking, Collin Griffith, the 16 or 17-year-old, is not thinking this will be protected by the attorney-client privilege. I feel safe in doing this. Whereas if Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Henry wrote the same text or a text like that, then their adult, intelligent, educated minds would be thinking about this would be protected. But you have to look at it through the defendant's point of view, and the last thing on his mind was the attorney-client privilege.
Thornhill and Mr. Hendry.
I mean, under that logic, then we're providing less protection to a child for attorney-client privilege because they're less sophisticated and less smart than an adult. That goes contrary to the law. That goes contrary to how we treat children in this justice system. We give them more protection and we give them more leeway. To say that they're not sophisticated enough for an attorney-client privilege it's wrong.
I'm not persuaded by that, but I mean, I think there's probably a lot of adults that's not what goes through their mind when they're talking to their lawyer, and typically lawyers will tell their clients, what you tell me is confidential. But Mr. Levine, all right, we're going to take 5 minutes.
All right. Right, hang on. Let's zoom then.
The more specific. Right, you may be seated. Losing my voice, so just a moment. All right, we're back. Back on the record, Mr. Griffith is present with both of his lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. You know, there's a bigger question here that I don't know if there's any law on, that occurs to me based on the arguments made by the defense, aside from the more specific question of what the defendant knew or should have known. And the question in my mind is, does a parent, in the context of the attorney-client privilege, or just the attorney-client relationship of their child and the child's lawyer, have some obligation to facilitate attorney-client privileged communications? Meaning, yes, let's just assume that he had some expectation of privacy. Well, strike that. You have said, how is he supposed to communicate with his lawyer if mom can take the phone away? I guess my question to you is, does she have to facilitate it? Is that part of my analysis, that children should have a right to use property that their parents would otherwise have every right in the world? I mean, they could bring a locked chest home and the parent could cut the lock off, if you ask me, to see what's inside.
If the lawyer's in there and they're trying to communicate.
That's different. Once that relationship has commenced or is in action, the lawyer can prevent that.
Judges, 35
But
pages of text messages where the defendant had no problem communicating. He didn't need any help from anyone over many, many months, kind of proving that he had no problem getting to talk to his attorney or seeing his attorney, and Susan would have taken him there every day of the week.
I think you're missing my question. The communication we're talking about here occurred on a telephone. And so, is that what you're saying, Ms. Thornhill, that I want to get this right, and you're telling me children should be allowed to talk to their lawyers on their phones without having been found to, and imputed knowledge that their parents can get in there and see what they're saying? You're asking me to rule that way.
Yes.
And would that be contrary to the case law that we discussed at the last hearing, and what the court is supposed to analyze in terms of what we've been discussing about?
No one showed me a case about a cell phone and a parent's right to look in there even when it, and to use confidential, otherwise confidential communications. What would be a confidential communication if you were an adult?
No, but as it pertains to the defendant having no right to, no thought process that would even be confidential. And the analogy that Your Honor was talking a little bit about today, but we talked much more in depth about at the hearing, about if you send an email on a company computer, even if it has to do with lawyer-client privilege, and I cited a case, I don't remember the case, but I cited a case.
What's different is that person is an adult and has other means of communicating. This person's means of communicating with his lawyer was a cell phone.
He wasn't locked in a cage, Judge. He was at Susan Detman's house all the time. He was using that cell phone as much as he wanted. His mom made a million threats, but never followed through basically on any of them. He's running around enjoying doing his walks. He was not held captive. He had almost like an adult. He could do whatever he wanted to. He had a driver's license. Susan Detman would
Not
take
when
him.
he sent that message.
All right, fair enough. I didn't remember that. Susan Detman could take him anywhere. And all, like what I was saying about the 35 pages of text messages, time-wise, like he had his phone and was using it anytime he wanted to. So it wasn't like he didn't have the opportunity. And I don't think that inquiry that Your Honor is talking about most recently changes it one way or another, unless there's some case, which none of us have seen a case that would support what the defense is arguing, case law-wise. So I think I understand that question might be interesting to Your Honor, but that shouldn't change your mind.
Well, I'm kind of thinking just the hypothetical circumstance. Suppose you have a child who has no other way to talk to their lawyer
But you don't have to worry about that because that's not the
other than
situation.
on a cell phone. Well, I think that's the starting point. What do you do in that situation? Does the parent have an obligation to provide a means of confidential communications with their lawyer?
And it's clear that that question could be interesting, and it's definitely interesting to you, and I know you want to make the right decision, but that's not the situation that the defendant was in. And when you analyze that thought that you have, but under the defendant's situation, he's not in a situation like a hypothetical teenager might be.
I appreciate that you think I think certain things are interesting but irrelevant. It's more than interesting to me. It is, I think, the fundamental starting point, and then we break it down from there. You can't answer the question though. Is that correct? Does a parent have an obligation? Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate, not this defendant, just as a matter of general principle, does a parent have an obligation to facilitate confidential communications between their child and their lawyer?
I haven't seen a case that says that, but by the same token, a parent could do or not do anything they want to. So if they want to be a bad parent and just not help their child in any way, shape, or form, there's no law that I'm aware of that would require a parent to get the child an attorney, or to get the child to an attorney's office, or to help the child in any way, shape, or form. As we've seen with a bunch of deadbeat parents who don't do anything, not in this case, but just in general. A parent could sit back and be completely uninterested in their child's life, and that might not be against the law in the context that you're asking about, if they have an obligation or a legal requirement to help their child have confidential talks with their attorney. So I would say no. I don't believe that there's a legal requirement. I certainly haven't seen a case law, and if there's some legal precedent to the contrary, I would learn something new if that was the case.
You've worked in juvenile. I've never sat in juvenile, but do you know? I mean, I know the parents are, I don't want to say parties down there in criminal cases, but they're always called up to the podium. They're always asked questions, and I think the judge has some jurisdiction over them.
Well, it's the duty of the parents to make sure their child gets to court to deal with any criminal charges, with delinquency charges. I don't know that any of our judges have ever punished a parent for not bringing their child to court. So I think there is an obligation of a parent to at least not impede, and concurrent with that, not impeding should also be respecting the attorney-client privilege. Like I mentioned this at the hearing. If I'm meeting a client in the lobby of the public defender's office, a child, and I do that all the time, and a parent says, he's a minor, I've got to come in there with them. I explain to them that no, you don't. Anything that I say to your client, to your child, and the child says to me is confidential and protected. The minute I let a third party into that, it waives the privilege. 99 times out of 100, the parent stays in the lobby, and then that 100th time, I say, then I can't talk to your client. To your child. Sorry, I'm getting client and child mixed up. So I don't see how you can recognize that a child does have the attorney-client privilege, the protections that exist.
Well, that's interesting. In that 100th case, then you are recognizing some superior right of the parent to say, no, you're not going to have confidential communications with my child, because you say, I'm not going to talk to your child.
No, what I say, and it doesn't usually last longer than this one visit, I say, I can't talk with your child about the case in the way that I need to be effective with you present. I will be
So
happy.
you're not ceding to them. You're just
No.
saying, we're not going to do this here.
Yeah, and I also explained to them that I will be happy to answer the questions that I can answer after I've talked with them privately. I don't know how else other to say it than a child had, well, the case law does, I provided that case that talks about children have the attorney-client privilege. It's not superseded by their parents or somebody saying, we need to know where this child is right now. Attorney, tell us where the child is.
I'm not disputing the child doesn't have the right or the privilege. So can you respond to Mr. Levine's suggestion that, well, we're talking about Collin Griffith,
Right.
who had other means, had a car,
He didn't have a car at that point,
had a grandmother,
who lived in another county.
who he had a relationship with, though, correct? A
Absolutely.
positive relationship.
Absolutely.
And
But if he's got a lawyer who says, I am your lawyer, I work for you, anytime we talk, it's confidential because the lawyer also doesn't know that Kathy maybe is intrusive and hacks accounts and things, and assures Collin.
well, I don't have that evidence of what the lawyer told him.
You don't have a lot of the evidence that Mr. Levine is talking about either, the claims he makes, and yet the privilege exists, and it's their burden to overcome the presumption of that privilege. I don't know how else to answer the question. If Mr. Levine is trying to say that Collin Griffith knew that this was not a privileged conversation, like he specifically did it knowing his mom was gonna look at it, I think that's absurd and he hasn't established that.
I don't know that I would agree under the circumstances I've heard about this relationship that it's he would have no reason to think his mom wouldn't be snooping around. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that, but Mr. Hendry, you've risen. Do you need to be heard?
Just a thought occurs that if we're dealing in these hypotheticals, if there was not this screenshot, if they have Collin's phone, Collin is a child, mother has access to this phone, they've done a Cellbrite download of this phone, well, the message exists on the phone. He doesn't have confidential communications because somebody else has access to that device, but may have just gotten it in without the mom. I mean,
I think there are some cases that talk about that particular circumstance.
But I
I think it's what's in the mind of your client that's important in terms of whether he knew or should have known that another person would have access to it.
But if the access was the same, if mom hadn't actually taken that picture, but he knew that she had access to that phone, even if she hadn't taken that screenshot, would that still not be a confidential communication? Are we saying that anything that happens on those devices for children, they can never be confidential?
Well, that's the question I'm asking.
I just don't think that. I think that's an unreasonable position to take in 2025 when the bulk of communication happens not face to face. There's nothing that supports the state's position that I'm aware of that a phone cannot be confidential. The only thing that seems to be unique in this case is that somebody took a screenshot of a device and then sent it to a third party who, if we didn't have this warrant, I mean, it's not like these things, it's not like Ms. Bettman's on the stand right now testifying to this. We are using a detective who accessed this through a Cellbrite download and a search warrant.
It wasn't, well, I think it's beside the point, but it wasn't a search warrant. It was a consent to search from Susan Detman herself, but be that here nor there.
But this is still, we are not in a situation where somebody was told something and then that person is on the stand saying, hey, I know this information. This is law enforcement gaining something from a search device. And I think that's different. And I think that this is still, to the extent that the child has, confidential communications, child has a right to privacy, but also there's parents' rights, and it's all kind of murky here. I don't think that this communication has been breached from Collin's perspective. And I don't know that Susan or Kathy have the right to breach that on Collin's behalf without him doing it. And that's the ultimate issue here is, did Collin give up his right by putting this communication on his device? Because he didn't give it to anybody else. Somebody went
But
through that.
The question I have is whether he knew or should have known that it wasn't going to be whether he knew or should have known others would have access to it, aka his mother.
That is one of the hugest, of course, inquiries, which we've been talking mostly about. The other thing I mentioned, which I know you said you weren't impressed by, but you still have to consider what was the person's intent when they sent the message from that person's mind. And I would ask yourself, I would ask you to ask yourself, when Collin Griffith sent that text message, was he thinking this is a confidential communication between me and my attorney? And I would submit to you the answer is no. I would submit to you that the other inquiry that we've been talking about, the evidence that I've presented is evidence to support you ruling this admissible, Your Honor. If your answer is no to the question about whether Collin thought that was a confidential text when he sent it, not now after his damning evidence, and he knows that, oh dang, it's going to be used against him, and his attorneys are obviously bright to know that they don't want this in. It's not how they feel now or how it might look, but when 16-year-old Collin sent that text message, there's no reason that he would be thinking about the attorney-client privilege and that this is protected. So I think those two inquiries are of paramount importance in your analysis.
And it's interesting that Mr. Levine talks about how 16-year-old Collin couldn't have been smart enough to figure out that this was a privileged communication, and when they turn around and also argue that he's got this mock trial paperwork that's somehow informing him about how to make this whole grand plan to lure his mother to Auburndale. So I think that's ridiculous. I think you start with the presumption that it's a privileged communication. The state has not overcome its burden to establish that Collin did know or should have known that he was not making a confidential communication because his mother might be able to someday look at it.
All right, Mr. Levine, you're recalling this detective.
Yes.
Do we have to do this today?
No,
Because I want to
No, we don't.
make sure there's no cases on this issue and would ask a related issue, analogous issue, other than just the general proposition that a child has the right to the attorney-client privilege. I recognize that. But it is, as Mr. Hendry said, murky when you're talking about parents' rights and children's rights. And just the basic reality, I think that kids know their parents can look in their phones.
Can, but should.
But the question is,
Or would a child say, okay, there are certain things that my parents should look at, like my internet activity, things like that, to make sure I'm not communicating with sex predators or buying drugs or things like that. But when Kathy sees that it's between Collin and his lawyer, why is she looking at that anyway?
Because she realizes that he's going to kill her, and he's talking about how he's going to kill her.
I'm not in any event, you know the issue that concerns me,
Yes.
which is a parent's right. I think it's sort of almost an absolute right of a parent to inspect their children's belongings
But once again,
and
we added-
the right of a child to communicate confidentially with their lawyer, and those two are intersecting here. And then what a reasonable child would understand under those circumstances when they send a text to their lawyer.
I'll do
I
something.
can't believe that question hasn't been presented to a court before.
I did a lot of research before we even came to the hearing on this. And there are, unless I was using search terms that were incorrect, but I used the 90.50 whatever that talks about the attorney-client privilege and the admissibility or inadmissibility of privileged communications. I did attorney-client privilege with child, juvenile, adolescent. I did it with cell phone, electronic device. I mean, I tried everything to come up with something. And the only things I came up with that were even remotely related were cases that I provided at the hearing. But I'll try again.
There must be some other areas where children's rights versus parents' rights intersect in some more general sense that at least can give us an appropriate framework to talk about.
From an impediment standpoint, this comes up a lot in family law where you have things that are ordered the child to do, and then one parent says no. And then what does that, at what point does the court get to step in and say, that's something that we can do something about? So, I mean, that family court is the only area that this really comes up a lot.
I think we
But
have
that's
to
even
be
slightly
careful of
different.
family court because you're really talking about parents not getting along and then having to figure out what's in the best interest of a child. And when parents disagree on things like privacy for their child.
Right.
Because as you say, you and your family, you've decided your kids are going to get a pretty hefty, serving of privacy. My family, they get kind of a moderate serving.
Detective Peter.
Some families, though, I could see taking the position that you don't have a right to privacy in this house at all. I have the right to come in your room, rifle through your drawers, look through your papers, take your phone to the sheriff's office to see what you've been doing. So.
But I think we have an absence of that here. I realize that there are tons of text messages with her saying she's cutting off his service or I'm tracking him. But that's very different from looking through his communications on his
He's
phone.
got a camera in his bedroom, Miss Thornhill. I think that cuts against that argument. I mean, that is the biggest intrusion on his privacy, if you ask me. So when that's your situation at home and you've got that cell phone and you're texting about putting a knife in your mom's throat, you shouldn't have thought twice about that in terms of, is mom going to see that?
So now we're putting the burden on a child to go above and beyond what anybody else would be required to do to keep their communications with their attorney privilege.
That's my question. Where does the parent's right intersect? And that's why I asked this question. Does a parent have an obligation to facilitate that? So we're not going to answer it today. I'm going to ask that you save that for when you recall him. I'd like to hear something in the morning, either just point like, yeah, I stayed up all night and found 0, or see something. And I'm going to research it as well. Because the question in my mind has changed from what it was initially, which initially it was just ownership and control. I really don't think that matters. I think it's just the child's right to inspect. I mean, the parent's right as against the child's right.
And I will also see if any of
That's an interesting question.
All right.
because I will recognize my limits in my research skills.
You have some other line of questioning for the detective for the rest of the day, though?
Well, Judge, and another thing that would go into would be the ring videos, but then those are kind of time consuming. So I don't know if you want to stop now, but I think logistically it would make sense to stop now.
How much footage is there,
Obviously,
time-wise?
It's long.
So more than an hour and 15 minutes?
I just don't remember. I can pop it in and answer that, Your Honor. If you can give me 1 minute, I can pull it up and we'll see.
Yeah, we might get through September 7th, but not September 8th. September 7th is long. It's between 30 seconds and 2 minutes.
I mean, we've spent a lot of time doing this. I'd like to sort of catch up a little bit if it's not going to seriously interfere with how you're presenting your case. I'd like to fill up a little more time this afternoon.
Whatever Your Honor wants.
All right. Does anyone need just a quick?
Let's catch up to live then.
And we'll start playing the clips, Detective Peters. If there's any questions that I have as the clips play, I'll let you know. Starting with number one.
Hold on.
Detective Peters, in clip one, did it appear the defendant was coming home from his job at Domino's Pizza?
It did.
Clip two. So we can see like how much longer side. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna go to clip three. Detective Peters, in that clip, did it appear that the defendant was holding a cell phone in a black case?
It appeared so.
Next clip.
Did you not eat your food that I paid good money for? Oh, did you eat it? Okay, good job. Oh, and by the way, I stole your candy. I ate the candy that was in your room, some of it. Not all of it, but those little weird things that are like little half-inch squares. There are a bunch of different colors. They're green and red and yellow and blue. Those things are pretty good. They said they were sour. They weren't sour at all.
Is that Kathy Griffith?
Yes, it is.
Oh, and Colin, you have to definitely go out there and be back in it longer than ever. I don't think you know how to scout the yard. I think you're like weed whacking it instead of like mowing it. You need to use the weed whacker as a mower, dude. You get that? But I just never gonna happen, mother.
Was that her wanting her son to weed whack the backyard?
It was.
I'm putting your work shoes in the garage. I don't have time to clean them today, so I'm just gonna have to like dust them off or something. I really don't know. But I'll wash them.
Did it appear that his mom would do his laundry and clean his work clothes and shoes?
It appeared so, yes.
I've been up since 7:30. I'm reading since 7. Finished one book a month ago. It's a book there. Hold on, I have to let the dog back in. I have to start the laundry sometime soon, but I can't start it until I have to close your brain. Yes? Are we canceling Saturday? Has Saturday not started yet? Yes. Do I need to start the clock back over? What? Hold on, I have to put this stuff away. I'm gonna put a bowl on the bottom, which I know is not, I never put a bowl on the top. Yes, tell her Riley Griffin. Your mother is here, I can help you.
Is that corner back room where the mom came out of, is that where the laundry room is?
Yeah, so straight ahead appears to be where the laundry room or the room where you can even exit the home.
Go ahead and close these windows, guys. I want it to get too hot in here. Turn this side off. Turn this fan on.
Did it appear that the mom did a lot of cleaning and laundry?
It did appear that, yeah.
Oh, and I love you, but in case you'd like to know, my fucking ice maker is broken because of you. You put the goddamn ice cream tub up there. The ice cream tub broke that little gold piece off. There's a gold piece broken inside of my freezer that's supposed to stick into the fucking thing. But you put ice cream tubs up there and it knocked it off. I've never put ice cream tubs up by the ice maker.
What? What? It's working manually where? It's not compatible. No, it's not. They said it's not. I forgot to say. Sorry, no, and going, what is this, Alfie? What the fuck is this? Oh, oh, it just worked. I arched my back eating more. What the fuck? I said, don't talk. Only have dinner. I was gonna tell my girl get rail. Rail? I'll get it. No. Oh. Not that light. Hey, it's okay. I'm busy. I'll just get okay. Like, right, it's fine. Yeah. I'm acting surprised that I speak on fast as fuck. I was gonna tell you I found out if so your coins. Yeah. Listen, I used that my father actually those are what you from $200. 4 of them. What? What do you need? That's gonna take until I go to the hospital. No, never mind. you got an hour, right? No, it's gonna take 24 hours.
It's not gonna take that long.
Stop.
Is this even with this? Yes or no?
No fucking idea. What if a gutter that I put is gonna fall off, you pull it down, and now you're gonna put something in that stud that's up against the wall? No stud. It's gonna fall off and rip the wall with it. Oh, what are we doing? How are we doing that? It's gonna fall off, break, and rip the wall.
Right. I need the keys to the house. So, we don't put that shit in your car. You need to change your clothes? Well, you're not coming home tonight unless you're like your dad, you have your knees fucking ball in your eyes out, telling you not fucking try your fucking me like this and do this shit.
If you wanna kill someone by putting that thing up your.
It's not gonna
It's
kill
gonna fall
anybody.
down, there's no studs, there's no, you even did it with you, there's no studs.
There are studs, that's why they're
You did
mine.
it with you, there's no studs.
There's studs, that's why they're mine. It's easier. Send a text message to Collin Griffith. I put your Starbucks and your sandwich outside because you decided to forget those too, which I paid for this morning before you decided to throw your temper tantrum. So you can come and pick those up, they're sitting outside the front door.
Detective Peters, what was the subject matter of the argument between Kathy and her son?
It appears to be she was requesting some help hanging something in the home, and he didn't want to do that.
Did she later, after the defendant left the house, did she later put up the bookshelf herself?
I believe so, yes.
Now, it appeared that she was taking food and a drink outside. What can you tell the jury about that?
So he entered the frame with what appeared to be Starbucks at the beginning, and then she just set his portion of the Starbucks outside.
And is this the clip in which the defendant leaves and doesn't return to the house?
Yes.
She was holding a phone and she said, send a text to Collin or something like that. And then she spoke the words that she spoke. Did that text message then show up in the text messages?
It did in Collin Griffith's phone. It did.
All right, continue.
I started going through his room. It was a complete and total fucking mess. He had shit everywhere. Okay? He didn't even go to sleep last night until 1 o'clock in the morning. I was asleep by 8. I was fucking out. I took my gummies. I was asleep before he even got home. I had dinner for him waiting that I had bought for him at a fucking Mexican restaurant that delivered. And he still decides that this morning when I was like, hey, we need to get this last bookshelf up so I can get everything going. He said, no, Mom, that's just going to fall on somebody's head and kill them. I'm not going to help you do that. And I was like, Collin, I told you for the past week that we were going to get this done. And he was like, no, I need to go on my walk. And now I'm not going to be able to go on my walk because this is going to take 2 hours to get done. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well then maybe you shouldn't have slept in because I've been up since 7:30. Where have you been? I didn't say that to him. I said to him, I said, Collin, you know what? You have a great life. The fact that you don't even do your own sheets, you don't even clean your own bathroom, all of the things that I've told him to do for a while, he doesn't fucking do. And he just looks at me, right? And he wants to live on his own. And he thinks he's able to live on his own. Mom, I have cockroaches coming into my house because Collin leaves candy and food in his room. Just leaves it in his room. Out. No, and I told him that. I even said, because I showed you how I had everything in those little containers, those glass containers or the plastic ones that seal everything. I said, you can have candy in your room if it's this, because they can't get into that. And then like last night, there was an ant on the doorknob. He hadn't going from the house to the garage on that doorknob. I could tell, and then I looked, he hadn't closed the back door all the way, the back sliding glass door. And there were ants. He was like, Mom, everybody has ants in their house. I said, Mom, nobody has ants in their house. Nobody has cockroaches in their house. And the first time you see them, you kill them, and then you start spraying your whole house with bug spray. Because once you see one Starbucks with his drink he drank, he was mad that I was making him go with me, like, stand here with me and hold a bookshelf while I mount it to a wall. And he didn't want to stand there and hold it. He said, no, this is going to take 2 or 3 hours. There's not any studs back there. I said, I've already shown you where the studs are. I marked them, Collin. I said, why else do you think I put 1, 2, 3, 4? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 areas this thing is being bolted in, and it's not going to hold books. It's going to hold pictures. It's not going to fall on anybody's fucking head. Even though he went to school, he didn't get his shit figured out with his math class or with his class I told him to. He was like, no, my computer's going to be here by October 12th. And my professor said it's fine, and I didn't do the proctorial. And I was like, you can hook up a webcam to that computer. The fact that you haven't figured out how to do that is not my fault. And I'm not going to sit here and do it for you because I'm not going to do your college work. And so he's mad at me that I'm not doing his college work, but he doesn't want to help with this. I'm not talking to anybody because I'll just get upset. No, he doesn't. I get 0 cents. He has money. He can't. He's 17. They won't give him one. He can buy a prepaid one. He knows how to do that. I love you. Okay, I love you, and I'm telling you right now, I already told Collin. I said, you leave, you do this, I'm cutting everybody off. So I'm changing my phone number. So I'm changing my phone number, I'm cutting everybody else off because I'm fucking sick and tired of this. This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. I try to let him sleep in, try to be the nice mom, try to do everything. Had my identity stolen. I've had all this shit going on. My own, and he can just fuck himself with his little AT&T phone and figure out what the fuck to do with life. He has a trust fund. He has a lawyer. He can figure that out. What's he gonna do? Call DCFS and say that I kicked him out? Okay, fine. He has a car. He has a brand new car he's driving around. He has a book bag with his son.
I hate the silence on these things. I hate it. Give me something. Hello, Colleen. How are you doing? Hello, Rebecca. Have they done the UFC thing? Yeah. Oh, boy. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Da, ba, ba, ba. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Country road, coming home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road, da da da, hey hey, da da da, hey hey, da da da, hey hey, da da da, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. Yeah. Oh, why is this mofo just sat there doing nothing? Rebecca. Like, I'm speaking because there's fuck all on. Like, all you hear is like clicking and stuff. So, I'm not sure if people think this is important or not. I don't know, but maybe it is. Maxi Texi, she's so sexy, dee 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 dee. Downtown. How are you, Colleen? If you're still here, how are you, my darling? You might have left by now. Oh, you are. Oh. We don't even know what he's doing. So he had a camera in his room and everything. She was over the top. Oh my God. Right, I'm going to zoom this because this is giving nerves now. We're live, people. We were 2 minutes behind. We're live now. Judge is like, fucking get on with it. Oh no, he's watching it. Sorry. It's like a rock band. Dane knows you now, be on the guitar. Bow, 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 wow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, wow. Oh. Oh. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in... This is the only aggravating thing with this trial, is we don't get to see anything. Like, some things I get, but this, for fuck's sakes. Is it because he's a child? But they're trying him as an adult, so it shouldn't make any difference, should it? The moment we walk in the joint, bam, bam, we could tell the
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
Okay.
No worries, Robin. See you in a bit, Robin. Safe journey home, Robin.
No. No. No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions regarding this subject matter for today.
Judge, we discussed previously that Detective Peters is going to be coming back, and I will reserve my cross-examination for when he's finished with his direct.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end here for today. It's about 4:15. Enough time for you to share.
Well, we're ending, Robin, so.
All right, please.
It's good timing by you, Robin. Let's see what they got here, say at the end, and then we'll call it a day. It's been nearly an 8-hour stream, so. And we'll return tomorrow with Karen Reid with a hearing, Daubert hearing with Richard Green. And if people don't know what Daubert hearing is, it's just to see if he is qualified to testify in the trial, which is fucking ridiculous. Waste of money.
Anything before we break for the evening?
No,
Thornhill?
yes, sir.
All right, I'll see you at 8:30.
Just a reminder, we will not be going live at 8:30. We'll be going live at 9:15 with the Karen Reid trial. It's ridiculous that Richard Green has to even go through a Daubert hearing. It's ridiculous. But what are you going to do with a bunch of wankers? What are you going to do with a bunch of wankers? And Bev and Brendan wankers early in the morning. Right, so I think tomorrow's going to be most of the day tomorrow. If it's finishing early, by lunchtime, then I might cut the stream because my family are going out for a meal tomorrow night. But if it goes on, that's fine. I will stay on and we'll carry on. I will stream the tomorrow stream of this trial. I don't know, either tomorrow night or Monday or something. We'll see. We'll see. Might Saturday maybe. No, I don't think so. Right, everyone. Love you all. Pissed off that we don't get to see anything, but we get to see Dana's six-pack and Dennis's junk. So that's enough for us. Love you all, as always, people. Take care of yourselves. Be safe out there. and I'll see you tomorrow for Karen Reid. Right, and with that, goodbye. And you as well, hippie chick.